It's Sunday and no Kentucky Derby hangover here at Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York. It's a beautiful Sunday, and we have 4 stakes on the program, including the Westchester, where Bishop's Bay Cigar Mile winner returning from finishing 4th in Saudi last time out, and in the Vagrancy with the Angels, who has just been so dominant recently. Dynamic pricing in the Bogey comes out of a 4th place finish, in the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley returns to a track where she's had some success as well. We'll also have live racing for you from Laurel Park in Maryland, as it is, as mentioned, a great Sunday afternoon. So much action to look forward to, and I have some friends to help me out to do that today. Andy Serling and Paul Verderosa. I'm your host, Acacia Clement. But of course, on the heels, guys, of Kentucky Derby Saturday, Derby and Oaks, always a weekend that we look forward to, that we follow, of course, for us, as to what might take place with the Belmont Stakes coming down the line. But initial thoughts on the Derby from you?
You know, I mean, you want to tip your hat to Cherie, and Cherie and I have been friends a long time, and I'm happy to see her get the win, and an exciting stretch run. Sort of funny to see those Phipps colors and Cherie training them. It was a race, though, that featured a total meltdown, where it turned out the farther back you were, Paul, and that horse was way back, the better off you were.
Yeah, the last move ultimately turned out to be the winning move in that spot, and I think he was able to save ground in that spot, Golden Tempo, and be able to pull at the right time and just be able to come wide with that rushing finish that he had. Now finish Renegade. Listen, I learned something about Renegade in defeat. I was never Renegade's biggest fan, because I always thought the moves that he made, it wasn't going to work out at Churchill for him, but he showed a lot of heart yesterday for a horse that got knocked around a few times. And well, he did at the start. I mean, he came out. Well, they came in on him.
Yes,
he wanted to get off the rail. Exactly.
The other said, no,
exactly.
We're not going to let you make your own room here.
I agree with you on that, but I'm just saying, like, from a perspective of an animal that could have just said, I'm done for the day after getting knocked around a little bit. He showed some heart to me.
Got to be able to get knocked around and be effective in the Derby.
Especially in that race.
And a nice win. You know, and Maggie had always been a fan. I think she was probably the biggest fan of Golden Tempo among us, whether she picked him or not. And as she had noted, and we noted, he had not been able to get fast paces to close into in his races, and he got his pace to run into, and he showed what he can do.
He did. Golden Tempo with the win. Congratulations to Cherie DeVaux, and of course Jose Ortiz with the Oaks Derby sweep for that jockey as well. We'll take a look at the field for the Grade 3 Westchester today, though. Scratch of Rated by Merit. Unfortunate he's coming out. I thought he added a really interesting layer to this race, but a lot of eyes, of course, will be on Bishop's Bay. Flavien Prat will be aboard for Brad Cox, and this horse coming back after a 4th place finish in the Saudi Cup last time out.
Yeah, my theory in this was blown, that I was going to play against both him and Antiquarian and go with Rated by Merit and Quince Brew, but without them, I'm stuck with a 4, which is fine. He's good when he runs his good races. You know, when he won this race last year, though, Paul, he was able to take advantage of a very strong rail, and keep in mind, the horse that he beat in that race is back in against him today, Quince Brew, and he probably has a little bit of a pace advantage today.
Yeah, I would think so in this spot. What I feel about Bishop's Bay is, for me, it's all about the stats with this horse, right? He's 3 for 3 over this track. He's 6 for 6 when Flavien gets aboard him. He doesn't mind going the 1-turn mile in this spot. So, and when you take a look at some of the horses that he lost to, I mean, his only losses were to horses like Arcangelo, Two Fills, and Bookham Dano. They're pretty good horses. So I just wonder in here how the trip's going to be for him coming back from that start, and if it's going to affect him or not.
He's facing some good horses today, and Antiquarian on his day. I mean, I think Antiquarian's the best horse in the race. Maybe not today at a mile, though.
He is a Grade 1 winner, won the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Antiquarian back in August, making his first start since the Breeders' Cup. Here's what's coming up, though, as we touched on, 4 stakes on the card today. It's going to be a jam-packed Sunday. We have the Westchester, Bogey, Vagrancy, and the license fee. We'll get that spelling fixed there for you, but we do have also races from Laurel Park in Maryland, Fast and Firm as well. As always, today's race is presented by Claiborne
My
Farm.
job, Acacia.
Andy, you were supposed to spell check. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime using Naira Bets. Use new promo code for you, Preak25. Of course, all our eyes will be on the Preakness. You can get up to a $25 free bet and up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code Preak25. Check out NairaBets.com. Today, as we get ready to kick off things for the opener here at Belmont at the Big A, it is a high-level claiming race, 62,500 to start things off, going a mile. Unlimited potential, and eliminate the ones taking most of the attention right now, as is to be expected, as we get the call for riders up. And between these two horses, Andy, I mean, both of them have some back class, and at one point were kind of expected to do some big things. They've turned into kind of these hard-knocking veterans.
I've learned that when horses take money that makes no sense to me, I'm usually the one wrong and the money is usually right. I understand the appeal of the 4, limited potential, he's the speed and the horse to beat. I got to tell you, Paul, I don't see the appeal of Eliminate whatsoever.
The only thing I could think of is that last time out was just a better effort behind a horse and Crushed It, who actually crushed it that day. And the figure was high for this horse, higher than we've seen in quite a while.
Finished ahead of the favorite.
Finished ahead of the favorite in there, too, exactly. So I'm just not sure, though, what to make of him at 8-5. It's a little short for me, too.
Eliminate just has no early speed. Let's meet the rest of the field, though, beginning off with the 1-3 technique.
Yeah, I tried him last time. He didn't run well in the mud. I'm just not sure he can run well at all. But you want an Andy off? He's for you.
The 2 miles ahead. First off the claim for Antonio Arriaga.
He's got back races that could beat this field. He got inside last time. Maybe one more shot now if he gets a better trip.
Another new claim. Here's Castle Chaos.
Yeah, he claimed him down for 50,000. Okay, it's not great off the claim, and he was hard-pressed to beat a lesser field.
It was good to finally see him get to the winner's circle last time. There is unlimited potential. He does have the speed.
Yeah, hope that they use it this time and he's not rated like the last time. Puzzling decision there.
8-5. 8-5 on this horse, too. Eliminate, still taking attention. No early speed.
So much improved effort last time out, as we said, behind Crushed It. Just, I'm not sure without the speed what kind of setup he's going to get today.
That's the field for the opener, Fast and Firm here in New York, Belmont at the Big A. Where did you guys land?
I'm going to the number 2 in this race, miles ahead. You know, with the scratch, Ranger Battalion changed the race a little bit, and I have no argument that the 4 is the horse to beat. I like miles ahead. I know it's claimed from Linda, but I like Antonio Arriaga off the claim. This horse has plenty of back races good enough, and I don't think his last race off the long layoff might be quite as bad as it looks on paper, and he gets a rider change.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 4 in here and just hope that this time, Dylan, and they let him use the speed in here and just hopefully wire the field in this spot. I know he spent time on a rail last time. That was okay, but, man, he gave up the lead last time, Santiago Gonzalez. I think Dylan Davis will send him this time.
8-5 now on the number 6, Eliminate, as we welcome in Samantha Perry, getting a good look at these horses. And Samantha, maybe on paper, a little bit tough to see why this horse might be the favorite. What is he showing out there on the track?
Yeah, well, he's showing a horse that they just completely kind of throw the kitchen sink at him as far as equipment goes. If I was a jockey getting a leg up on a horse like this, I would look and say, oh, I've got my hands full. And luckily, jockey Kendrick Caramouche has been aboard this horse a couple of times. Actually, in his last 2 victories, he was aboard. This is a horse that he wears his blinker with his right eye completely covered up. And then not only a Houghton, which helps keep a horse in from getting out or lugging in, getting out, lugging in. He wears an extension Houghton, which is like even more severe than that. So just giving the rider so much steering. You don't have brakes, but you have steering. Last time out, I thought the brake was just left him with way too much to do. And I know he's got that crazy closing kick, but to me now, Kendrick gets back aboard him again. I'm hoping that the brake is the slow brake is the exception, not the rule with this guy here today, and a perfect outside post here to just kind of look to the left and see what's going on. Now the 4, I do think is a horse that should improve getting to a dry track, although he has won on a track with some moisture in it in the past. But I do like the claim. This is a barn that is very sharp off of the claim, but the 6 for me, guys.
All right, Samantha, thank you. Eliminate, yeah, a horse that typically does wear extension blinker, extended cage bit, a lot of equipment on his face, and will be breaking from the outside. But as far as this pace and how it does play out, Paul, I know you're hoping Unlimited Potential can wire the field. How did you see the race shaping up pace-wise?
I was hoping that if he breaks well, he's just in front in here. I know last time out, Castle Chaos was more forward, but I think that was more a function of the race that horse was in, the drop in class, the field. You're on the best horse. Ricardo Santana never misses an opportunity to take advantage in that situation. And that horse in Castle Chaos was a lot closer last time. I really think today, with Dylan Davis aboard, coming off the puzzling ride last time, this horse breaks. This horse should be in front.
he has to have a problem coming out of the gate to not be in front in here, or one of the dumbest rides in history, and I don't believe Dylan's going to do that. And I agree with you about his last race. It's almost like Gonzalez was intimidated by Flavien Prat, because he came out in the inside of Flavien, and it was a day you wanted to be inside, and you could just see the whole way from the way he was riding. It's like he was afraid to go strongly against Flav. And listen, that's what the best riders do. They use that advantage. Now, to be fair, and I agree with you, Paul, he's the horse to beat. I think one of the reasons the 6 getting better is he beat him fair and square 2-back in a race where Unlimited Potential had an easy lead that day. It wasn't a super fast pace. He wasn't walking, but it's not like that fast a pace. So he was able to beat him that day. So maybe the logic is he could beat him. He'll beat him again. And I guess there's sound logic to that. I don't totally trust the 4. I totally agree with what you're saying, though, Paul. I'm going to try Miles Ahead. It's a bit of a reach. He is moving up. He's claimed from Linda Rice, but he has back form that can beat this field. He's another horse. I'm hoping he can be a little more forward, stretching out a bit. And I don't like, you're making that inside. You stuck to a horse to the inside when all the closing is being done outside. A lot of horses just don't close as effectively inside as they do when they're free on the outside. And I'm hoping second off the layoff, he gives a better account of himself. It's a bit of a wing and a prayer.
And 3-2 on Eliminate just feels a bit crazy, no?
Yeah, I mean, I guess occasionally the way you sort of look at it is there aren't that many options here, right? I mean, Castle Chaos, we agree, is going to have to refine form from a long time ago. And the horse I'm taking, I can make a little case for him, but you could also argue it's a little bit of a reach. So the 4 and 6 are the only 2 horses in the race after that, and he did finish ahead of the 4 with fair and square, right?
Yeah. So. I mean, just for me, I would just rather have the horse that's closer in this spot. I'm curious to, when it comes to the 2 that you picked on top in here too. I don't agree with the call that he lost his footing at the break. I don't either. I think that's nonsense. That was
I'm with you.
a major issue for him in that spot. So I think he deserves one more shot, even in the rising class in here, if he can get, a fairer trip on the outside with a better race flow.
Yeah, I don't think you could argue they're technically right. It had no effect on his performance.
Loading in for race 1, Belmont at the Big A. We'll see how it does play out and who is in front between Unlimited Potential with that speed. Eliminate taking all the money, though. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
All set. And they're off. Belmont at the Big A. Miles ahead, flashing early speed, right to the front and at the rail. 3 Technique wants to join them. Out wider, here comes Unlimited Potential in the yellow cap, and in between horses, Castle Chaos. The early trailer is Eliminate, tightly packed as they get set to come out of the chute and hook up with the backstretch, and Kochikaya has 3 Technique on the lead. Is a neck in front of a close-up, now Miles ahead, moving in closer. Unlimited Potential center of the racetrack in third. Castle Chaos is a well-settled 4th, is just in behind the leading trio. Eliminate will be wide, is the trailer through a 23.50 opening quarter mile. 3 Technique at a price is in front, is up by a half length, and Miles ahead continues that pursuit from second. Nice journey down towards the inside. Manny Franco and Castle Chaos going to ride the rail, save all the ground into the far turn. Less than a half mile to go. Unlimited Potential 3 wide. The trailer Eliminate. The rail is open, and Castle Chaos is going to take it. Here comes Castle Chaos to shoot on through. 3 Technique tries to keep up, and now getting the queue there is Miles ahead. These 3 approaching a quarter mile left to go. Unlimited Potential still traveling now 4 wide as they approach the top of the stretch, and Eliminate has trailed throughout. They reach the top of the stretch now. Castle Chaos took that inside path and trying to win it here. 3 Technique is game down the center of the racetrack. Unlimited Potential rallies on and Eliminate grandstand side. Can Castle Chaos gut it out here for a final furlong? Unlimited Potential in those yellow blinkers, and Eliminate is storming on the grandstand side. Here comes Eliminate from last now, tries to thrust to the front. Castle Chaos battles on, but Eliminate will win the opener. Castle Chaos second, then Unlimited Potential and 3 Technique.
Eliminate was taking money, went off your 6-5 favorite and ended up getting the victory, though not exactly in the race shape that we had anticipated.
Yeah, I guess the people that liked him today had a crystal ball, and they said, no, Kochikaya is going to send a horse with no speed to the lead, and Miles Ahead's going to go, and the number 4 horse, Unlimited Potential, is not going to be able to make the lead. Then the rail opened up for Castle Chaos, and they'll come struggling down the stretch, and he'll pick up the pieces.
Yeah,
that must be why they were betting him.
The only horse that was in the clear and all alone at the back of the pack. 5 wide sweeping move, no problem. Gets up in the last strides to get the job done over Castle Chaos, who had a nice big truck drive opening in the rail.
One of the great things about horse racing is it never fails to remind you of what a moron you are on many occasions.
That's why there's always another race. You can just try and get the better.
I'm not saying he wouldn't have won,
No,
but I
but-
don't know how you could see this race being run like that.
I
And
see the one in
He
front.
got up to win by about a length at the wire at 6-5.
And
Okay.
the crazy thing was, like, for top of the stretch, we're like, the one could still win.
Yeah.
And that's
Anybody could win at that point, yeah.
the
6-3,
plan.
4-1. Eliminate gets the job done at 6-5. Clearly was the only way this race could have played out, the only scenario. Kendrick Carmouche with the victory, though. Eliminate ended up getting the right kind of setup, making that big sweeping move on the outside. You see all that equipment that he wears in a good shot there with the victory for trainer Joe Sharp. Gets the victory at 6-5 in the opener, Belmont at the Big A. Let's turn our attention over to Laurel Park as we have racing from Maryland on the show today. Their card is underway. We're picking things up with their third race. It'll be a mile on the main track. We're fast and firm and do have their pick 6 kicking off here as well. It's a maiden claiming for $12,500, and we'll get a chance to meet the field, beginning with the very short price favorite, the number 1 Valerie Street, who's been knocking on the door in the last couple of starts.
She is who she is. She's making her 14th start. She's got 5 seconds. She's also the speed, and somebody may beat her, but it's not hard, not easy to figure out who that's going to be.
No, it's not. Not much to sink your teeth into as far as alternatives are concerned. That's why you do see an 0 for 13 maiden as the current 4-5 favorite in this spot. There is the number 2, Mine Completely. Blinkers on may help.
Trying to get this horse maybe a little bit of speed to get out of the
Can't
gate.
hurt.
Needs it.
Yeah.
In this spot, definitely cannot hurt.
The 3 is out. There's the 4, Bell's Baby, back to dirt.
Yeah, I don't know if it was the turf that improved her last time or she just moved forward with her first start as a 3-year-old. I guess we'll find out today.
Here is the number 5, Hey Alexa.
When this horse is 4-1, it goes a long way to explaining to you why the number 1 is an overwhelming favorite.
I like her name, though. She's out of Ask Siri. That's funny. I like that.
That is good.
There is our Rylands Looking Lucky.
Interesting here because I know the 1 is the speed on paper, but the 6 might actually be able to keep her company early.
And the 7, Feel the Bolt to the outside.
Okay, you can feel the bolt, but it's been a long time since this horse has run a competitive race. The recent dirt races aren't good. I mean, I agree with the public if you're going to try to beat the 1, and I have no interest in doing either. I guess the 4, Bell's Baby, who maybe moved up on the turf, but maybe you want to give that first start a pass.
Here is Valerie Street from last time out back in April when finishing second that day. Now in the Jonathan Maldonado barn, returning to the Maldonado barn. This is a horse that, as you said, Andy, and I think said it well, she just kind of is who she is. See if she could build off of that second place finish and might just be meeting the right kind of field today.
She's a very, very hard horse to bet on, especially at 4-5. And she also has a loss for back Paul at 1-2, but I can't find who's going to beat her.
I mean, best figures, but just soundly continues to be beaten. Now piling up the seconds. Honestly, I ultimately landed on the 4. I'm not thrilled that the horse is 7-2, but I just thought maybe this horse actually improved as a 3-year-old, and it wasn't so much the flow of the race because on the turf for that last race. I just think if you go back and watch this horse's debut, this horse just was not happy. And the horse took money in that spot as well. It just was not a happy camper at all. You could see it in the way that she was running, the way that her gait was. So maybe she just improved with the time off and second time out.
I agree she's the other horse. The problem is she didn't do any running in that race last time out. She got a 51 buyer because that's the nature of the way turf racing plays out. She never did any running. So I hear you, and I agree. She's the other horse. I wouldn't bet her. I wouldn't bet the 1. I have nobody I could bet in this race. But I'm just not. I feel like she did some running somewhere at some point. She's never done any running.
Well, Kentucky Derby in the books, so now a lot of eyes will point to the Preakness this year. Preakness to take place at Laurel Park, with Preakness at Laurel and the Belmont at Saratoga. Maybe things slightly different for this Triple Crown season, but maybe we will not see a lot from the Kentucky Derby pointing to the Preakness, but it looking like a strong group kind of waiting in the wings that have been waiting for that race.
Yeah, I'd run so happy back if she were mine. Denon Bourbon can't stay here because of how
really
well he
impressive, by
ran.
the way.
I agree. He would be tough, but I think Cherie will probably want to go, and why not take a shot?
Absolutely. Hope that she does.
You know, it'll be
fun for the
interesting to see if the Pat Day mile winner stretches out Crew Velocity because he may be as good as any 3-year-old in the country, Whether or not he can run that a mile and 3/16 2 weeks after his race yesterday remains to be seen, but he's good.
Should be a good matchup, because there's always the new shooters that are waiting and the horses that waited it out. And if the Derby winner goes, the Derby winner should go. If the Derby winner is okay, it gives us something to potentially look forward to for the Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, absolutely. We would love that for sure. If there's something big on the line, Belmont Stakes, first week of June. Well, race at 3 from Laurel Park coming up. Again, going a mile, graduation day for one of these fillies. Here's Dave Rodman with the call.
And they're off. Ryland's looking lucky, asked for early speed, but out-zipped by Valerie Street, who got a good break there, and Mine Completely is in the early mix, and now Ryland's looking lucky is contesting on the outside. So Ryland's looking lucky. Here comes Bell's Baby. Bell's Baby on the inside with a quick bid up to contest the lead, with Ryland's looking lucky, and between them is Mine Completely, and Valerie Street will now track outside in the clear, take it off that rail. Another 3 or 4 lengths back, and it's Hey Alexa trailing the field is Feel the Bolt, heading on for the far turn run with 5 furlongs left to go, second wire finish. Ryland's looking lucky at a lively pace of this group, with Bell's Baby prompting on the inside, Mine Completely there in the mix, and Valerie Street on the outside keeps on going. Here's Valerie Street now, and Ryland's looking lucky. Hey Alexa now passing the tired Mine Completely, who had brief speed but drops back almost to last position. Indeed is last now, and passed by Feel the Bolt to the back of the pack. Midpoint on the turn, Valerie Street the leader. Ryland's looking lucky. Hey Alexa's third. And next is Bell's Baby tired fourth. Feel the Bolt is next, and Mine Completely. Top of the stretch, Valerie Street. Valerie Street showing the way from Ryland's looking lucky. Hey Alexa with a steady charge toward the center of the track. Quarter of a mile left to run. Valerie Street in front trying to kick away under a drive, shifting over to the rail. Has a 2.5, 3 length lead. Hey Alexa moves to second. 1 furlong left to run. Ryland's looking lucky third. Valerie Street up top, a 16th of a mile left to run. From Hey Alexa, it's Valerie Street and Raul Mena to win. From Hey Alexa, and then Ryland's looking lucky. Feel the Bolt fourth.
It wasn't pretty, but she got it done. Valerie Street, the favorite with the win, and she found her friends today.
Yes, she did.
Yeah.
They found their enemy, and she found her friend.
Yeah, I think so. You won't be seeing her on the Preakness undercard at Laurel.
I don't think so.
No.
But you know
That's why
what?
you're
Horse
here,
racing
Paul.
takes all kinds.
Captain Obvious.
Horse racing takes all kinds.
Listen, it is what it is. She got it done. I mean, the rider was intent to get out of the inside position, dragging her back. I was wondering why he was doing it, but it ended up working out.
At 4-5, she gets the win. Valerie Street with the victory. Raul Mena in the saddle at Laurel Park. We'll have some more fun racing from Laurel coming up, also more from New York, and we'll recap what took place yesterday in the Kentucky Derby. History made in Kentucky Derby 152. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net today. In the opener, Belmont at the Big A went to eliminate. Maybe the race didn't play out as it appeared to be on paper, but he was the one that came running late and delivered on his favoritism.
Well, he found the right situation with everybody getting involved in the pace. And the other thing, Paul, keeping the 4 off the lead considerably diminished his chances.
Oh, 100%. And it did look like coming to the top of the stretch that Dylan did have some horse, but at the end of the day, the 6 was just able to take advantage of the pace scenario that was in front of him, and Castle Chaos diving to the inside as well. I think while Castle Chaos ran very well, again, it goes back to the whole momentum, thing that we talked about, but he had clear sailing on the outside and was able to just get up.
Man, he was smart. I don't know why Kokakaya wouldn't stay on the inside with the 1, but man, he was looking to take full advantage of it. Did everything he could to win, just didn't get it done.
6-3-4 in the opener. It's official. Eliminate $4.42 winner with Kendrick Carmouche in the saddle for the opener. We'll take a look at the field for race 2. 6.5 furlongs on the main track, a $40,000 claiming race, and a relatively wide open board. Right now it is Golden Symphony, who is currently the favorite. First off the claim for Linda Rice. Reclaim, I should say, actually for her, though stepping up class.
Yeah, the 6 is slight favorite in doubles, so we'll see how things play out. I picked Golden Symphony, claim for 20. Linda aggressively moves up to 40 in here, but she did not run well last time out. I'm just hoping she's the inside speed with Flavium, but I would not call it one of my stronger opinions.
Yeah, just hoping also that not only with the speed, but maybe Linda finds some of those back races for this horse as well, getting this horse back on the reclaim. I like Timaeus today, too. I just think I've seen this barn before with Manny Franco getting aboard, and when they make that rider switch, sometimes those horses are live. So 1-2 of the last 3.
Talk a little bit more about the second race in a moment, but first, yesterday was the Kentucky Derby, the 152nd running, and of course a historic moment. We'll take a look, though, beginning at the start. Now, Andy, take us through a little bit what happened. Golden Tempo, your eventual winner. What took place with Renegade, that bumping Paul was alluding to?
Well, understandably, Irad wanted to sort of get more room for himself, but the rider said no, so he got a little bumped. I'm going to disagree, and I think with a closer, it doesn't matter as much. And look where he is right here, and look at how quickly he's going to drop way back and separate from the field. He actually fouls the horse who won the Wood Memorial, who's inside of him.
Yeah, he kind of had his moment there where he did take that horse out.
Fouled Albus.
Yeah, without a doubt in this spot. And you can see, he's making his move there, and then as they head into the stretch, at the end of the day, it ultimately turned out the last move was the right move, with Jose following his brother Arada, Golden Tempo, and Renegade, and he was able to be way out in the clear and away from other horses, and I think that kind of helped in that situation.
He wasn't, though. He was behind Renegade and another horse around the 8th pole, and Jose had to get him around and take him outside of them. So it's not as though he had a completely smooth run down the stretch. It probably stopped his momentum just a smidgen, but he was able to get going and run down Renegade. Listen, they both got the right ride, right trips, but that's the way it's going to be in the Derby. But to me, this is so reminiscent of 2013 in Orb. And not just because the Phipps were related to that winner as well, just the way that race played out. And what did we see? The only horse who was forward that came out of the Derby run the Preakness was Oxbow, who won. The horse who was the speed in the Derby was Palace Malice, and he won the Belmont Stakes. So for my money, you want horses that were forward in this race. Horses like So Happy, horses like Emerging Market. Dan Bourbon would be the key one, but I don't think he's going to come back. I don't think we're going to see him again.
Unfortunately, I know. He
Probably
was impressive. He was the horse, the number 7, Danon Bourbon from Japan, who was on the lead there at that point, holding on. Really impressive performance there. But for trainer Cherie DeVoe, becoming the first female trainer to win the Kentucky Derby, and I liked what she said, that being a female trainer just never crossed my mind at any stage. She's a good horsewoman, a good trainer, but I know an incredibly special moment for this victory.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons I like Cherie, and I agree with Cherie. I mean, yes, it's great to see women getting the credit they deserve. They're a huge part of this game at every level, just often not on the front lines as trainers, assistant trainers, so that's nice to see. But it's not a woman winning the Derby. It's a very good trainer getting her chance to show how good she is.
Right, and I just love the fact, not only her work ethic, but what she also brings to the table as far as her barn and the way she handles it as well. So I agree. you know, it's great for the sport. It's great to see history made, but at the end of the day, it's a good horsewoman who knows what she's doing with her barn and the amount of horses she has.
And it makes me sad that our friend Chuck Simon wasn't around to see it. Cherie had worked for Chad so many years. I'm sorry, she worked for Chad, but she worked for Chuck Simon so well. And of course, Chuck passed away less than a couple of years ago, and that would have been a wonderful moment for him.
He's definitely looking down and very happy. Of course, a big mentor for Cherie. She posted a really, I thought, poignant photo where she left a rose at his barn, and so that's where it all started.
That was sweet. It was really nice to see.
No, Chuck and Cherie were very close.
A big congratulations to Cherie DeVoe and her team winning the Kentucky Derby with Golden Tempo. We'll continue on with live racing from New York after this on America's Day at the Races.
The classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 9th with a 12:50 first post. Watch and wager on world-class racing from the iconic Jersey Shore each weekend all summer long. Check out the country's best handicapping contest schedule at monmouthpark.com with a wide variety of tournaments taking place monthly. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Race 2 coming up next here in New York. Golden Symphony, currently the favorite, and good to see Flavien Prat back in town. Of course, he was riding the Kentucky Derby yesterday, and we have quite a few of these riders that were riding in Kentucky yesterday, back at it today. Always appreciate the hustle.
Yeah, it's always so funny. Like after the Derby, day after the Breeders' Cup, everybody sort of comes back here, and Irad's riding here.
Yep.
I don't think, has he been here since?
Hasn't been here for a
Maybe
while.
the fall or Saratoga.
Yeah.
I don't even know if he rode here at all in the fall.
There is the number 6, Trust Issues. I think kind of well named. This guy, you do have a few trust issues with this one. One last time out at Parks for Jamie Ness. Can he bring that form here to New York or back to New York?
I found a stat which I thought was appropriate because, you know, you'll see Jamie obviously wins a high percentage out of town. He has some success here, not like he does out of town. But I looked a stat up. Off of a win, at race at Naira, off a win, but shipping in. He's actually 10 for 49, 20% with a 229 ROI. And in sprints, he's 5 for 16 with a 443 ROI. So the reality is these horses that have won out of town have come back here, and they've run races next time out. And I think that's a feather in his cap and makes him very dangerous.
Yeah, I think he's going to have enough speed on the outside, too, where he's going to be in front or close in here.
Think he'll be in front?
Yeah.
I don't think Flavien's giving up the lead from the inside. And I don't think Manny's going to ride Timaeus timidly. But I don't think he'll be compromised.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be far out of it.
5-2 to the outside, as you see the prices there from Laurel as well. Valerie Street, the heavy favorite, got the job done over there. Trust Issues, the 5-2 second choice right now on the board. Golden Symphony continues to be the favorite, though, does have a tactical advantage. But, you know, it's interesting as he will kick off the post parade. I find it a good sign when Linda is aggressive off the claim with horses, but he does have to make amends for that last effort.
I agree. I wonder, though, if this is not the toughest 40 in a way, and she came to the race she went in. Listen, if Golden Symphony can find his good races, he's going to wire the field. It's hard to trust.
There's Shoot the Nickel for Ilkay Kintamasi.
Well, he did win against the bias. He's the only horse that was effective closing on 226, so we'll see.
The other one from the Kintamasi barn, there's Timaeus.
He's won 2 of his last 3 and came off that short layoff last time to get the job done as well.
Number 5, Uncle Jim, second last time out.
Yeah, he actually ran okay last time out, but I feel like this is a tougher field.
Horse that does tend to break slowly as well. And there's Trust Issues coming in from that Parks win.
As we said, handy type. He's drawn well here to the outside, dropping back down to the 40 level. So all systems go from the outside.
Let's go back to the number 1, Golden Symphony. Again, reclaim for Linda Rice. Going with the aggression as he's getting a big warm-up there. Andy, your top pick?
I'm going with the 1. I didn't expect this horse to be even money, and I think it'll sort of get closer between the 6. I think at these odds, I would go to the number 6 in this race, Trust Issues, but I'll stay with the 1 that I picked.
Do you think that Flavien Prat returning in his presence is causing a little bit of that money coming in?
I'm sure it does. I'm sure you're right.
Paul, your thoughts?
Yeah, I would think as well with Flavien jumping aboard now and first off the claim for Linda, this horse was going to take a lot of money, so should be forward from in here. That's the horse I like on the screen right here, the number 4 Timaeus. Just won 2 of his last 3 races and came off that race last time out where he really didn't have any business kind of winning that race based on his previous races, and yet still found a way where the speed held up to get that split and get the job done in that race. I mean, of course, last time was the time at 22-1. If you liked him, you're getting 4-1 today, but he's got decent enough figures and can sit off of any speed that's in this race. So, and again, we've seen this before with the Kintamasi barn. When Manny Franco gets aboard some of these horses tend to perform well, and he's going to get aboard today.
Spirited solo warm-up from Timaeus as well. Manny Franco trying to restrain him. There's another one from the Kintamasi barn and Shoot the Nickel. How much credit, Andy, do you put into the fact that he was able to beat the bias 2 starts back? He was kind of disappointing last time, though. Yeah,
well, you wonder if he moved up on the wet track, to be honest with you, because, no, it was an amazing achievement. I mean, you watched the races that day, and every single race, it was just the speed just never came back, and this was the only horse, and he did it after hanging like a chandelier when he lost his last Beyer race, and he ran an 86 Beyer. I mean, he really ran an amazing race. It's just his dry track races are just dichotomous to that effort, but listen, that was quite an achievement. He's a big price if you like him. I'm not talking off anybody off horses in this race because I don't think the 1 and 6, either one of them have to win here. The one is, as you see, the odds are coming together as we expected between the 2 of them.
There's a look at the number 5, Uncle Jim. Paul, he did run well last time out. Just seems like a horse that lately, at least, has just lost his speed.
And that was part of him being unlucky as well last time out off a bad start again, because that was a huge effort. You know, last time in defeat, he kind of ran the best race, too, if you think about it, in that race. But it just seems like the last 2 starts, he's been getting away from the gate slow, and I just don't know if that's going to become an issue with this horse. And it takes him out of the race and out of his game, and he's going to need some heavy hitting up front like he got last time to make the run. Because last time out, he did run the best race, just didn't get out of the gate.
7-5 now on the number 1, Golden Symphony. We'll do the same conversation on this race because I think it's worth it too. How did you see the pace playing out? Maybe it'll be the exact opposite of what we think given the first race, but in theory.
Well, I mean, it's hard to imagine that Flavien Prat is not going to be aggressive with Golden Symphony, so I do think that he'll be in front. But I don't disagree that either Timaeus or Trust Issue can be in attendance. And we'll see if sort of forcing the issue down the inside takes a toll on Golden Symphony. The problem with Golden Symphony is beyond that. It's that if you can trust him, because I mean, he was odds on last time and just absolutely stunk up he stunk the place up, and he was dropping for Tom. So Tom knew what he was doing dropping this horse. You know, I mean, I put up stats for trainers on how they do first time for a tag or on significant drops, and I've had a trainer or 2 in the past get mad because their stats are bad. Well, first of all, you make your stats. I don't. I just repeat them. It's my job. But second of all, if you're a trainer, you want to have bad stats
Right.
when you're making significant drops. If you have great stats when you're making significant drops, it means you're dropping horses you shouldn't be dropping.
Right.
So the reality is, if you're a trainer, you want that stat to be bad. You want to be 0 for 50 when you're dropping horses significantly because it says, I'm dropping them for a reason.
Yeah, make sure you're the smart one,
Right.
you know, in the room, 100%. So I just have some trust issues with the 1 and the 6, and I just think Timaeus may just end up falling into the same scenario that happened last race, where now he'll just be off of the 1 and the 6, depending on how the pace lays out in here.
6-5 on the number 1 Golden Symphony. Flavien Prat in the saddle. Good to see him back in New York after riding Kentucky Derby card yesterday afternoon. And he's aboard the current favorite. I'm imagining this horse will be forward from that inside post as they start to load in for race 2, again sprinting on the main track. We still have 4 stakes to come a little bit later on the card. Looking forward to that Westchester, Bishop's Bay. Some really good races on tap today, of course, with Oaklawn closing yesterday. We had Kentucky Derby Day yesterday, maybe a little bit quieter today, but you've got a jam-packed action-filled card here.
I agree. Next Saturday, a big card as well with a number of stakes, and the race is really going to start. Racing is heating up, of course, as we get closer to Saratoga. I mean, listen, we'll be going up to Saratoga in about 4 weeks now to head for Belmont Stakes Week, and then back here for the last 3 weeks in the history of racing at Aqueduct. Every day here should be cherished. We've only, after today, got a total of 24 days of racing left in the history of Aqueduct Racetrack.
This is your backyard, Paul.
Yeah, first racetrack ever came to, and I will be here for the last time to be here. Spent a lot of days here. A lot of days I should have been in school, too.
Great racetrack that true racing fans love the Big A.
Yeah, absolutely.
It never tries to be anything that it's not. Belmont at the Big A, race 2 coming up next. Into the gate they go. Chris Griffin has the call.
All set. And they're off. Good beginning for Shoot the Nickel. In between horses, out wider Trust Issues, and about to join them, Golden Symphony. A brigade on for the front, and now Golden Symphony will wrestle the lead away. Timaeus has now moved up, is in between horses, and those red blinkers is towards the inside of Trust Issues. Backing off with Shoot the Nickel. Wanted out of that early pace is back in 4th, and Uncle Jim in a compact field is the trailer. Golden Symphony with a neck advantage, 22.75. The opening quarter mile, Timaeus is looming up on the outside, is now a close-up second. Trust Issue still 3 wide. At the rail, Shoot the Nickel will need room, is in the red cap in behind, horses in 4th, and Uncle Jim is just at the back, going to be 4 wide as they're well into the far turn now. Golden Symphony is trying to run away from a stubborn Timaeus in between horses. Trust Issues is making a move. And here's Trust Issues and Jamie Rodriguez looking for the front as they reach a quarter mile left to go. Trust Issues is the new leader, starts to kick away. Shoot the Nickel, the imposing figure down the center of the racetrack, starts to gain on the leader. Trust Issues in front. Shoot the Nickel catching with every stride. A furlong left to go. Trust Issues tough to get by. Shoot the Nickel throwing everything at Trust Issues inside the final 16th. It's still Trust Issues holding off Shoot the Nickel. Trust Issues will win it. Shoot the Nickel second, Uncle Jim, and Golden Symphony.
Trust Issues ended up going off at 2-1, and I thought, Andy, you brought up that stat, very telling, and he turned out to be trustworthy today.
Got the right trip, but he was just best here. Shoot the Nickel made a little run at him, but he was able to hold him at bay. And as far as Golden Symphony, Tom did the right thing dropping that horse last time.
Yeah, 100%. He stopped pretty easily again in the stretch, but nice ride from Jamie Rodriguez. Was able to stay on the outside and just have clear position and take that lead. And while Shoot the Nickel made that little bit of run, there was never a doubt really in the
Got
stretch
a little
that he was
hang
going
in
to go
him,
by.
Shoot the Nickel.
I would say so, just a little bit, just a tiny little bit.
Looks like it's 6-3-5-1 in race 2. 2-1 for Trust Issues. Coming in from Parks makes it 2 victories in a row. Jamie Rodriguez in the saddle today. Bring you prices and more when we come back, and we'll continue with live racing from Laurel Park, about 5 minutes away from their 4th race there in Maryland. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races. We turn our attention to Laurel Park. Horses heading out for race 4, non-winners of 3 in life. Claiming race for $12,500 here. We're going 6 furlongs. We'll begin with a long shot on the rail, the number 1, Andras, second off the bench.
Has one good race. That was at Timonium. The last race, off a little bit of a layoff, was atrocious.
20-1 right now. There's the even money favorite in Cersei.
Shipped in. Nice effort last time, but the winner got an even better trip up the rail.
Number 3, Ellinger off a 7-day turnaround.
Cersei is the horse to beat, but I think Ellinger is the other horse in here getting back to the dirt.
Number 4, English Daddy, second off of a little bit of a layoff.
Yeah, it's had some trouble in the last 2 starts, especially at the break. It's going to get over those gate issues today.
There's the 5, Red Spitfire, winner last time out.
Sort of a dichotomous figure last time. The horse is being bet off, but that was on a muddy, sealed track, and kind of wondering if that's a reliable number. This is the one I would bet against that's taking money.
And number 6, World on Fire, to the outside. Has been beaten by a few of these.
Yeah, it's kind of gone the wrong way since that win 4 starts back, and as you said, has now been beaten by a few of these in here, so kind of tough to take in this spot.
Well, that's the field for race number 4. Even money right now on the 2. Did you see any other options besides that one, or a little bit like the last race?
What I really want to be doing is I see they have Mike Beer down there doing the analysis on their simulcast. I just want to bet on Mike's horses. He's my favorite handicapper out there, or up there with anybody I know. So I would just want to follow him. But I wouldn't mind taking 7-2 on Ellinger to beat Cersei, but Cersei's the horse to beat.
Yeah, ultimately I'm going to land on Cersei, although I will say with Ellinger getting back to the dirt today, and I think we'll probably benefit from that and also benefit from being in front too in this spot. But Cersei just shipped in last time, had a good enough trip, was up there early, kind of got eased back, made a run, but the rail opened up for the winner of that race, City Panda, who got an even better trip in there, and Cersei ended up missing by a neck. So I'll run Cersei back. I know it's a short price, but
did finish well ahead of Ellinger, which is
Yeah.
why he's a short price versus Ellinger. But I don't mind Ellinger getting back to the dirt in this race. And, you know, I think the best move by Vargas would be to try to scoot off from the field and get the lead, but did that against Cersei a couple races back, and it didn't help. So we'll see.
yeah, ultimately I wonder too how much speed we'll see from English Daddy, if English Daddy can actually get out of the gate for a change, because 3 starts back when the horse was able to actually get out of the gate, the horse showed some speed in there. And like you, I'm not a Red Spitfire fan in here. That's the horse I probably least want at the shortest price.
Red Spitfire currently 5-2, 4-5 right now on the number 2, Cersei. Everyone looking for the 3rd win of their career as they start to head into the starting gate. We'll send it up to track announcer Dave Rodman for the rest of the load and call from Laurel Park.
Red Spitfire and World on Fire. Yeah, they're off. Cersei sent out of there. Cersei, English Daddy stoking up early speed to the knocking heads early. And the inside is Andras just moving into 3rd position. And then Red Spitfire is next. Ellinger, no speed, is second to last there on the chase. 7 lengths off the pacemaker. And trailing the field is World on Fire. English Daddy. English Daddy burst away a length and a half. Cersei going to take to the outside to try to re-attack from second as they round the far turn. And there goes Cersei too deep, bidding once again at English Daddy. English Daddy's a neck in front from Cersei. Red Spitfire looming up there 3 deep of the track in 3rd, and Ellinger is worked up to 4th, and World on Fire trailing the field is Andras. They race to the top of the stretch. Cersei, Red Spitfire on the outside. English Daddy's under pressure to stay pace, drifting a bit off the inside. Ellinger wide open inside, cutting that corner home into the stretch now. Red Spitfire at Cersei, who's in for the battle. It's Cersei down to the inside, coming back for more. Cersei, Red Spitfire. Cersei from Red Spitfire with a 16th of a mile left to go. Ellinger is just 3rd. Here's Cersei and Jean Brasino. Cersei turning back. Red Spitfire to win 2.5 or 3. World on Fire was 3rd, and Ellinger.
Searcy got the win, and it was actually a nice effort from Red Spitfire, who was taking that attention, but the favorite prevailed.
Yeah, you know, you were right about English Daddy. Got out of the gate and showed speed today. This horse just proved best. Ellinger lost all chance to start, but wasn't winning, and we were wrong about Red Spitfire. He actually showed his last race was a little more legit than you and I thought maybe it was.
Yeah, he ran well in defeat in this spot. I got to say, Searcy just was probably much the best, too. And English Daddy made it a little tough on him early to take back and then get back around him and fought that horse and then had to fight off Red Spitfire in the lane. So last race for Searcy was a key to this one as well. Ran well there, ran better here, got the job done.
256 and a photo for fourth over at Laurel Park. Back to New York, trust issues into the winner's circle after race 2. Jamie Rodriguez in the saddle, and this horse makes it 2 victories in a row.
Perfect post, perfect stalking trip, able to hold off the number 3, shoot the nickel, came running to him, got the job done.
Yeah, and I think that that's one of Jamie Rodriguez's strong suits as well. He's another rider that if you give him a horse that's going to have some speed and be able to put him into a position, he makes a smart choice with that horse more times than not, and he sat just off and made that move and was able to sustain it and get the job done over a horse that has a lot of hang in him.
In fairness to him, what was his other decision?
Well, but no, you're right. You're right.
I mean, I like Jamie as a rider, but he found himself on the best horse with the best post.
Put a good post in here, absolutely.
635, it's official 604 for Trust Issues, who gets the job done at 2-1. Here's a look at the field for race 3. Another claiming race, 16,000. This one going a mile for 4-year-olds and upward, and it is Secured Landing, who's currently the favorite, a horse that's been in excellent form for a multitude of trainers, and now off the claim for Rob Atras.
Comes off an easy win last time out. Rob's barn is going well. He is the horse to beat in this race. I'm going to take a small shot to beat him with Farm Team, but I don't disagree. He's the horse to beat, though even money seems a little short.
Yeah, even's a little short on him. I kind of a little interested in Register. We'll see how this horse runs because he found a faster race and kind of sealed the deal last time. We'll see if he can run it
Stalking.
back.
He was able to win stalking, and he's
which is
more of a speed type. I agree.
Yeah.
Talk a bit more about this third race in a moment, and we'll also recap not just what happened in the Kentucky Derby, but Kentucky Oaks as well, underneath the bright lights late in the evening. The run for the Lilies, what took place, always a runner remains undefeated, taking down this year's Kentucky Oaks.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Untimed workouts, limited crop use, and the only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt racetrack. No other 2-year-old sale showcases each horse's natural athleticism like Mid-Atlantic May. Recent grads include graded stakes winners Explora, A Fine Chardonnay, Charlene's Dream, Ground Support, and Mendelssohn Bay. New year, new format, same quality. Phasing Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training. May 18th and 19th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
He looked like a horse that breeders would love. He's just that perfect silhouette of a horse.
Citizen Bull, his speed is his weapon.
Citizen Bull in gate-to-wire fashion.
When the real running starts,
and he kicks away.
You need that brilliance. You need that speed to carry you on.
Citizen Bull to win.
To me, the best sires are the milers. I want a sire that's a miler.
Citizen Bull leads them all the way.
He's a colt with every single ingredient you want in a stallion prospect.
America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Resorts World Casinos in New York City, Catskills, and the Hudson Valley. It's a world like no other at Resorts World Casinos. Go to visitrw.com for more information. Glad to have you with us here as we continue on with our live racing here in New York. But first, a little recap of the Kentucky Oaks and what took place on Friday for the 3-year-old fillies. They were experiencing a lot. They had the lights on. It was late in the evening for the Kentucky Oaks, and it was the least experienced in the field and always a runner who, pretty cool for us in New York to see, a Gazelle winner. Yeah. And she was just best that day.
Yeah, she was. She ran very well in there. Listen, I think a number of horses ran well. I think both the second and third place finishers all ran well, but always a runner, a horse. I mean, Chad, I had spoken to Chad a few days before her debut, and he said, this is my Kentucky Oaks filly. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get there. I'm starting so late. And then she ran this crazy slow race, and I said to him, we still think she's an Oaks horse? And he said, yeah, I'm a little taken back by how slow that was. And actually, I think she had a little bit of an issue. Maybe she got a little sick after it, but he wasn't even really going to necessarily run in the Gazelle, but he said that her 2 workouts before it just were so good he had to run her. And listen, she's terrific, and read today that no surprise that she's being pointed to the big race in Saratoga. You've got the Acorn and Belmont Stakes weekend, CCA Oaks, as well as the Alabama. I'm not sure when it comes down to it, the biggest challenger might come from the barn on that filly Directive, the gun runner who broke her maiden for Juddmonte on Friday.
Yeah, it could very well be. And what's crazy about it is when you think about always a runner, I couldn't believe what she did in the Gazelle. Because she put her head down and she ran past Pashmina in that spot. And I was like, wow, this is a really big jump. Like, there's something here. And she parlayed that into another good effort. And I got to tell you, man, she's good. I'm just so happy that she was able to get herself healthy because she had that sickness before she even got started. And then to be able to parlay it into what she did now, it's something special. It's really great to see.
I think it's a fun bunch, and I hope they keep going. You know, the horse that's really confounding to me is Zany. Because her Demoiselle was such an incredibly good performance, stretching out for a maiden debut, and she was kind of flat again. It's not that she's ever run badly this year. She clearly is not she's taken a step backwards, to be honest with you. And watching the race, I thought she had a little trouble. I know Travis mentioned the call. I didn't think she had a real excuse. She was inside of the winner of the race, and I thought Irad did everything right on her. She just wasn't good enough, and it's been disappointing because in there is a horse that's capable of being as good as anyone in this division. But at this point, I just wonder if Zany really has it.
Yeah, it's funny how she's never progressed beyond what we saw from those races. She stepped back, stepping back. And we had talked about it in the race that she ran at Tampa. It wasn't the way that she was supposed to win, but she got it done. And we just didn't know at the time if it was a ride or if it was her. But she got
just
a good
the first start of the year, and they're going to the Ashland.
But it just seemed like it just didn't parlay into an effort. She had a good enough trip.
Very disappointing.
Yeah, disappointing effort from her. She kind of strikes me as the type of filly who she was big and imposing and kind of beating up on her less mature rivals early on, and the rest of them have now surpassed her. But how about Jose Ortiz, just the 9th jockey to win the Oaks Derby double. He won for Chad Brown with Always a Runner in the Kentucky Oaks, and then for Cherie DeVaux with Golden Tempo in the Kentucky Derby. Quite a weekend.
I just remember when Irad was doing so well here after he lost his bug, and Jose started riding more at Parks, and Richie Migliori said to me, he's got a brother that's riding at Parks that might be better than he is. Now, I'm not saying he's necessarily better than Irad, but Richie saw it right away with Jose, and he has certainly turned into one of the best riders in the world.
Of course, most recent to do it, Brian Hernandez, who won with Torpedo Anna and Mystic Dan in 2024. Jose Ortiz with the Oaks Derby double, joining a pretty spectacular list. And talk about checking off some big achievements off your list.
It's funny with Dispute because she came around at a time, obviously, when Shug had an incredible amount of good runners. Now, she was a 3-year-old when Inside Information and Heavenly Prize were 2-year-olds, Educated Risk as well, but he had so many good fillies back then. And Dispute, I think, has kind of been lost to the shuffle a little bit because of how well those fillies did afterwards.
Of course, we're looking ahead to the Belmont Stakes for the final time to be run at Saratoga. Check out belmontstakes.com/tickets. Tickets on sale for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Of course, after that, we go back to our rightful home at the brand new Belmont Park, which we can't wait for.
Yes, we love going to Saratoga, but the Belmont Stakes belongs to Belmont Park around the mile-and-a-half oval. We'll be back there next year.
Here's some key dates coming up. Belmont at Saratoga, June 6th, of course. Closing day at Aqueduct that we talked about. We'll all be there. And then Saratoga starting that opening day, July 3rd. We'll have that July 4th weekend before the actual official meet kicks on from there.
Well, we're going to have a 3-day week and then 3 4-day weeks, mostly really because Jonathan said he needed a little more time. Jonathan's extremely excited about the 4-day weeks. He is really keyed up for them.
Done, and he needed some breaks there.
Does he go to hot yoga with you at 6:30 in the morning?
I haven't seen him in hot yoga.
I think you're going to have to work on that.
Yeah.
I'll go if he goes.
Ooh.
Okay. No, I won't.
That's,
no, I'm not getting up at 6:30 in the morning. I'm not going to hot yoga. I'm not getting up at 6:30 in the morning. They're both out. But I admire you for your for doing that.
I try. Race 3 coming at Belmont at the Big A. There's a look at a horse. Andy, I know you had some interest in Farm Team. Manny Franco climbing aboard for Ilkay Kintromasi.
Well, you tried it last race. It didn't work out very well. This is a horse that has run okay at times. I had a lot of trouble with this race. I have no problem with Secured Landing being the horse to beat in here. I just kind of want to go in a different direction, so I took a shot with this horse. Not a huge opinion.
Even money, though, still on the number 2, Secured Landing, who does have early speed. As let's check in the paddock with Samantha Perry.
I kind of share the same sentiments of Andy, as I don't have the strongest opinion in this group, and they don't really set themselves apart too much just looking at them physically here. But the number 6 Farm Team, I do believe, is a horse that maybe is cycling into a good race. Now, outside of Kentucky, he is yet to win a race, but maybe today is his day. I think the drop-in class is just very necessary. The company he's been keeping in his last couple starts has just been way over his head, and what's very key here is the jockey switch to jockey Manny Franco. This is just a staple rider for this barn, and I think it's always a good sign when he climbs aboard.
Key rider switch here, Samantha. Thank you. As the number 4 Register taking some attention, Paul. No, I know you had a little bit of intrigue in this horse. 80 Beyer speed figure last time, and it's not like he's never run anything like that before, but it was a big step forward versus what he had been doing.
Yeah, he found that faster race last time, the Forum, and what I liked more about it was he was able to actually sit just off the pace and get that job done, where normally he likes to be forward and on the lead. So, but I think he was a horse, too, that if you go back and you look at his form, he was kind of a little dirtied up going into that race. 2 starts back, he chased the track was more speed favoring that day, and then he fell back in the start before that. So he had back efforts that would be good enough to get the job done. I just didn't expect him to do it like that last time out and rate just off the pace and get it done. But he did, and he found one of his faster races. I'm hoping he could run it back today. He's in for the 16. It's not like he's taking any kind of...
he's coming out of a conditional claiming race last time out, so that's
so
why
more open,
he's not really dropping, to be honest. I think they're making the right move. I bet him last time he was wide against a gold rail 3 back. As you say, he was chasing in a big speed track, not the kind of trip, and he finally got his more comfortable trip. He may get that trip again, and I think 9-2 is a generous price. I don't disagree.
They start to make their way out. We'll get the call for riders up. Of course, we are in the midst of Triple Crown season. All of us looking forward to when Saratoga does start. You mentioned some of the schedule as far as July. What is your favorite weekend at Saratoga?
Whitney. Yeah, it's a great weekend of racing. The Whitney is historically one of the best races of the year. The sales come up a couple of days after it. So I particularly like the Whitney, but honestly, I love Saratoga every day.
Travers weekend. I love to see how the 3-year-olds are progressing as we get closer to the fall and see how some of those horses that came out of the Triple Crown Trail are doing as well. So Travers for me.
I will say, and it's always kind of bittersweet because it's closing weekend as well, but I find the last weekend it tends to not be as crowded, and you have all those 2-year-old races, the Hopeful and the Spin Away. I always think that those are so much fun, and you get a chance to see some really, really good horses lining up.
Great weekend of racing, and everybody suddenly wants to run as the meet's coming to a close, so I agree. Listen, anytime you're in Saratoga, rain or shine, it's nice to be there.
Couldn't agree more. Post parade underway for race 3. Sagamore Mischief went by. There's your favorite, Secured Landing.
Took a lot of money first off the claim. He won last time. Could run it back again here with some inside speed.
Here's Knox off Avoided Claim.
Yeah, he's moving up in class and feels like he's in a bit tough.
Big price on the board right now. There's Register trying to make it 2 wins in a row.
Spoke about him earlier on. We'll see if he can do it from just off the pace once again like he did last time.
9-2 right now. Dylan Davis stays aboard. There's Centavo, the 8-year-old.
Probably prefers a little bit more distance in this and a softer field as well.
6-1 right now. 6-1 as well on Farm Team.
Gets a softer field today and has back form that can win this race and getting a nice price at 6-1 right now.
And Golden Plate off the claim.
Horse claimed away from Linda Rice off an easy win at a very short price. This is tougher, but I mean, listen, I'm not sure he's impossible in here, but he's a little bit of a price.
You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up today and get a free $25 bet and up to $200 deposit match bonus with promo code PREAK25. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com and get ready for that Preakness. Horses warming up on the track. There is the number 4 Register as he tries to make it 2 in a row. What's he showing you out there, Samantha?
Well, he's showing a horse that looks like he's ready to do it again, Acacia, which is a great sign here. And I like what the connections are doing here as well. You win for 20. Let's not get greedy. Let's just put him in for the 16 here. Let's get another win before we move on to Saratoga. And it's always good to make a move like this, especially whenever a lower level claimer or mid-level claimer gets a victory. I feel like that just kind of gets their confidence up a little bit. Whenever they've had a tough go of it as of late, which he did, 2 others, the second start back was just atrocious, and the one before that to kick off his 2026 career was not that great either, but he finally got back on the beam, and arguably one of his best figures. I think that he's one that, although he is 6, you wonder what he has left, but he is in for 16. He's spotted in the right area here with Dylan Davis aboard, who was aboard him last time out, and I just love the kind of aggressiveness from trainer David Donk here to just put him in a spot like this, guys.
Samantha, thank you. 4-1 on Register. We'll see if he can make it back-to-back wins. Andy, just as far as the conditions of the race that he was running in, how is today different from what type of race he was in last time out before?
This is not a conditional claiming race. There's weight conditions. He's coming out of one of those multiple condition races last time out. When you see B after the price, it means there are multiple conditions. So while he's running for a lower claiming tag, he's actually moving up in company. He's running as sources that are like Secure Landing is better than the ones he was running. So I think he can win, and I think 4-1 is a generous price on him. I agree, Paul, and I think the fact he showed he could rate last time, he's probably going to be stalking outside one or both of the 1 and 2.
Yeah, and I think that that's probably his best way of going, especially since last time he kind of fell into that trip as well and parlayed it into a win. What I liked about it was he came off of races that were dirtied up for various reasons, and he was able to get back to one of his better races on a fairer track and a fairer scenario for him. That showed that he still at least had, run in him, and that it wasn't him just going backwards on form.
Yeah, I mean, when he runs his good races, they're sporadic.
Yeah,
but he's capable of running speed figures that make him absolutely one of the ones to beat. And I think at 4-1, he's a very fair price. I don't disagree with you. I think he's very playable. Secure Landing's the worst to beat. Is he really even money against this bunch?
He's speed, he's been consistent, but I agree. I feel like he's got some horses who are relatively evenly matched to him.
I mean, he's got Register outside of him, so he's got at least a horse with some ability outside of him. Maybe Register doesn't show up, but still.
Sagamore Mischief to his inside.
Yeah, I mean,
could be forward.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I agree. I don't think that Secure Landing looks like an even money shot. Okay, he ran a good figure last time. He's a little bit random as well.
Yeah.
And he's an ex-Ness. Fernando's been having a good winter. Fernando Abreu, who's claimed from. Rob's been doing very well also, but I don't think he's an even money shot here.
No, I don't think so, especially with Sagamore Mischief drawn inside of him, because honestly,
Cardo's got to go.
He's got to go, and Secured Landing's best races have been when this horse has been on the lead or dueling it out with them. So if they hook up in here, which
he's also potentially between horses on the pace, which is never great.
Which is never good. So I agree with you there, but 4-5 is a really short price to take in here first off the court.
And I think he's the horse to beat. I picked him second. I'm not against him. I just think this price is a little low, and horses like the 4 particularly, but even the 6 might be slightly better options at better prices.
4-5, short price right now on the number 2, Secured Landing. You have to take the worst of it as far as that price is concerned. Race 3 coming up. They move towards the starting gate. Again, still 4 stakes to come. Looking forward to all the stakes action a little bit later on the card as well.
And while we have you on stakes, how's Deterministic doing after his win yesterday?
Came out great. He came out super. Got a 100 buyer speed figure yesterday.
He's terrific.
Which was really exciting. Yeah, he looked awesome at Belmont this morning.
Manhattan? Probably the same as last year from Manhattan
4-star Dave. Try to defend his title in those. I know the Manhattan will be longer race this year. It was rescheduled last year, but Christoph and Miguel as well have always been convinced that he does stay, and his speed is pretty deadly.
Yeah, I mean, this whole notion that, like, okay, they were getting to him in 1 1/8, therefore he couldn't win 1 3/16. The race would be run in a slightly different manner if it was 1 3/16. So I don't believe that he only won that race because they short. I think that cheapens his accomplishment.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, because it just seems like he can run, at any distance, and he's solid enough to get the job done. So why not go and defend it? We haven't seen.
Of course, he has to go out there and do it.
He has to go out and still do it, but
there's no reason why he can't. Since August, great to see him back in the winner's circle. Great to see him come out well and with a good figure. So onward and upward.
Yeah, and I imagine Rhetorical, who was extremely impressive yesterday, got a 107 buyer winning. He'll be going to Manhattan as well. But he's in letter horse. I know it was 1 1/8 yesterday, but he had everything his own way. I would have more distance questions about him. Not that he's not talented, but I might be questioning him going longer more than Deterministic.
They seem to be kind of the big ones right now, so it'll be exciting to see them match up in Saratoga this summer. Race 3 coming up next here, Belmont at the Big A, though. Secured Landing, currently the favorite. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the rest of the load and call.
Centavo. 2 out. Farm team. Golden Plate. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good beginning. Secured Landing towards the inside is forwardly placed, and Sagamore Mischief is in the early mix too. Sagamore Mischief, Ricardo Santana Jr. wants the lead and got there, is clear, is up by 1.5 lengths. Secured Landing is content to stalk from second. Golden Plate is outside a farm team. They're third and fourth. Tightly packed now on the front end as they come out of the chute. Register is now a comfortable fifth. In behind the Speed Brigade. Then it's another length. Back to Centavo. The trailer is Knox. They work up the backstretch and plenty of pace on. It's 23.52 for the opening quarter mile. Sagamore Mischief will take back, and Secured Landing is going to take that spot. Secured Landing, Kendrick Carmouche just gliding along here up by a full length. Sagamore Mischief now asked to do more. Holds the rail position, 3 wide farm team. 4 wide, that's the gray. It's Jamie Rodriguez on Golden Plate, and Register is starting to get the hurry up here from 5th. Centavo still far back, 5 lengths off the leader, and the trailer is Knox. Secured Landing starts to put some separation on the rest of the field. Secured Landing has now a 2-3 length margin, approaching a quarter mile left to go. Kendrick Carmouche still as a statue on Secured Landing as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Sagamore Mischief all in between horses. Farm team trying to rally on Golden Plate. Centavo wide. Secured Landing trying to put the race away. Still chasing is Sagamore Mischief. A clear second now is coming after Secured Landing, who has a final furlong to get. Secured Landing is holding that margin. Secured Landing approaches the final 16th. Secured Landing, popular claim, and Secured Landing is going to win it. It's all Secured Landing to win it over Sagamore Mischief, then Farm Team, Photo, Centavo, and Register.
The favorite delivers a confident ride from Kendrick Carmouche as well.
Yeah, I guess 4-5 was the right price. He was much the best.
Made it look simple. Was able to just sit outside early, and then when they all got together, he was still the best horse, and when they turned for home, I mean, he was gone in that spot, but paid to have speed and paid to be the best horse in this race without a doubt. So second win in a row and another win off the claim.
And the one that immediately went forward was the one Sagamore Mischief, who held on for second there, further back from Register than I think we all anticipated.
Yeah, maybe he didn't break quite as sharply, but once he's behind horses, doesn't matter what's going on. That's not the way a horse like him is going to be effective.
Yeah, he's not a good cover-up.
If not be in front, be in the clear.
Yeah, agreed. He's not a good cover-up horse.
Went off at 4-5, and he made that look pretty easy. Secured Landing with the win. just seems to run no matter whose barn he's in. I always respect a horse like that.
Yeah, no,
Consistent as they come.
He dominated this field.
2-1, 6-5, 4-5 over 8-1. 6-1 and 8-1. Secured Landing gets the win in New York. Belmont at the Big A in race 3. We have horses getting ready for the 5th race at Laurel Park after this. You're watching America's Day at the Races. We're getting ready for the 5th race at Laurel Park. Horses making their way out. It's a $30,000 claiming race, going 6 furlongs on the main track. And we have some veterans of the game that we are well familiar with in this race, too. We'll begin, though, with the number 1 Prado Road for Brittany Russell.
Yeah, it looks like speed on the inside. We'll see how much pressure this one takes.
Currently 4-1 on the board. A little bit of a drop in class as well. Here is a horse, as alluded to, we know quite well, Print Track, second off the layoff.
Yep, spent time in New York for sure. Made easy work of that field last time out of Park's coming off a pretty lengthy layoff, but we'll see if it gets an easy lead in here with some other speed signed on.
There's Karen's Notion.
If, unlike me, you think the pace is going to get hot, maybe you want a horse with no speed.
Well, so horse will be coming from far off of it. Take a Hint, the number 4, currently the favorite.
Yep, comes in here. We'll see if he is cranked up first off of the layoff in this spot.
Coming in for the Gary Capuano barn, who's been going great guns at Laurel lately. There's the number 5, War Master, second off the bench.
Yeah, second off a 4.5-month layoff. He's a little slower than these.
Tenebris, another horse we've seen quite a bit in New York.
Yep, comes in now for the $30,000 tag. The form's been a little bit spotty in the last few starts, but the drop may help a little bit.
And factor it in, first start since July.
I feel old seeing that he's a 10-year-old now.
I know.
I feel like, among other trainers, maybe Eddie Barker had this horse at one time.
So.
I always liked the old pro factor in, drawing the outside.
Well, as we've touched on, we've got plenty of stakes action to look forward to in New York coming up, including the Grade 3 Westchester, where we will see Bishop's Bay 7-5 on the morning line. I think it's an interesting matchup because you have him, Andy, who we saw finishing 4th in the Saudi Cup last time out. He won the Cigar Mile prior to that, but then you also have horses like Pentathlon, who had a pretty good winter down in Florida, and Antiquarian, who's a Grade 1 winner, and Quince Brew, who's been a very good sprinter.
And Quince Brew may have the run of the race as the controlling speed outside. I think Bishop's Bay will be forced to go inside of him, but unlike when they met last year in this race where Bishop's Bay outdueled him down the inside, that was a super gold rail. I don't think we're dealing with any track like that at all. If anything, you're a little better off being a little outside, probably just a fair racetrack. So I don't think he has that benefit, and I'm hoping that Quince Brew with more recency can get it done.
And while Quince Brew does have the recency and also a chance to actually be in front in this race, I feel like Bishop's Bay's got the stats, hasn't been defeated over this track. 4 for 4 going the distance. Flavien Prat 6 for 6 on the horse. So I think this, for a field that's down to 4, I think it's a very good field and a competitive field in this spot.
Quince Brew, the Maryland bred, fitting as we're showing Laurel on the card today. They're going into the gate for the 5th race at Laurel. Take a Hint is the favorite. Any final thoughts?
No.
I'm going to hope that Printrick gets in front in here again against this group. Looks sharp off of that long layoff last time. See if it can run it back.
Race 5 coming up from Laurel Park, sprinting on the main track. Dave Rodman standing by with the rest of the load and call.
Take a Hint. War Master. Then 2 back, Tenebris and Factor It In. Take a Hint is 9-5. With 2 left to load. 5-2 on Print Rack. Last one, stepping in. Going 6 furlongs. Lined up. And they're off. War Master, slow to go. Print Track and Take a Hint out 1-2 from Prado Road. Here's Tenebris stoking up speed on the outside. Prado Road back in 4th. They're chasing Print Track down the backstretch. Factor It In is over to the 2 path as the back of the pack. We have Karen's Notion and trailing is War Master. Print Track in control of the pace. The chasing Take a Hint's a length and a half behind. Print Track as Take a Hint tries to put some pressure on, coming a bit closer into the far turn. On there goes Take a Hint at Print Track. Now they're nose to nose for the lead. Tenebris is 3rd, just off the inside. And Prado Road and Factor It In are side by side. And Take a Hint has taken over from Print Track by 2.5. Tenebris 3rd at the quarter pole. And Factor It In 4th, and Prado Road on the inside. War Master to the back of the pack. Karen's Notion widest of them all. Into the stretch as Take a Hint pours it on. Opening up a 5-length advantage on Tenebris. And on far outside is Karen's Notion, who's chugging along, trying to run into the exacta. Is 3rd at this point with a 16th of a mile left to run. Take a Hint. Sharpest can be under the edge at Hazelwood. From Tenebris is closing the gap late. Up 3rd was War Master. Then Prado Road or Karen's Notion out wide.
Take a Hint was the favorite, and he delivered, making the first start of his 6-year-old season and gets right back to the winner's circle.
Not great numbers off these kind of layoffs for Gary Capuano. It didn't matter. This horse took over from Print Rack, and I think we both had a little sentimental interest in Print Rack, a horse we've liked from the past, and dominated.
Yeah, it was easy. Sat second, was able to take the lead when Print Track had enough, and Tenebris actually ran well to run second in here. Dropping class, I think, helped that horse refine a little bit of form, but no doubt about the winner, getting a little tired late, but still enough to get the job done.
Back in New York, Secured Landing, the favorite, also delivered there in the 3rd race, found his way back to the winner's circle. Now in his 3rd barn and picks up another win. He's now 3 for his last 4 and in very good form.
Yeah, he just dominated this race.
I think it's cool, too, as you mentioned earlier, too, when horses hold their form. When they're going barn to barn, it's not an easy thing to do, especially with lower-level claimers as well. They fall in and out of form pretty quickly, but not this guy. Last 3 races have been pretty good, so solid effort for him in this spot, and was able to just dominate this group rather easily at the end of the day.
He was much the best in there. Seemed to win her pretty much every step of the way. Got the job done, secured landing. Kendrick Carmouche in the saddle for Rob Atras. Wonder if he was claimed again and maybe moving on to another barn. We'll soon find out. $3.90 winner over Sagamore Mischief and Farm Team in the third. Race 4 coming up next, going a mile on the main track, a claiming race. 55,000, and right now it is Kinetic who's currently the favorite. No surprise, a horse with some back class. He is a stakes winner, taking a drop in class for Brad Cox.
Yeah, I picked him, and I think you can make a little bit of an excuse for his last race. He was wide against a good rail, close to a pace that kind of fell apart. I think his last not quite as bad as it looks, and as a 5-year-old who's not as good as he maybe once was, gelded, much like we saw the winner that was dropping yesterday for Godolphin. He's the horse to beat. I'm not trying to beat him.
Yeah, I'm just going to take a little bit of a shot with Celestial Glaze, the 5 in here. I'm just hoping that horse goes to the front. We'll see if this horse can hold on in there. But make no doubt about it with Kinetic. I think Kinetic's probably way the horse to beat just based on previous back class alone.
I don't disagree with Celestial Glaze is a player in here. Don't you think the 6 Dream Builder's going to have speed in here? Wouldn't you think Dylan should be aggressive? Maybe Kendrick will be more aggressive.
We'll find out. I mean, cutting back to one turn. I mean, he did show some speed when he was here 3 starts back, but I don't know. I'm just hoping the 5 with the blinkers off relaxes a little bit more. Maybe they just send in this spot.
Okay.
Celestial Glaze first off the claim for Gustavo Rodriguez, and stretching out in distance, Kinetic the favorite, though. We'll talk a bit more about him and the rest of the field in this upcoming 4th race after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Ascendee.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
44-4 for that hot half-mile time, and now Solitude Dude is down to business.
And another terrific display from Queen Maxima, and a very special performance indeed out of El Potente.
But it's too late. Bear River, the bird had flown, and Bear River beats an unlucky Howard Wolowitz.
Flightline is in full flight.
Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance, and a world championship event.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as we get closer and closer to the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, June 3rd through 7th. Tickets are on sale. We hope you'll join us up in Saratoga. It's going to be a spectacular atmosphere, as it has been the last couple of years. The final year that the Belmont Stakes will be run up at the Spa. And of course, looking forward to seeing what happens in the rest of the Triple Crown, and not only the Belmont Stakes, but some other really, really great races. The Met Mile shaping up to be, and really exciting races always.
No, I agree. It's just an incredible week of racing with so many good races to look forward to.
Some key dates to look forward to as well. Of course, closing day at the Big A. We'll all be there for that. But then, of course, Saratoga coming up, and Paul, the new Belmont opening day on September 18th.
Looking forward to it. Should be a new chapter in history for racing, and one that I think is going to be a good thing. And I'm one of the people that kind of resist change sometimes. I think this is going to be a good change when all is said and done.
It's nice to see for once, in a sport where maybe they say some racetracks, you see some racetracks closing. At least here at NYRA, we're investing in the future of racing, investing in a new facility. It was needed, and it's going to be amazing, I think, once it's open.
Yeah, I think the new surfaces that Glenn Kozak has put in with the great drainage for the turf race will really help. Obviously, for the winter, trying synthetic. Anybody that doesn't think we need to do something different in the winter has not been paying attention to our racing in the winter, so I think that'll be a bonus for us. And also, Belmont Park is, and I love Belmont Park, been going to it for many, many years, over 50 years. It became a dinosaur. It was just kind of sad at a certain point going out there, and we were out there most days, and it was just quiet and empty. And now we're going to have a racetrack, a brand new racetrack, get new fans to come in, the kind of amenities, the modern amenities that people want for their entertainment dollar, and it's an exciting time for racing in New York for sure.
September 18th, opening day at the new Belmont Park. Of course, we look forward to the fall. And as mentioned, next year on the Belmont Stakes, we'll be back in its proper home. Here's a look at the field, though, for race 4 coming up today in New York. Again, we're going a mile. Kinetic continues to be the favorite. And I was laughing. I think it was you talking about it yesterday on Talking Horses, Andy, about these Godolphin horses taking a big drop in class. They've all been gelded when doing so.
Yeah, they got burned, I think. I know that Lotke, who won the 2014 Gulfstream Park the turf race was a Godolphin claim, and he wasn't a gelding. I think there may have been one other. And back in those days, some might remember, Godolphin had 3 outfits. Godolphin, which they rarely ran their horses under, and Darley, where most of them did. I think the Sheik was upset that Bernardini ran in the Darley silk. So since Bernardini, they've all worn the Godolphin. Yeah. They got rid of Darley, basically, in America. You never see them using it. And they closed down South Elkhorn Stables. South Elkhorn was their claiming arm, and they would drop their claimers into South Elkhorn. But they're going to geld them now. They're going to not risk any possibility of a horse getting claimed from them and ending up a stallion. Something that happened to your father-in-law with Cadianus many, many years ago, getting claimed away from him and doing well. It happens to everybody. The best trainers are going to make mistakes. They rarely do, but it's going to happen and fall through. Godolphin doesn't want him to be a stallions. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think there was a lot of chance Kinetic would be a stallion.
No, probably not, but they're just
certainly not going to be now.
No. He'll be ridden by Flavien Prat, though. Here's what happened for Flavien Saturday at Churchill. Had 3 stakes wins. He was aboard Emerging Market in the Kentucky Derby, but still had a pretty solid afternoon.
The horse that's not getting any talk that should be a stark contrast for Michael McCarthy, who came in from California, and he was a heavy favorite, but he crushed that field. He ran a buyer he ran like a 98 or 99 buyer, a huge figure. Yeah. And I imagine we'll be seeing him in races like the Belmont and Saratoga Derbies. Michael will come to New York. That horse is very good.
With the ease, too, that he was able to get the job done. That was what was most impressive about that race, the way that he just took care of business. And
dusted that undefeated horse for Cherie, who's been a little bit green for a horse that keeps winning, but he's been good.
4 to 5, though, on his Mount Kinetic. Here, let's check in, get a paddock report from Samantha.
Well, what a good-looking individual this horse is as well. And I like the fact that they've gelded him. Of course, that's kind of the MO with Godolphin. Whenever they drop a horse in for a tag and he is intact, they do geld him. Always got to make sure. I don't think this horse had a sire career in sight anyway, but nonetheless, just what a big, strong horse. And what I like is he did have a race in February, although he didn't do much running in it late. He at least showed a little bit of interest early. I think that's better than coming off of a December layoff or a March of last year layoff. That way he just kind of got those screws tightened a little bit. He's been working consistently, at least, and just such a strong animal. I like this 1-turn mile for him here. I know his forte has really been that 1 1/8 distance, but I think a little bit of a fresh horse coming into this spot here today. You're either completely with him or completely against him as far as a pick 4 or pick 3 goes here.
Samantha, thank you. We'll see how it plays out coming up in this next race. We'll take a look at Celestial Glaze, the number 5, in his last effort where he was sprinting. He has been claimed since then for Gustavo Rodriguez, and he's stretching out with the blinkers off. A move that I always do like to relax going longer, though he does have already some natural speed.
the best thing he has going for him is Gustavo Rodriguez is extremely good off the claim, particularly with dirt routers.
Yeah, for me, I just hope that this horse will be more relaxed, going longer, as you said, and just be in a forward position. The couple of knocks that I have against him, even though I picked him on top, just taking a little shot against Kinetic, is the second place finishes are starting to pile up for him. And he is 0 for 12 over this track with those seconds, so that does become a little concerning. But I'm hoping getting to stretch his legs here and getting back out to a distance of ground is going to help him today.
Yeah, I was actually interested in Signature, the other Brad Cox, who scratched out of this race. I think Racehorse Georgia Magic might run fine in this race. I just feel like Connecticut is probably going to win. I'm not endorsing 4 to 5 shots, but I think he's found the right field to get it done. But I agree with you, Paul, that Celestial Glaze is the other horse.
He's hard to miss, Celestial Glaze, that gray. He's 9-2 right now on the board, 4 to 5 on the number 3 Kinetic on the big drop in class with a horse that last year we were seeing in Stakes Company. Running against his stablemate Saudi Crown, finishing second at Fairgrounds. And so just being logical, he's not keeping up with some of the others in the barn right now. Kind of a drop in class and move on. I wouldn't take it as necessarily a big negative.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of lost his good form. I mean, he's running him where he thinks he can win. I mean, what are they going to do with him? He's a 5-year-old that's not as good as he once was. You're going to keep running in allowance races and lose?
Georgia Magic will kick off the post parade, and here it's the rail.
And no reason why this horse can't win. She's got to come from off the pace to do it today.
There is the favorite, Kinetic.
Yeah, he was against the track last time out. Maybe a little bit better than it looks. Today's the right day for him. And you know what? He gets claimed, goes on and does something. The Sheik will be okay, and so will Brad.
Curvino gets a bit of a drop in class.
He's going to need it in here. He also doesn't have much early speed either, which is a little bit against him for this race.
There is Celestial Glaze next, first off the claim for Gustavo Rodriguez.
A little troubling that his last race from a speed figure standpoint was considerably worse than his prior ones, which might be why he was laid up by Gustavo.
Given some time from that last effort, but as Paul touched on, 4 consecutive second-place finishes he's coming off of. There's Dream Builder. Could he have something to say about the pace?
I think he can. It's just interesting how his form kind of just faded after he had that one big race. Kind of like he got thrown into the deep end and kind of just fell apart form-wise.
And a Palta last out winner to the outside.
Yeah, listen, he's in good form. And Linda Rice, you always have to worry a little bit about her horses when they're in good form. And she's kind of aggressive with him as she's doing here. He's not good enough on paper, but his last race was a big step in the right direction, Paul.
It was, and also from a figure standpoint for him as well, and did a nice job. I just wonder ultimately if longer is better for this horse than cutting back to the 1-turn mile. But we'll see. It's still Linda in here, and she knows how to win with these horses.
You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. With Naira Bets, sign up today and get a free $25 bet and up to $200 deposit match bonus with promo code PREAK25. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Get ready for the Preakness Stakes. Join now at NairaBets.com. That's a look at your favorite spirited solo warm-up from Kinetic. Are you with the favorite or against him?
I am with the favorite here. If we were playing bet or beat the favorite, I would say bet the favorite. Listen, the last thing I like to do is endorse short-priced horses here. But the other thing is, you look at even today's card. Tried to beat the favorite last time. We failed in doing that. Horse racing is not, being successful at the racetrack is not just about picking winners. It's not falling into traps and betting on losers. And every time you have a bad opinion, you cost yourself the possibility of having a winning opinion. It's like, I always say, like track biases. I take it very seriously. I know people think that I'm making up biases. It's nonsense. Most of the time I think the track is fair, and my track friends will bear that out. If you are wrong about a track bias, you're going to be betting on the wrong horse at the expense of possibly betting on the right horse. Yeah. So I think it's important to try to get things right for both reasons. I am not trying to beat this horse. You're taking a small shot against him. I don't blame you.
Yeah, it's just a small shot. I think Connect's way the horse to beat, especially if this horse can find some of that back form with this drop in class against this group. I think the horse has drifted up to 5-1. Georgia Magic was the interesting horse.
Well, what happened just now, if you notice, the 3 went to 3 to 5, the 5 went up, the number 7 got cut in half. Somebody just made a big bet on Linda. Yep. It's kind of noteworthy, I think.
Yeah. Definitely worth noting. Apalta now 9-2 up there on the board. Horses warming up on the track, though. Let's check back in with Samantha.
The number 2, Georgia Magic, is an interesting player here, Paul. I agree with you because this horse here is going to cut back to the 1 turn. And the last time he was in for a tag, it was a winning effort that day. So I think the competition he's been facing as of late was just a little bit out of his range. And he's going to make somebody a pretty nice middling claimer, I think. I wouldn't be surprised if there are some drops in for him here. And just looking at him out on the track, he's just another nice, strong individual. Hit the 2, Georgia Magic, and the 3, Kinetic, truly outlook this field. They're just gorgeous horses, but the 2, Georgia Magic, he's got his work cut out for him because from that rail post position, and he showed a little bit of 2-turn speed last out, I feel like you got to force your hand a little bit under Jorge Vargas Jr. He's one that outrun his odds significantly last out against tougher, so maybe finding some friends here is a good thing for him, but still, Kinetic for me is the one to beat in this field.
Samantha, thank you. Georgia Magic, let's wrap up thoughts on him a bit. As Paul, you had touched on, he was a bit intriguing. He's a horse that showed some speed last time. He is taking a drop in class in here today. And I mean, sometimes he can show up with a big effort.
Yeah, the only question I have, and maybe I'm just reading too much into it, you look at a horse like Georgia Magic, and maybe it was the fields he ran against but both his wins were on off tracks. He's 0 for 7 on a dry dirt track. I don't know if it's so much the function of who he ran against, or maybe he's a little bit better.
Well, they're not better races, though, Paul,
yeah,
than the races he's run on dry tracks, to be fair.
Yeah, he's, run the same figures for the most part, so I just don't know what to do with him in this spot. He can win. He can certainly win in this spot.
I actually think the cut back to a 1-turn mile versus all these mile-and-eighth races will help him.
I agree.
Ray. We have to root for Ray. He does some work for us. And Ray and I have had extensive Ray and I have had extensive text conversations about yesterday's Derby.
Oh, I'm sure.
And we both were talking about Denon Bourbon and how well he ran in the race. Yeah. We were discussing back and forth about it.
I hope we get a chance to see him back, Denon Bourbon.
I wish they would.
There's that weird.
There's something with the visa
They
situation
can't
that they can't
stay,
which is unfortunate because I thought he ran a huge race yesterday.
I think he'd be one of the favorites in the Belmont Stakes.
I think
frankly.
he would too. I think he would too. I would love to see him run again.
Yeah.
You think about Japan's being so sporting. We got to see Forever Young over here so many times. Had a big win yesterday, that T.O. Elvis, who was really impressive as well.
Took a little money late in that race, didn't he?
Yeah, just a
little late money.
That's not
the
right.
track record.
Yeah, these tracks that are doing nothing about this late money. We have at Naira for 5 years now restricted the wagering for the CAWs in the win pool, and you don't see those odds changes. People should not be betting 12-1s going to the gate on Derby Day, no less, that go off at 5-1. That's just not right to betting fans. Even if you can see it looking in the will pays, it's just not. It's not right to horse players.
Yeah, it's ridiculous amount of a drop. I mean, I like the horse at 12-1. All of a sudden the gate's open, he's 5. It's a bunch of crap.
Right.
Honestly.
I mean, listen, let them bet earlier. I mean, I realize a lot of their play depends on the end, but so what? I mean, let people make a decision. I mean, he won, but if he lost and you bet him at 12-1, you might say, well, I wouldn't have bet him at 5-1.
Yeah, agreed. He was impressive, though.
Yeah, he was.
I think seeing some of those Japan runners, everybody has to kind of step up their game. Japan is here to play, that's for sure. Of course, with the Breeders' Cup Classic win with Forever Young last year. Anyway, we have race 4 coming up next. Kinetic, the favorite, Belmont at the Big A. We go into the gate. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Apalta. Is in. All set. And they're off. Good beginning. Georgia Magic. Kinetic has early speed too. That's the top duo. Dream Builder just off of them in third. Apalta, center of the racetrack on the far outside, is going to be fourth, just behind them. Now drafting is going to be Celestial Glaze and Curvino. Scramble on for the front does Georgia Magic. Has plenty of pressure to the outside. Kinetic is right there. Is now a neck back in second. Dream Builder still 3 wide. 4 wide Apalta, nowhere to go, is just going to follow those leaders. At the rail, slipping on through is Curvino and Celestial Glaze, and they are tightly bunched through a 23.57 opening quarter mile. It's Georgia Magic on the cutback is a half length in front. Kinetic well within range is a stalking second. Dream Builder's lost some ground in third. Curvino now starts to challenge for that spot, saving all the ground to the inside. Celestial Glaze, that's the gray in between horses. Apalta, the trailer. 46.65 for that half-mile time. Georgia Magic starts the sprint for home. Kinetic has been latched onto that leader all throughout. Kinetic waiting for the cue from Flavien Prat within a neck of the leader. Georgia Magic proving tough to get by as they're approaching a quarter mile left to go. Losing some ground was Curvino. Celestial Glaze is rallying on towards the inside. Georgia Magic at the top of the stretch. Kinetic has always traveled well, and now Kinetic gets the cue, but Georgia Magic won't go away. Georgia Magic battles on. Kinetic trying to push on by. It's Georgia Magic still with a nose in front, a furlong left to go. Kinetic throwing everything at Georgia Magic as they approach that final 16th. Kinetic with a nose in front. Georgia Magic will not be denied. Back and forth, these two down to the wire. Photo finish. Photo, nice stretch run. Georgia Magic to the inside and Kinetic, then Curvino and Celestial Glaze.
Tight photo finish, noses up and down, coming down to the wire between the two Georgia Magic inside and the three Kinetic outside. They were fighting the entire length of the stretch, and it looked like Georgia Magic was coming by. Kinetic just got the bob.
I had one of those yesterday, Ray, so I know how you feel. A tough beat for our buddy Ray. Georgia Magic, he ran his heart out down the inside. He loved that turn back and gave the 3-5 favorite Kinetic everything he could want. It feels like Kinetic, as you had said, Paul, got the bob.
I hate saying that too for Ray, but I just think Kinetic got there at the end. But I got to tell you, that was a much improved effort from Georgia Magic, and I mean, went to the top in here too, and was able to fight off Kinetic for as long as he did. That was a great effort by both horses in here, even more so from Georgia Magic, because we know what Kinetic can do and has done in the past.
And to be fair, it has not been posted yet. I'll say one thing. The three, it wasn't like as clear-cut a bob as the one yesterday. Right. It's now been posted. The three got the win.
Tough beat for Georgia Magic.
Tough. That's tough.
Yeah, he really ran too well to lose.
Yeah.
He did. So it's 3-2, 4-5. Kinetic and Georgia Magic game to the wire.
Why is it when there's a head bob between a heavy favorite and a bigger price, it seems like the heavy favorite somehow seems to win like 3 out of 4 of them?
I agree.
It's supposed to be a coin flip, but for some reason, I don't get it.
Photos come up faster too. It's like bang.
Yeah, 3-5 versus 7-1. If you had a bet on Georgia Magic, I feel for you and the connections as well. Kinetic just gets his nose down on the wire. 3-2, 4-5 Kinetic over Georgia Magic. Might have just been a claiming race, but they made it exciting, that's for sure. With that finish, Flavien Prat gets the win for Brad Cox and Godolphin Kinetic just in time at 3-5. Prices and more when we come back. Brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Kinetic with the victory. Flavien Prat aboard for Brad Cox. Flavien Prat on the heels of a big Saturday at Churchill, and he's standing by with Samantha.
Yeah, with a very well-traveled jockey, Flavien Prat. And Flavien, tell me about your Kentucky Derby Saturday. A lot of fun.
Yeah, Saturday was a great day. We had a few winners, and it was good.
The American Turf, stark contrast. That was a beautiful performance.
Yeah, very very good horse. I breezed him 2 weeks ago, and I really loved him. And he showed he was talented before, and just repeat what he's shown in the past.
What were your thoughts on emerging market in the Kentucky Derby?
Yeah, I thought at the time I had a good trip. I was pleased with my trip. If you look back at it. Obviously, the first, second, and third are way back, so probably the pace was a bit too hot. But in the meantime, I don't think if I was even 1 spot or 2 spots behind, I don't think it was going to matter.
Do you feel like he has a bright future moving forward this year?
Yeah, absolutely. It was only his third start, and I still think he's a very talented horse.
All right, well, best of luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
All right, jockey Flavien Prat, very well traveled and fueled by coffee here on this post-Derby Sunday.
Winning doesn't hurt either, I'm sure. Good to see Flavien back and great to hear from him there. Pilots Kinetic to a win. And let me tell you, he had to be fueled because he really had to work for this.
He did. I think when you're riding 3 to 5s, you're wondering why that horse is being so tenacious inside of you. And a friend of mine was just texting me the same thing we were saying. It's like every single time there's a coin flip and a head bob between a heavy favorite and a big priced horse, the heavy favorite feels like it seems to win. I feel like you took 5 to 1 in a coin flip and somehow you keep losing money.
Yeah.
And dirty nose on that one. But you know what, though? Georgia Magic, I got to say, just ran excellent defeat. Much better race. Was able to establish a little bit of position in front there. And tough beat for Ray. But good effort for Kinetic on the drop down. So we'll see what Kinetic goes from there.
We don't know anyone got claimed.
Yeah.
Did we hear if anyone was claimed?
Yeah, I'm wondering about that, if Kinetic got claimed.
We'll find out. Race 6 coming up next at Laurel Park. 7 furlongs on the main track. It's starter allowance coming up in this spot. The number 5, Kernus K, is currently the favorite as this horse tries to make it 4 in a row.
Hard to get away from this horse. Just won by about a total of 19 and a half in the last 3 starts.
He can rate. What's the chink in his armor?
Total package. Probably because I'm going to say that I'll pick him on top at 3 to 5. He'll find it.
I guess the one potential situation you could say, and I'm not against him, is that both the 6 and 8 have speed. So he is inside of other speeds, which could make his job a little bit tougher.
1-2 now on the favorite Kernus K right now. You're getting a generous price on anybody else in this spot.
Let's give a little love to one of the most underappreciated people in the industry, and Dave Rodman, who calls down in Maryland. Dave's a wonderful man, but he's also a great race caller, and I always enjoy getting a chance to hear his calls.
Couldn't agree more. Super person if you ever have a chance to talk with him as well. Absolutely love Dave, and he does a fantastic job day in, day out in Maryland. He'll have the call. He's standing by for race 6, Laurel Park, coming up next.
And they're off. Fighter Town sent hard out of the gate from Kernus K. Quinn Cannon Brookwell will settle. 7's 11 in between horses. And Woodline is right there, the far outside. And they're followed by Pit Stop Man at the Rail, just 3 lengths from the early speed as they race down the back stretch. Next is Artillery Gunner as they move along. Here's Kernus K trying to rate along today. Kernus K is only about 5 from the front, racing 3rd last. 2nd last is Artillery Gunner. And Wild Drip is the trailer. Heading for the far turn, Fighter Town. Fighter Town leads it 3 parts of a length. Fighter Town from Woodline there on the outside. They quicken up just from Pit Stop Man by 2 lengths. Outside is Quinn Cannon, who's next. Then in between horses, 7's 11, first to come under pressure. Kernus K is trying to circle them out. Kernus K is on the move, widest of them all, as 4 of them line up with 2.5 furlongs left to go. Top of the stretch, Kernus K sweeps up on the outside to a narrow lead. Kernus K carries on with it. Out wide of the track, Kernus K, length and a half or 2 lead from Quinn Cannon. 7's 11 is next to the far outside. Weakened up is Woodline. 1 furlong left to go. Kernus K, another winning day for Kernus K, who's pouring it on. Bulleting home to win by about a half dozen lengths from Quinn Cannon, tight for 3rd. Fighter Town there with Woodline 7-11.
Another open length victory for Curtis Kay. Makes it 4 in a row. He got shuffled back. It didn't matter. He was just much the best.
Yeah, I mean, what we said beforehand turned out to be true. He kind of got shuffled behind the other horses going to the lead. Jeez, Paul, it didn't even come close to mattering.
Yeah, once he got turned loose, the race was over, and another open length victory, airing it out. I will say the second place runner at least backed up the last race, ran well off that win. But no doubt about the winner, who just keeps on going. It's like 26 lengths now in the last 4 spots.
I think that's winning like a 1-to-5 shot should.
That's more like what we've seen for 1-to-5 shots in the way they're supposed to be instead of winning by a head.
That's what you expect when they're that price. Pulling away much the best in there. Short Price got the job done in New York as well, though he really had to fight for it. Kinetic just getting his nose down over Georgia Magic. Both ran very well. I'm told they were both claimed as well out of this, so we'll see what the future holds for each. But a dirty nose, as they would say, was the difference.
Tough beat, Ray, but the favorite got the money by a narrow margin at 330. Not winning like a 3-to-5 shot should.
No, but got called on all that back class that he had in order to just
need every bit of it
at the right time to get that thing down to beat Georgia Magic.
Is that the secret to winning photos, back class?
I don't know. That horse had a call on everything, so we'll see where they both go from here going to New Barns.
We're on the turf for race 5, New York bred maiden 50. 6 furlongs, fillies and mares sprinting, and right now it is the number 6 Lupine, who's currently the favorite. Has a layoff to contend with, but she does have the best last out turf race, though back in November.
Her only turf race last time in November will beat this field, in all likelihood, unless somebody steps forward. Now it's a layoff. It could happen. Maybe she doesn't run back to it. She's the horse to beat. I thought Find Your Path on the rail first time in the turf might be a little interesting, not taking much money.
Is some pedigree in the second generation.
Yep.
Dam didn't win on the turf, but ran her best figures on the grass.
Yep.
5 Dozen Roses taking a little bit of attention as well right now on the board. And Paul, if you don't like kind of the last out turf race, there's a lot of new faces to choose from in this spot.
Well, that's the whole thing, too. I guess the question is, do you go with a bunch of first-time starters in here that you think may have some runs? Do you go to a horse like Find Your Path on the inside with a little bit of turf pedigree there? Has had some starts underneath her belt as well. So we'll see what it holds up. But like Andy, I do agree. I did take a little shot against Lupine in this spot, but I think if she runs the race that she runs.
Who are you taking?
The one. Find Your Path.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to see if we can get a little speed from this horse on the inside and a little bit of that pedigree and see if we can get this horse to run a little bit better on the grass.
I was excited for Boiling Point, who's not going to play.
I know.
The second time he's been scratched.
I know.
She has been.
Well, we'll talk a bit more about this 5th race. We'll also recap what took place yesterday in the Fort Marcy. Back-to-back wins for Deterministic. He defended his title in a race that he used as a springboard to back-to-back Grade 1 wins for the summer. See what the future does hold for him after this.
Say hi to our new stallion, Highland Falls. From his winning debut to that spectacular Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It is Highland Falls. He wins another one, this time the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Even his buyer was high. The race his sire made his own by a widening 4 lengths. A host of Grade 1 winners far behind. High and goodbye. Running a 107 when second in an All-Star Whitney. The rise and rise of Highland Falls. High class, on the track and on the page. This is his dam, winning the Acorn and then the Distaff. Aim high. Breed to a well-bred son of Curlin. Highland Falls, new to Darley.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com. You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
Every 2-year-old champion has precocity, but only one can be called fierce.
Fierceness!
Brilliant at 2.
A powerhouse win!
Dominant at 3.
Fierceness is putting on a show in Hallandale today!
Fierceness to win the Travers.
Tenacious at 4.
Fierceness has won the Pacific Classic.
All the makings of a champion. Fierceness. New to Coolmore America.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Deterministic reaches the top of the lane here, and Deterministic now sprints for home. Battle of Normandy is giving game chase towards the outside. Redari is a clear third. Deterministic and Battle of Normandy, who is drifting out but is getting closer. Deterministic has a 16th left to go. Deterministic, Battle of Normandy. Deterministic, triumphant in the Fort Marcy.
Deterministic wins the Fort Marcy. This memorable moment brought to you by Prevagen, as he defended his title yesterday, got a 100 Buyer speed figure in doing so. It was his first race since August, so likely a springboard once again, but great to see him back in the winner's circle.
Yeah, no, listen, talk about a horse that when he went on the shelf, you could have made the argument, Paul, he was the leading turf horse in the country at that point, along with Spirit of St. Louis, who had 2 Grade 1s as well, and looking forward to hopefully having more of a complete season.
Yeah, I would think so. And onward to better things, and that effort will springboard him to that. And just look at what he did last year, too, I think is just an achievement in of itself, just a way to shift on back over to the turf and be able to win all those races that he won.
So
his record just proves it, you know, that he's a good horse. And yesterday's race, I thought, was a solid effort from both he and the runner-up as well, just based on the way that the course was as well. So
and he's obviously a much better turf horse, but he's not a bad turf horse
not
either.
at all.
Yeah.
He's just a better turf horse. He's more competitive. But I'd also be curious a little bit in the dirt to see him go to the lead in the dirt race. It's probably never going to happen again.
It might.
But you know, I can see this horse.
Year.
Well, you can run him in synthetic.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's
actually,
another
that
option
is
now.
true. That is true.
It's
Have some opportunities for sure. Well, like I said, great to see. Obviously, I'm biased on this one, but great to see Deterministic back in the winner's circle as he's trained by Miguel, who does send out the current favorite in this upcoming 5th race in Lupine. First start for her 4-year-old season after she effectively switched to the turf last time out.
I don't have a knock on this horse, and everybody else is sort of a question mark.
Let's head down, get a paddock report, and welcome in for the first time today, Maggie Wolfendale.
And I don't have a problem either with Lupine, number 6 in here, as she does come off of a layoff, and obviously she has that proven turf sprint with that 70 Buyer at the tail end of her 3-year-old season. Now, when she came back for that race, I wasn't overly enthralled with her appearance, at least from a strength perspective, in that she just looked a bit weak across her top line. But with another year or season under her belt and a 4-year-old now, she does look much stronger in that department. So she looks the picture here. She looks fit. She looks ready to go for this return race. Moving on to the one that the guys are interested in trying the turf and dropping down for the first time. He's number 1, Find Your Path, going out for Tony Ducho as Flavien Prat looks to go back-to-back here. Now, she is a daughter of Nyquist, and Nyquist, a lot of his progeny can do anything. But when you look at the bottom side of the pedigree, while the dam was unraised, she is half to multiple stakes winning New York bred Sassy Agnes, but all of those races came on the dirt. She is half to 1 turf winner by the name Identity Crisis, who did win here sprinting on the turf as well. But he was a son of Blame, which I do like his progeny on the turf slightly more. So looking at her here, she does have fairly slack pasterns, that flatter hoof to her. I just wish she looked a bit better overall. She's kind of got that wintry coat still, long and drab looking, and just could be carrying a bit more conditioning. But I do like the switch to the turf for her, as we'll move on to a big long shot, 1 of 2 for Dave Donk. And that's number 4, Gresham's Law, who was just green in her debut and really didn't do much running. She is a daughter of Central Banker, which you look at his stats and there's nothing to write home about when it comes to
The turf. The dam, she did win her first start, which was turf sprinting. This is her first full. And the second dam won on the turf. So I had written in my notes back on January 4th that she would prefer the turf. And it feels as though Dave possibly waiting for the for this spot here. I wish she looked a little bit more fit. That was my main problem too with her when she debuted back in January. She's just a pretty plump girl. She's very broad and very stout overall. So probably thinking she'll need this one, but I much prefer her turf sprinting, and she's a massive price, Acacia.
Yeah, 28-1, and she has pedigree to suggest she'll like the surface switch. Maggie, thank you. See if fitness does come into play, but at least does get a drop in class.
My favorite stable name, the Very Unstable. I've loved the stable name for 30 or 40 years.
It's hysterical, and they have some very clever names often too. Yeah.
John Morrison trained for them at one point, I want to say.
Yeah.
I think Richie O'Connell had them going back a number of years.
That is a look at Lupine, currently your favorite. I know, Paul, you had some interest in the number 1, Find Your Path. Maggie was talking about some of the merits of this one, switching to the grass, and she does have a little bit of pedigree in the second generation to suggest she might like the surface switch.
Yeah, the second dam was 0 for 3 on the turf, but ran okay, and a sibling also won on the grass. Maggie, I also think, mentioned too. I just think today, maybe on the grass, and we'll see a little bit of speed from that inside post from her, and I think maybe she's better suited for the grass looking at her.
So.
Yeah, because the way she's run on the dirt has not been good.
Has
not been good at all. But for me, it was just taking a little bit of a shot against the 6 in here with just a horse who I thought was going to be a fair enough price to just take a little bit of a stand with.
Nyquist's a really cool sire because he not only is a good dirt sire, but turf sprints and routes he's had success.
He certainly has.
Neat sire.
The number 5, 5 Dozen Roses. We're going to take a look at a recent race of hers. This is actually going back to October, where she finished second. She got a 63 by her speed figure that day. She's run fine. The issue with her has always been that she just never really seems to get out of the gate well.
Yeah, I'm going to admit, since I'm the one who sends in the replays, I made a mistake. I meant to send in Lupine. For some reason, I chose her video when she ran second, despite the fact that her next start, she finished over 5 lengths behind Lupine. So we're seeing this replay because I had a brain freeze moment when I sent these out. Sometime in the wee hours of the morning last Sunday to Monday.
At least you're honest about it.
Or no, it was actually Wednesday, excuse me. Yes, no, when I sent him, and I'm like, I should change it, and I just didn't. So blame me.
I don't know. I feel like this horse is just kind of going a little backwards too, as well. This horse had several chances and just seemed to regress last time out too. I mean, I wonder if there's going to be any improvement as a 4-year-old, but you've already seen what you've seen from her.
The argument for her is obviously the other first-time turfers, first-time starters don't do any running, which is certainly a possibility. And the 6 isn't ready off the layoff or gets in trouble, in which case maybe that makes her sort of the second likeliest winner in this race. But she's not going to beat the 6 if the 6 shows up with any semblance of the race that she ran last year, unless she improves substantially, because she wasn't even close to her last time out.
No, she wasn't, and that's part of the issue with her, is that she got beat 5 lengths in that spot. And it's
5
not
lengths
like
in a turf sprint's a long way.
It's not like she was in a bad spot either.
Let's meet the rest of the field, beginning with first-time turfer, Find Your Path.
I'm with Paul, even though I picked her second, that if you're going against the favorite, this is where I would go as well.
Here's the 2, Red Spirits, daughter of Vino Rosso, firster.
Yeah, the dam and the second dam were both offers on the grass. So we'll see what happens sprinting for this horse. Big price today.
I'm sorry, Andy's right. I didn't roll my R enough there.
Don't let that happen again.
Midnight Blue getting onto the turf.
I always get a laugh when I see this name, as does our director, Mitch Levitas. You know, Brody's Cause are not good turf stallions, but the second dam was a very good turf horse.
There is Gresham's Law getting onto the turf for the first time for the Very Unstable.
Yeah, the dam won the debut, 6 furlongs on the turf. The second dam won sprinting on the turf. Big number here with some
Banker, 8%.
I know.
That's so
I understand.
Terrific sire. But
We talked about 5 Dozen Roses. She makes the first start of her 4-year-old season.
I mean, I think the case for her is that she's the second likeliest winner. That's why she's the second choice, but she's going to have to improve or hope the 6 doesn't run to win.
There's Lupine also debuting as a 4-year-old.
Yeah, and if she runs like she did the last time or a little bit better, she's probably going to beat this field.
First-time starter, Stella Fortuna.
The dam won on the turf. The second dam was pretty good in the turf. And Fox and Flagler was off to a slow start, but he was a turf horse from Warfront.
I think that was actually not her acting up so bad. I think that was her lead pony. Number 9, My Little Army Girl gets a drop in class.
I mean, I guess if you want to stretch it, she has one turf race that's okay.
She's 8-1 right now on the board. Next will be another horse trying the turf for the first time. Somewhere out there is the 10 Bustling Town.
You know, this horse does have some breeding for turf in the pedigree. Dropped back steadily, but it was more of a kind of tossed her head and kind of just like let her just kind of settle around the track effort. Didn't really go on with her.
You don't see Cape Blanco in the pedigrees too often.
Yeah,
do you?
I know.
Made no
Very
Blanco
true.
horse, I think, right?
Yep. Yes.
There's a first-time starter, Dreamy Girl, not taking much money.
It's just not. I mean, Freud's are always dangerous, but the dam side, there's no really strong pedigree.
The 12, Hannah's Hideaway, cutting back in distance.
I think the cutback's going to help this horse. Probably in a better spot. Was wide too in the start last time out, but at least has a start off the bench. I'm not sure how good this horse really
Boy,
is.
she has not had luck at the post draw.
Yeah, the post draw has been pretty bad for her.
11.
Yes, outside every race.
Another 11 here.
Outside every single time. And the 13 Hip Hop Dancer draws in.
He's amazing. She's been either the far outside or one in.
Yep.
Pop Dancer draws in first time in the grass. Combatants had. He's a scat daddy. He was 5 for 35. It's the first foal. There's a smidgen of turf. It's Dave Donk. Why not?
That's the field. That's the field for race 5. First turf race of the day. There is Hip Hop Dancer. Getting a big warm up there. Jamie Rodriguez going to be aboard that one, by the way. There is the number 6, Lupine, your favorite. Can we go back to the 9 momentarily? She is, I guess, if you want horses with turf experience, she has in her second start that one turf race at a huge price. Lately, she's been on synthetic, but could you make any sort of a case for her?
Well, at 7-1, I'm guessing Carlos Martin's making a case for her. And listen, I mean, her first turf race at 6 furlong was okay. Once again, it's not going to beat Lupine if that one runs her race, but it's okay in this field. Her next race, a disaster, but she didn't run for 4 months after it, and she's back on maybe the right surface.
The interesting thing from that race too is you would think coming out of that race too, she ran well. She was drawn inside. She ducked in at that start. She took money in her next start. It was just an absolute disaster, and that kind of told me that race might have been a fluke that she ran second time out, even with the pace that was in front of her. That she just didn't. You know, she just didn't improve off of that effort. Maybe it was just a facet of the way things worked out for her.
And when she finished 9th in her next start, the speed that she was engaged with was Ticket to Ride, who ran a respectable 4th. So it's not as though the race just completely and totally fell apart.
Even money right now on Lupine, who does have that best last out turf race, has the layoff to contend with, but we'll see if she can run back to that effort back in November at the end of turf season.
Taking even money on a horse off a layoff in a big field with a lot of unknowns is not something that I'm proud of selecting. Now 4 to 5, I just couldn't make a strong enough case for anybody else, but I'm not going to blame somebody for wanting to take a shot against now a 4 to 5 shot off a layoff. But I don't think there's any denying that if she runs the race she ran last time, she's a very likely winner here. And that was as a 2-year-old. If she improves off of it, then good luck. Somebody in here better be very good. And the ones who have run on the turf are not good enough to beat her.
Another one who has run on the turf, though, is the 12, Hannah's Hideaway, who, Maggie, this poor filly has not had any luck when it comes to the post position draw.
No, she hasn't. I feel for her, Acacia, as well as Lisa Barkowski, whom I just have to say, and yes, full disclosure, Lisa, I consider a friend, but I have to mention that her horses just always make excellent impressions from, just the overall physical well-being of the animal. But looking at Hannah's Hideaway, I do like this turn back. She's not one that has necessarily gone on much from 2 to 3, so I think it makes sense. I didn't cover the April 16th effort when she went long coming back here on the turf, but isolating her turf sprints against maiden special weight fields, I think you can make a little bit of a case for her. She obviously looks very fit, having that tightener under her belt. Maybe that puts her at a little bit of an advantageous spot against some of these others that do have to come in off of layoffs. Guys, I'm going to throw in this 7 here real quick. Stella Fortuna, I know she's not taking much money, and the Fog of Wars have not done much on the racetrack at all, but there's plenty of turf pedigree on the bottom. She, as Acacia said, I think was acting up a little bit because her pony was, and otherwise she's been a perfect angel throughout the preliminaries here. And just as a physical, she really kept drawing my eye back to her. Has some size to her. I like the way she's put together. Her and the 7 and 4 were just 2 long shots that I thought deserved a mention. Acacia?
It's that kind of race. Maggie, thank you. 49-1 on Stella Fortuna, who actually does have some pedigree as well on the bottom side, too.
And even though Maggie's talking about Chicago War, he was 3 for 81 on the turf in his first year as a stallion, I don't know that he even underachieved that much because there were probably a lot of big-priced horses.
Yeah.
And this horse, has a turf pedigree through and through. It doesn't mean he's going to run or she's going to run, but this is a very, I mean, more than Ready Dam, and Fog of War is a war front, so it's plenty of turf.
Yeah, I think if you think the 6 isn't going to run well off a layoff, I think it just opens the board wide open for whoever you like in this spot.
Race 5, first turf race of the day, New York bred. Someone will graduate from this field. Lupine currently the heavy favorite as she makes her first start of her 4-year-old season. Into the gate they go. Chris Griffin standing by for the rest of the load and call.
Hannah's Hideaway. Hip-hop dancer to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Slow beginning for Red Spirits, the early trailer. Lupine shoots right out to the front, and the race favorite is clear as up by a half length. Here's pressure to the inside. Midnight Blue wants to be in the early mix, but Lupine is quickest. My Little Army Girl now takes a stalking second. Midnight Blue is back to third. Out wider, Hip Hop Dancer in fourth. Hannah's Hideaway is traveling in tandem with Find Your Path, who's about to split rivals from fifth. Further back in seventh, that's going to be Bustling Town, is followed by Dreamy Girl to the outside and 5 Dozen Roses. Far back, Red Spirits trying to rally on. Second to last will be Gresham's Law, and far, far back, Stella Fortuna. 22.58 and controlling the race sits Lupine. Lupine is 3/4 of a length in front of My Little Army Girl, stalking from second at the rail. Here comes Bustling Town and trying to make a move. That is Midnight Blue at the rail, trying to move forward. They reach the top of the lane. They've got to pick it up to catch Lupine. It's Lupine who's now stretching out the margin. My Little Army Girl, Midnight Blue rallies on. 5 Dozen Roses from far, far out of it. Find Your Path, not today. It's Lupine who is inside that final furlong and approaching the final 16th. Has not put it away yet. Lupine is up by 2. The biggest rush is coming from 5 Dozen Roses, but Lupine with a front running score. Tight photo there, 5 Dozen Roses with My Little Army Girl. Finishing fourth was Midnight Blue.
Lupine delivers as the favorite. Gate to wire. Manny Franco used her speed, not messing around, the right thing to do.
Yeah, as we were talking about up here, didn't really mention, to be fair, she's a speed. So the fact that if she broke, she's going to be forward, you don't have to worry about her getting in a trip, and she was just better than these, Paul.
Yeah, 100%. She was able to establish that front end position, made it easy, and I don't think there was that many moments of you know, thinking she was not going to win this race in this spot. I thought the 9 ran well, and the 5.
So did the 5. The 5 made a nice run at the end.
Made a nice run at the end.
Yeah, and the 9 didn't tire that much from chasing, but a big run from 5 Dozen Roses, though.
Yeah,
she improved a little bit, I'd say.
I think
last
so.
year.
Yeah, I would think so.
Other than that, though, they kind of went run 2 around. The number 9, My Little Army Girl, was right there chasing the leader throughout. Not much movement beyond the 5.
There's also an argument based on the races they had. None of the first-time turfers, first-time stars really ran it here, from what we can see. And, you know, maybe you watch back, and there could be some trips we didn't see in a first viewing. But the horses with experience that had run a little bit in the turf ran 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it was basically just as simple as that. You know, sometimes it is.
Racing's not always that easy, but in this case it was.
Lupine, the half-sister to Yarrow, who was around the barn until the age of 7, a turf sprinter.
Yarrow,
I loved him. Yeah. I had such a soft spot for him. He was kind of like the barn pet, to be completely honest.
Neat horse, yeah.
Oh, we miss him. He was a lot of fun. As Lupine and Manny Franco make their way back to the winner's circle, 6-5-9-3. The favorite delivers. We have race 7 coming up at Laurel Park as well. We'll head back to Maryland after this break on America's Day at the Races. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit nairabets.com or download the app today. As we get ready for a turf race coming up at Laurel Park. Race 7, a mile on the grass, a restricted allowance, restricted for Maryland bred or Maryland sired horses. Let's meet the field. Kicking things off with the number 1, Magical Mondays. Blinkers on.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the lack of speed worries me for a horse that's a favorite and one of the horses to beat, but the lack of speed bothers me.
See if that equipment change makes any difference today. 8-5 on Magical Mondays. Next will be the number 2, Brightly, who switched to the turf last time out.
Yeah, dropped in class and got nailed, though, when having that race locked up. And that bothers me a little bit. That's a tough one to take.
Here's a 3, Play It Cool, back to the grass for the first time in a while.
Just doesn't seem like this horse. I mean, the turf races are terrible. I'm not sure this horse is taking any money.
Last out turf winner against Lesser, Kitty's Son.
Came a long way to win that race last time. Maybe the light bulb will go on here.
First start of his 7-year-old season. Here's Dominguez.
He's a potential thorn in the side of the 7. Dalinar stretching out.
Speaking of the 7, he went by Dalinar, and there's the number 8, Italiano Kid.
And you let the Italian kid take Italiano Kid. Me being Italian.
That is fair.
Me.
Yes,
we got that joke.
I know. It fell on
you
its
have
face.
to explain it, Paul.
Fell
It's not
on
really
its
funny.
face. I know. It fell on its face. But it was nice to see back-to-back wins for this horse. Got to step up here, but I don't really know how much this is a major step up against this field.
Probably no Breeders' Cup winners in this race.
Yeah.
I didn't think this horse was good enough.
We'll see. I mean, at least this horse has been forward when stretched out to a mile and has at least been able to sit just off of who has been leading in that spot and been able to take over relatively easily in those starts against Lesser. We'll see today, step up in class, whether or not this horse can do this in here. But does draw outside at least, so see what's going on inside of it.
The 1 should get the pace needed to get the victory. That's why she's favored, or he's favored in this race. I think Dalinar is dangerous because he is stretching out, but he has won going long before, and really no slower than the turf sprints.
Dominguez, Dalinar, both should be forward. See how the pace does play out. I'm sure even with blinkers on, the 1, Magical Mondays, is hoping for a quick pace up front.
Do we think Dominguez is named for the great Ramon Dominguez?
Don't know.
Or Johnny Dominguez, who works for us. Maybe it was named for him.
Could be either. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up today and get a free $25 bet and up to $200 deposit match bonus using promo code PREAK25. We're at Laurel Park. We're the home of the Preakness this year and just a couple weeks away. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at nairabets.com. 3-2 on the number 1, Magical Mondays, as they move towards the starting gate. The 2, Brightly, taking some attention. Paul, you brought up in the post-parade, this horse was on the lead last time and got run down in the first turf race in a while. A little bit of a tough one to take off of that.
Yeah, also when you're 1 for 18 with 5 seconds at 6/3, you kind of know how those races are going to go, and it went that way for this horse. But it's another horse that seems that can be forward in here, and especially with that inside draw, will probably find its way to being inside speed or at least close to the pace.
Into the gate for race 7 on the turf at Laurel Park. Dave Rodman standing by with the call.
Dalinar and Italiano Kid. Lined up, 1 mile. And they're off. Dalinar, as expected, very quick and right to the lead. Dalinar from Dominguez. Italiano Kid to the outside, settles back in 3rd position with Brighty on the inside in 4th, already mid-flight. Then it's Play It Cool alongside of Brighty. Here's Magical Mondays taken back to the back of the pack, 2nd to last position, unhurried early on there. Magical Mondays some 8 lengths off of speed, and trailing the field is Kitty's Son. Dalinar sets the tempo by 2 from Dominguez in close attendance. The opening quarter in 24-1. So Dalinar settled down up front from Dominguez. Still about a length and three-quarter lead is Bridie third on the inside from Italiano Kid in close range from fourth. Here's Magical Mondays now taken to the clear. Then it's back to Play It Cool, racing down to the inside of Magical Mondays. They're only 5.5 lengths on that pacemaker up front, and Kitty Sun trailing the field a half in 48 4/5 of a second. Around the far turn, Dalinar, the pressure's on from Dominguez. Dalinar neck in front from Dominguez. Italiano Kid is third. Magical Mondays about to go past Bridie. Down to the inside is under pressure. Top of the stretch, Dalinar. Dalinar's been well nursed so far. Turns for home with about a 2-length lead on Dominguez in second. Magical Mondays lingering along toward the center of the track, trying for a final furlong kick. Italiano Kid still hanging on to third. Dalinar all the way. Dalinar by 3. Dalinar in front from Dominguez. They ran that way all the way around the track. Dalinar, Dominguez, and Magical Mondays late for third. Italiano Kid.
Dalinar on the stretch out. Andy had some good things to say, and he was able to control this race and take them every step of the way.
An unusual horse, Paul. It actually is effective sprinting and going long on the turf. You don't see too many horses like that.
No, they can carry their speed and get the job done in here, but Let Ashby has a good one, got the job done. You were all on this from the start, too.
Yeah, you know, I tell you something else. I thought Ruiz rode the one like he couldn't lose. And, you know, these are not exactly top stakes horses. He's out in the 4 or 5 path without cover down the backstretch. And the best riders have the confidence that they're going to stay inside, save ground on the turf, and going to be able to get that position getting clear at some point. I'm not saying he would have won, but you don't want to be out in the clear like that. I mean, it's just not the way to ride on the turf.
Back in New York, Lupine gets her picture taken. First start of her 4-year-old season with the win off the layoff. Another one, gate to wire. Manny Franco controlling this race.
Yeah, she broke, and the race was kind of over, Paul.
It was that simple. You know, get to the front. She had run the best race prior to end her season last year. She came out this year, broke on top, was able to do it again here. I thought the 9 and the 5 ran okay in defeat. I'm not sure that I want anybody out of this race behind her. We'll see as it goes on, but I thought the winner, obviously we said, was the most likeliest winner, and she was, and she ran her race and then some in this spot.
The only new face that did any real running on the first time on the turf was the 4 who finished 4th at a very big price, made that super.
$3.98 winner, though. The favorite delivers in race 5, and it's official. And it's a big moment. Say goodbye.
Well, it's a sad moment.
It's sad.
Greg's here.
Greg is here. I will be back actually on that side of the desk a little bit later on, but you have race 6 coming up next. That's a look at the field. And Greg Wolf coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. But this was a lot of fun.
It was great.
I know. We got a rare 3-person set on Sunday, which was a good time. So I'm leaving you all in very good hands. Greg Wolf coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. And we'll recap the Ortiz brothers' big weekend at Churchill. Special moment with Jose winning the Kentucky Derby, Irad finishing 2nd. And if you have to get beat, I imagine at least you get beat by your brother.
Starting it up into the Pacific Classic is
Good Magic, the classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before, hardened like a diamond and equally brilliant. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
putting on a show in the Preakness. Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure.
National Treasure would not be denied. National Treasure wins the Pegasus World Cup in the blink of an eye has opened up a 5-length advantage. It's a one-horse race. National treasure.
There's a brilliance in the way he moved and a tenacity in how he finished. By quality road with a wealth of family, and he raced like he knew it. National treasure, the key to quality.
It's just super exciting.
This is a real immersive experience.
It's the respect from the outside that they get, but along with the way that you feel when you're part of it.
High-class horses, really big races. We want you to be behind the velvet rope.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else, and it needs to raise everybody together.
Your job is to show up and have fun. We'll take care of the rest.
Every single sport that we play, we compete. We play this game every day.
Who do you think is gonna be the winner there? We never face each other against each other. We never did.
Like now.
Like now, yeah. Energy de qué? Energy de qué? First of all, it's very fun to share your success with your brother. We spend together more than 15 hours a day.
We know how to manage its business and life, real life, so that's pretty good. When we understand that, we have a line right there, it's perfect.
Despite how close the brothers are, sometimes their competitive nature lends itself to some tense moments.
We've been very heated moments. We curse a lot and say a lot about words in Spanish.
When we was younger, we never throw punches, but we've been so close.
Yeah. We don't talk about races before the race runs.
It's fun. It's
Ira is very quiet, like you cannot say nothing. It's like on his own, and
I don't want to know anything about his thing.
yeah, it's very fun when you can outsmart the competition. I have to think how he thinks to try to beat him. It's very hard to a rider like Ira try to read his mind before he does it because he's so unpredictable. He's one of the best, and I think he has made me better.
Sometimes I came over to say, what you will do different if you ride the race again? He say, nothing. I say, are you sure? Because I have another mind. I see something different that probably he don't see. It's like the same thing happened to me.
While the brothers push each other to be better riders on the track, Arad credits Jose with making him the man he wants to be away from it.
He used to be too on the muscle, like too keen, and I tell him he need to calm down and think before he do things and say things. He start winning like crazy and start winning all the Eclipse Awards. And I told him, just my job is to keep you grounded and keep you doing the right thing.
As a person, I think he made me better. He's so good at some things that I'm not. So I try to get whatever I can get of him to make me better in that part of the racetrack.
He's been working, so he's been doing a lot better, become a better person, a better father, better son, and everything. So it's nice to see that.
Always gonna have him. He's my brother, he's my blood. I love him.
Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Clement. She'll be back with us a little bit later on the program. These two brothers, we know how talented they are. Two of the most dominant riders in our sport, and what a weekend they had. Jose Ortiz, just the 9th rider in the history of the sport to pull off an Oaks Derby double.
And I am quite confident, you can even see it there, that while Irad, I'm sure, and who wouldn't be incredibly disappointed, like to say the least, getting beaten at the wire in the Kentucky Derby, but to turn and see it was your brother that beat you, I think it very quickly mitigated it. If Irad had to lose to anybody, I'm sure he's happy it was his brother.
Yeah, I would think so as well, especially with as close as they are. And it's just funny because he's got to be thinking, I passed everybody. Who's the last person that's coming at me, right? As he looks for it, and it's his brother.
And we did stat check that, right? Biggest win. It says Kentucky Derby. That was the biggest win?
Hi, Wolfie. It's nice to see you.
Last to first. What a ride. We'll obviously be able to show a lot more of that ride and the path Jose Ortiz took once we get that clearance a little bit later on next week. We got race 6 coming up, 6 furlong sprint. Here, allow its optional claiming field. There is Gunmetal, 7-5 favorite. Let's go downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, Greg, we'll check out the bookends of this field, but beginning with your favorite in number 1, Gunmetal, a horse that I have not seen since obviously last summer when he was up in Saratoga in July, and he was running second to Gunmetal, but you know, he was kind of chasing from the outside that day, and this is actually the first time this horse is going to draw a more inside post. I mean, obviously the innermost post that one can draw with the 1 hole today. And he was getting leg weary after chasing Smokin' Wicked that day. And then, too, same thing. He was trying to press on the outside but couldn't finish there in the 2-turn stake at Charlestown. But did feature some nice horses, including the winner, Barbadian runner, Maryland bred, that I really, really like. But Gunmetal, as he comes back as a 4-year-old, has done incredibly well. This guy has filled out. He was really just unimpressive last year, to be quite honest. You know, the physical didn't really match the billing when he shipped up to Saratoga from Kentucky, but it is now. I mean, he's really filled out. He's so much stronger behind the saddle. Now, he has gotten a little bit warm since time has gone on here in the paddock, and he's gotten the tack on, which always hints to me that maybe we'll need to start coming in off the layoff. But as far as his coat is concerned, he looks like a shiny copper penny. Great energy, too. He really makes a lovely impression. Now, one that we're very familiar with here over the winter is a horse that skyrocketed into, I mean, nearly undefeated territory, and that's number 6 in here, Vibrant Express. Now, noticing a big difference with this horse today. Could it be a good thing, or because he's not being the same Vibrant Express I've seen in the past, a bad thing? Because usually this horse gets really kind of revved up and aggressive and totally washes out, and he was washing out in the middle of winter. It's a little warmer today, and he is dry in here. I did notice that they have been schooling him extensively. I remember he was entered as an MTO in a turf race that George also had a horse in here 2 weeks ago, I think, or last week. And he schooled in the paddock. He behaved himself well. He wore a hood over to the paddock today. Has since been taken off. And he's continuing to be very well behaved here, Greg. So sometimes this difference, though, it does reflect in the way that they run.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Get to the post parade here coming up momentarily. Pick 4 starts in this race coming up. I want to get your thoughts certainly on this race. As we take a look at Vibrant Express, one of many key players here. Sacrosanct, though, that race from him last time out, the 4. What did you make of it?
You know, he had shown some real promise as a 2-year-old, actually, and it took him a while to get around. I like the 1 here, but if Sacrosanct runs his last race, the 1 better be ready to roll, because the 4 ran huge last time. I mean, not only did he run a fast race, but he ran really well in doing it.
Here's the favorite, though, Gunmetal, the Brad Cox barn, or Rat Ortiz Jr.?
It's a horse who's run some very fast races in the past, and I think he's too good for these horses.
What's up, bro? That's a big price and a horse with ability.
Yeah, you could draw a line through that turf race, and you know speed's his game, so if he breaks well, he's going to be forward in the spot.
Fire Pit coming back for his 4-year-old debut.
Probably going to show speed along with What's Up, Bro.
Graded stakes placed in his career. Dylan Davis will be aboard. Here is Sacrosanct, and yes, that last race was huge. Linda Rice, Manny Franco.
Yeah, if he runs back to what he did last time, the way he did it, he may just fall into the right spot in here. The last move was the move that beat him. Today, it might be better for him.
Lightman, trained by Bruce Levine, as Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, he's actually a pretty neat New York bred, making his first start off a 9-month layoff, but he's got some races that are good, or about 8.5 months, I should say.
And Vibrant Express, George Weaver barn with Eric Cancel.
No matter the track, the pace, the scenario, he wins, he finds a way to do it, and he's on 5 in a row, and his figs keep going up. So he's run outside here. He's going to have to be at his best, though, if he's going to want to win this race.
It's funny, you know, he was very opportunistic, both in early January and the middle of February in winning, but last time out, good trip. He really ran well.
Let's go back to that race that we're talking about from this one right here. This 4-year-old for Linda Rice, Sacrosanct, a career best performance even though he did get beat. He had a 2-length lead in the stretch, but ran massive in his second start off his short layoff.
I also think he lost to a heavy favorite here in Porosity, ran him down, but he made that first move. He blew the race apart and just got run down in a very fast race. I imagine any speed figure you look at has this a very good race. I think the one's a better horse overall, but I don't want to knock Sacrosanct, and he's probably a little more forward, too, than the one.
There's always ability here with him, too, and I just like the way that he didn't get antsy when he started to blow the race up and made that move, where sometimes he used to get antsy when he was sitting second just off of a horse. So he did improve off that. He grew up a little bit as well. So he's going to be tough in here if he's on his A game, especially with the way that he was able to run last time out.
And you saw how far back it was to third, 9 3/4 lengths back to the third place finisher behind Sacrosanct that day. As we take another look at Vibrant Express. 5 for 6 lifetime, lost his debut. He has not lost since. This was back on March 14th, his most recent effort.
I thought it was very interesting the things that Maggie was saying about him, that he's a horse that's usually washed out, and he's not washed out today. And, you know, I don't think she's suggesting it means he's not going to run his good race, but I find that kind of analysis, that's really interesting. It'll be interesting if he doesn't run well. Believe it or not, maybe you want to see him washed out before his races.
You know, maybe you want to see him get a little bit crazy. I know I picked him a few times and he's won, and I just like the fact that regardless of what's been thrown at him, and we've said it a few times, that he can't win today, and he ends up winning anyway. He finds a way to get it done. Good horses do that. He's drawn outside. His figures have gone up. Again, I think I picked him in here, but I think he's going to have to be his best, you know, to beat the 1 and the 4.
This will be his biggest price, trying to keep that streak alive in his last 4 starts. Let's go back down to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with, I think, the main rival to your favorite Gunmetal, and that's number 4 in here, Sacrosanct, a horse that it feels like since Linda Rice has done her work with him, he's really transformed into the horse that he hinted at being as a 2-year-old. He kind of hit some bumps in the road, but it does feel as though he is definitely back on track as he's getting a big warm-up out there from Manny Franco, and Super Coat just looks exceptional back in the paddock. Maybe took a little bit of time to warm up once Manny got him away from the pony. And last time, it was a very quick pace, and he was sitting just off of that pace. So it looked to be, the perfect setup for him, and he moved to the lead at the quarter pole. I did notice he kind of had his head cocked to the outside, and it took him a little while to switch leads. I wonder if that kind of wasted non-forward momentum. Not that it necessarily got him beat, but I wish he just kind of would have leveled off, had that smooth lead change, and maybe he would have been able to hold off Porosity. I don't know, hindsight's 20/20 at the end of the day. But I do like what I'm seeing from him. Did opt for Gunmetal in this spot because I just can't believe how well he's done from 3 to 4. As number 5 is Lightman. He's coming off of a layoff too. Now, last time he was coming off of the bench back in June. He ran a very fast figure. I just thought he looked as though he needed to strengthen up a bit. Kind of the same deal here again. He's a generous price at 8 to 1, and he's moving incredibly well. I mean, as far as warm-ups are concerned, he's the one that really caught my eye when getting over this racetrack. So yes, probably will need to start off with such an extended layoff, but at the end of the day, Greg, he's such a cool New York bred. I remember that long layoff from July 22 to January of 24. He was in and out of the hospital because he had such a bad illness that he almost died. So it's really commendable that he's back on the racetrack, and just commendable the job that his trainer Bruce Levine has done with him.
And we will see what we get this afternoon in the 6-year-old return. 9 to 1. This is a good group.
It is, and the reason that Gunmetal's heavy favorite, this is a horse that ran his best, maybe fastest figure first time out, which somewhat alleviates the concern coming off a layoff, though it's always a bit of a concern. He's run some very fast races and then kept some extremely good company. He is far and away the class of this race coming back, but I am not discounting the 4's chance of Sacrosanct, even though I picked the 1.
4 to 5 now on Gunmetal for the 4-year-old return. We send it upstairs. Chris Griffin with the 6th from Belmont at the Big A.
Lightman. Vibrant Express. Is it all set? And they're off. Slight bobble there for Gunmetal shortly after the start. The lead from in between horses, Fire Pit, and shooting through What's Up Bro. Plenty of pace on as What's Up Bro now puts ahead in front. Fire Pit back to second. Sacrosanct is going to be 3 wide in third. Vibrant Express is out wide. Center of the racetrack. Gunmetal starts to move on through and travels with Lightman tightly packed as they work up the backstretch. And now 4 furlongs left to go. What's Up Bro with the speed. 21 and 4. A pressured opening quarter mile. Fire Pit right in pursuit as ahead back in second. Gunmetal starts to warm to the task. Is going to save ground to the inside is in fourth, and Sacrosanct is asked to do more in third. Vibrant Express is at the back end of the field, and Lightman the trailer. They approach a quarter mile left to go. Fire Pit to the outside. What's Up Bro battles on. The rail is open. Gunmetal trying to shoot on through for Irad Ortiz Jr., and here comes Gunmetal at the rail. What's Up Bro still there. Fire Pit. Vibrant Express starts to roll on the grandstand side, and Sacrosanct is in the mix too. Sacrosanct has taken the lead. Vibrant Express to the outside. Gunmetal's got to do more. A 16th left to go. Sacrosanct and Manny Franco finding plenty. Sacrosanct will win it. Vibrant Express second, then came Gunmetal, and a 3-way photo for fourth.
Sacrosanct with the win. Linda Rice, Lady Sheila Stable, Manny Franco, 4-6-1 finish.
Raging for him for this horse. Perfect trip, but he won as the best horse.
Yeah, he was able to sit a nice trip just off of the leaders in front of him, turned out loose and did a good job. And I even thought Vibrant Express ran well coming from basically last to run second in here for something he doesn't do very often coming from that far back.
Yeah, I mean, unless you think the rail is bad, and I haven't seen the evidence of it, the one was incredibly disappointing. And once she didn't run, the 4 and 6 were the only other horses in the race. But I don't know if the one was hampered by being inside. My guess is he just didn't run well off the layout.
See Manny Franco there ever so slightly drifting out to make life a little difficult on Vibrant Express. And wins by about a length in the end.
It's great form, this horse.
109.54 final time. 6 wins from 9 starts overall for this 4-year-old for Linda Rice and Lady Sheila Stable. And Manny Franco has been aboard for all of them.
Yeah, much improved effort these last 2 starts for this horse. It's nice to see this horse get back to the form that this horse had back in 2024.
Well, he's beyond that. He's in great form.
We'll have these prices for you when we come back. We have graded stakes action next. Grade 3 Westchester when we return. Sacrosanct, though, impressive. We'll have the finale from Laurel as well. Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. The day after the Kentucky Derby, we're going to take you to Laurel right now for the finale on their card. 5.5 furlong sprint, $12,000 maiden claiming group. And we have a 4-5 favorite who is 0 for 15 in his career, the outside post with a 6 Railroad Inn. Kick things off, though, with Knucker Punk from the inside at 10-1.
Showed a little bit of speed for the first time last time out early on, but then dissipated late.
Blinkers on, one already quick, El Papacito.
Should show more speed stretching out from 4.5 furlongs today.
Michael Gorham-Barn with Quahog Republic.
No shot the last 2 races, but has already finished behind Railroad Inn 4 times.
Stormy Brew, the biggest price on the board.
Should be. Has been beaten double-digit lengths in every start for the career.
He's flying to work.
Yeah, second choice in here. Informus had less chances than everybody else. Kind of ran against some better horses, well, relative to what.
Good effort last start, but was beat at 1-2. And then here's the 4-5 favorite again, 0 for 15. Has hit the board in 9 of those 15 tries.
Yeah, and should have won last time and just kind of hung in that spot. Now 0 for 15 with those 5 seconds and 4/3. Kind of tough to take here at a short price, but has the best figures.
All right, let's get back to New York. Wrap up the race we just showed you with Sacrosanct. Very impressive yet again. Manny Franco, Linda Rice, Lady Sheila Stable, and again 6 for 9 lifetime for this 4-year-old.
And you're going to see this horse now that's gone through the New York bred conditions going into stakes against New York breds. And right now, he feels like a horse, Paul, that could be a serious player.
And that's what I was just going to ask and say is this horse has to go forward, you would think, into those New York bred races. It's going to be a tough contender as well, based on now being able to do what that he's been able to do, which has been able to sit off of paces and be able to roll late in the stretch, a new dynamic to his game, and it makes him just even all the more tougher.
He's gotten very good, very good.
Vibrant Express, win streak comes to an end, but gives chase to a pretty good one. As for your favorite down there in third on the rail, the Juan Gunmetal, a starting point coming back for him as a 4-year-old. We should see better going forward. What do you think?
What do I think? Unless I can make a decision that the rail is bad, and we saw a horse run okay coming up the rail in the first race today, I thought it was a bad effort by him, to be honest with you, and I'm a little bit suspect of him going forward. Maggie loved how he looked in the paddock. I thought it was a very disappointing effort for him, unless you feel like the rail is bad.
I mean, he was glued down there. I mean, I just would like to see him run one more time, but like you, I feel like it was a disappointing effort because his non-stakes races were his best races coming in.
Grade 3, Westchester, 1-turn mile. And Bishop's Bay opens up at 3-5 here, over $2.4 million in earnings. We'll face Antiquarian, who was a runner-up of the Suburban last summer, Saratoga. We'll get back to that one in a moment. Nightcap first from Laurel, and again back to this, now, wow, 3-5 favorite, even shorter now on Railroad Inn.
Yeah, I think just because of the second place efforts and the figures that this horse has run, but this horse should have won last time, and I know this horse is cutting back a half a furlong. I'm not sure it's going to matter with a hanger like this horse. I prefer the horse that's inside at 5-2 trying to work, just because this horse has been back in form, has had less chances, faced relatively better compared to what this group is. Horse like Lost My Shoe 3 starts back, won twice in a row with an 80 and 76 figure. Last time out, I just feel like he kind of cruised up and then got beat, but he was leading, if you want to, for all intents and purposes, say, at 5.5 furlongs, which is what we're running today. So maybe he just gets that kind of outside journey today, being up close, and gets the jump on a horse who's 0 for 15 and 3-5.
Railroad Inn, yeah, beat last start, was 3-1 in that performance, was well clear of a next out winner to at least flatter the form a little bit here in this spot.
I don't know. Like I said, I think this horse would have to run another good race and actually be able to pass a horse at the end to win. And that's the problem with this horse, too. This horse doesn't have much speed. And that's an issue for a horse that's 0 for 15.
Dave Rodman with this finale from Laurel.
And they're off. El Papacito right to the front from Quahog Republic and Railroad Inn. Knucker Punk away on the inside in fourth. Then it's back to Stormy Brew, and trailing a field is Flying to Work in sixth. El Papacito leads the way. El Papacito to about a length or two lead. It's El Papacito in front from Quahog Republic on the chase, and Railroad Inn trying to get closer outside three path. Then Knucker Punk on the inside, and Stormy Brew in the back of the pack. Flying to Work trying to unwind. Flying to Work work, moves up to fourth. Midpoint on the turn, Railroad in from El Papacito by a neck. Quahog Republic another 4 lengths back and flying to work, working harder from fourth. Quarter of a mile left to go. Railroad in. Railroad in is all alone on the lead by 4. El Papacito on the inside, Quahog Republic, and flying to work is fourth toward the center of the track as they pass the furlong pole. Railroad in looks on the right track to victory today. Railroad in by 7. Opening up at the 16th pole, Railroad in, Quahog Republic, and El Papacito, and then it was flying to work.
Wow, long time coming, but with authority here, this odds-on favorite, Railroad in.
Well, you don't have to worry about hanging when there's nobody around you.
You know, we bookended the show with Laurel 0 for 15s, breaking their maiden as odds on.
Yeah, banner day if you were 0 for 15.
Big day. Today is the day.
Yes.
Mark it down. May 3rd is the day to run when you're 0 for 15.
Yes.
Apparently.
Exclamation point, finally, for Railroad in to get his picture taken. Career start number 16 at odds on. Wins by a pole. Kenneth Coxbarn, Phantom Star Stable. Jorge Vargas, that's going to do it for Andy Serling, Paul Verderosa. It's good to get you two for a little bit. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we're back at it on Thursday.
Look forward to it. It's fun.
I'll be joined by Samantha Perry after a timeout. Plenty more coming up. Conclusion of the card here in New York. Stick with us. We continue with our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Hold that train for these guys. We'll be back with more on America's Day at the Races next.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
And then at $410,000.
There's your winner, $410,000. $400,000.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NyraBets. Open your NyraBets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NyraBets app to start using Fast Facts today.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
And Bishop's Bay and Quince Brew, these two sprint on, and Bishop's Bay is a nose in front. Quince Brew with every chance, and they've been shoulder to shoulder almost the entire way. Yo Daddy's picking up rivals from the back, but the front two, and a little match race here in the Westchester. To the inside is Bishop's Bay. To the outside there is Quince Brew. Bishop's Bay finding a touch more. Quince Brew back to second. Bishop's Bay wins it.
The 2025 edition of the Westchester, and we're looking at possibly a rematch yet again as Bishop's Bay. He is back in action after partaking in the Saudi Cup this year, in which he finished fourth, but he really did not run that badly behind Forever Young. And I noticed that early on in that race, he was getting bumped consistently by Tumba Rumba and kept getting pushed out. And I thought he really stayed on well behind what are some talented horses. And as he looks to defend his Westchester title today here for Brad Cox, he does look incredibly fit, not having run since the trip to the Middle East in February. Really defined, typical Bishop's Bay, very familiar with him, and I love the one-turn mile for him. As Brad Cox has said himself, the one-turn configuration is really this horse's gig, and you can see it because he's actually built a little bit more like a sprinter. He's very much your typical Uncle Mo progeny, but they can extend and keep that kind of high cruising speed going for just a little bit further, which is what he wants to do. Moving on to his outside, Antiquarian. He's back in the fold, but he'll be turning things back. But look at the last time he went even shorter than this, going the 7/8. It was his comeback race for his 4-year-old campaign, and he won it quite easily. I think facing probably a little bit tougher of a field here today, but he does look as though he's also been training at Todd Pletcher's winter base at Palm Beach Downs with a purpose. Only one workout posted on First TV. He was with a multiple graded stakes winning synthetic/turf runner by the name of Dresden Rowe. And he's moving so well, Antiquarian, in those workouts. He's leading the horse. He never let him by him, really put separation without being asked on the gallop out. So he is fine-tuned for this comeback race. I just don't know if he's best against some pretty good horses at this mile. Obviously, this is more of a stepping stone, but I cannot fault him whatsoever here in the paddock. Well, Quince Brew, he's going to look to turn the tables on Bishop's Bay here in this edition of the Westchester. Now, Quince Brew, since teaming up with Forrest Boyce in his last two, they have gotten some nice victories down at Laurel, now facing again tougher company here. But look, I mean, history shows us that this horse can hang with these types. He also is one that Ned Allard has requested Forrest not to use the crop with. She has not done so in his last two efforts, and it seems as though he's been responding well. So if you see Forrest not using her crop, that is why. She is under instructions not to do so. But this guy, yes, he is clipped here in the paddock, still hasn't quite shedded out that winter coat, but he's been up north here, so I'm willing to forgive him for that, because underneath he is completely dappled and just really looks a picture of health. A horse that, you know, projects to be at least forwardly placed in here coming out of some shorter races. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. 11 minutes to post in this Grade 3 Westchester, joined on set as promised. Samantha Perry, good to see you.
Good to see you. Did you enjoy your Derby evening?
I did. It's a little bit of a shock, I think, for most people watching it. Not given much of a chance. What a story, though. We'll have plenty more on that coming up with Cherie DeVoe and that breakthrough moment in the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, very, very fun.
Bishop's Bay, we showed you the win in this race last year. The form really has just continued. This is a very, very good horse. Of course, coming out of that race against Forever Young in the Saudi Cup, so has done some traveling. Let's go back to the Scar Mile and how he ended last year of his 5-year-old campaign. He capped it off with a Grade 2 victory.
It looked like there was no catching Mika here for trainer Mike Maker, and Bishop's Bay was just the engine that could and grinded him down with every single stride, and that punched his ticket to trying him in the Middle East, and it wasn't a disgraceful effort by any means. He's 3 for 3 across this racetrack here. He's back home at Big A.
That was a pretty good horse, long shot that day that sort of was disregarded, who's gone on to be very good, that he was able to run down and get that win over. Just consistently good against very good company. But this is a real challenger here in Antiquarian, who's been better, though, going longer.
Yeah, it's very possible, and I just want to echo a little bit the sentiments that Maggie was alluding to with his workouts. That workout that was posted, that was March 13th, and he did it so easy. So the fact that he was working that good back in March, The fact we're going to see him here today with all those works under his belt, I mean, he's just been training like clockwise, just like clockwork. And I think that that's fantastic coming into a spot like this. His form going this one turn is not always the best, but he's very good when he runs fresh, Greg.
And it was particularly, I think, that performance in the Suburban, he got beat that day, but the figure he ran in that race, I think, put him sort of on the radar as a long shot play for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Obviously, things didn't go well in that performance, but he showed you what kind of ability he has in that race.
Yeah, they thought enough of him to bring him out west, and I think that's a testament to just how great he did in his 4-year-old career, just really grinding him down. I'll be honest, whenever I watched him debut in 2024 at Gulfstream Park, I was completely against him. They didn't really bet him that day, and I was surprised when he came back to win at Fairgrounds after that, and since then he's been a very pleasant surprise. He tries hard every single time, but do you want to take a horse of him and Bishop's Bay both? They're one's coming off the Breeders' Cup layoff and one's coming off shipping from the Middle East, and both of those can be tough feats, Greg.
Well, here's an alternative. Pentathlon, Dylan Davis, Shug McGahee. And yeah, this one with recency, but from a talent standpoint would need to move forward.
Yeah, I thought his race at Gulfstream in the Army Mule was just a very gutsy effort, and trainer Shug McGahee had a very, very slow championship meet down in South Florida. This was a very competitive win for him, and a win that got the barn back on the podium, which was kind of tough. Great to see Shug here, and he grinded him down. Back him up is a horse for trainer Bobby DeBona, who they claimed for a pretty mid-level claiming tag, and then I've actually squeaked out a couple nice allowance wins with, but he was a complete no-show at Churchill Downs in a stakes race this weekend. I just wondered, who did he beat?
You got a quick look there at Shug McGahee, talking strategy with his pilot today, Dylan Davis, who was on board for that win last time out. So 5-1 on Pentathlon, who has 5 wins in his career. This would be a pretty big victory, beating the likes of Bishop Bay and Antiquarian in this spot. And we'll get to the Maryland shipper as well, who's a shorter price than Pentathlon. Pentathlon is actually the biggest price on the board. You can play this Westchester, the rest of the Triple Crown, Saratoga all summer and beyond with Naira Bets. Get a $25 free Preakness play. Punch in the code PREAK25 at sign up, and also get that $200 deposit match sign up bonus to bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NairaBets.com. Riders up. We'll have the post parade coming up. Bishop's Bay looking to repeat in this Westchester. For trainer Brad Cox, $2.47 million in earnings. John Velasquez hopping aboard Antiquarian there. As you take a look at the back of Shug McGahee. And this horse has taken some time to come around. There's been flashes of really, really good performances, but sometimes he leaves you scratching your head.
Yeah, he's one of those hit and miss horses, Greg. It's so unusual. And originally I thought he's a horse that just needed to run with Lasix, but he proved last time out that he's okay without it.
Here he is. Again, 5-1 from this inside slot. We'll stretch out slightly here to a mile. Back-to-back wins to start off his 5-year-old campaign, but this is toughest test yet. Here's the defending champ of the race, Bishop's Bay.
Very well-traveled horse and gallant effort in the Saudi Cup.
Runner-up, Grade 2 Suburban last summer, Saratoga. Here's Antiquarian.
A no-show in the Breeders' Cup Classic, but a very sharp winner in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. 1-for-1 here across this track.
Quince Brew, he's got some big races, including last time out, and a dominant win on the front end of Maryland.
And proved that he can run against open company. And it looks like a bit of a deja vu race from last year, Greg, because he just was breathing down the neck of Bishop's Bay last time in this race last year.
7-2 on that Maryland shipper, Quince Brew. Let's go downstairs to Maggie, standing by with a trainer at Pentathlon.
That's right. Shug McGahee here in the paddock with me and Shug Pentathlon, coming off of a victory. And, you know, I thought he was kind of down on the rail, not a great place to be there at Gulfstream for a lot of the race, and really kind of prevailed through the lane, grinding out the victory.
Yeah, I thought he ran good. He trained good down there this winter, and, you know, he's won 3 out of his last 4 now, and this is a little bit of a step up, but like I say, we'll have to see.
A horse that it felt as though you always had kind of high hopes for him, and it really feels like he's hitting his stride now, best of all, as a 5-year-old?
Well, we're going to find out today. But yeah, you know, I think he is. He's doing a lot better. You know, we were a little disappointed in the Naira Mile, but that's part of it. But you know, he came back and he's had 2 good races, and I thought his Army Mule down there was a pretty good race, and you know, we'll see what happens today. He's trained well, and we'll take it from there.
Dylan Davis sporting the iconic Phipps colors. Obviously, they're very much in the headlines with Golden Tempo winning. They're part owners on him. It was really fun to watch Daisy and all the Phipps children go crazy. I know you've had such a long and successful relationship with them. For you, kind of watching that yesterday play out, what were your thoughts?
Well, it was fun. I was excited for them. I trained the mother. She was okay, and so, you know, it was a good experience, and you know, I'm glad for them.
Well, best of luck here. Looking forward to what pentathlon can do.
All righty, thank you, Maggie.
All right, always good to catch up with Shug McGahee, Hall of Famer, one of the nicest guys around. Guys?
One of the most talented, too. What a career he has had. Pentathlon, pretty good start to the 5-year-old campaign, but these will be much deeper waters.
They really will, and he'll have to answer the bell here today. You don't want to knock what he's done, making that step from his 4 to 5-year-old career, and we are lacking a bit of star power in the older horse division. It seems to grow tougher, though, as the year progresses, now that we get to see Sovereignty journalism back as well. But is this horse that kind of quality? Probably not, but I still think that it's great that at 5, we're seeing the best of him. He's one that doesn't look too coltish as well, Greg, so I feel like he's got a pretty nice head on his shoulders.
As for Antiquarian, that Grade 1 win with a bit of an asterisk next to it with that trouble that happened, unfortunately, in that Jockey Club Gold Cup, but still crossed the wire first. The Suburban was huge. 2-1 here, Todd Pletcher, John Velasquez, and the starting point for him now coming back as a 5-year-old, you would assume he'll want more ground down the road.
Yeah, you would, but a fresh horse here today, Greg, I think that that's going to help him quite a bit. He's always one that has carried a lot of weight, a very strong, wide horse. I like what I'm seeing from him here, and I think that it's a little bit of an advantage coming from Florida. These horses that have been training in South Florida and then ship up here, like Pentathlon, you see their coats, they're just completely slicked out. They're carrying great condition, and you look at a horse like the 4 who's wintered here, and not to take anything away from the 4, Quince Brew, but just one that's still hanging on to that winter fur and still rounding into condition.
As for As for Bishop's Bay, we're going to get to Maggie in a moment. 4-5 now on this multi-millionaire. We've seen him win off even longer layoffs. I mean, he's only been off a few months here, but all that travel going to Saudi, now coming back to New York. Can that be a reason he gets beat today?
It really could be. Sometimes the travel just takes a lot out of him, Greg. When it's a horse coming from the Brad Cox barn, I feel like that happens a little bit less than more versus some other trainers, because he's very, very sharp with horses making this kind of move.
Never lost on this racetrack. 3 starts, 3 graded stakes wins for Bishop's Bay. Meanwhile, with more on Pentathlon, let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, I kind of liked that effort last time out, because as I said, and Samantha can speak more to this than I can, but consistently when I watch replays from Gulfstream, nobody's doing any running on the rail. It's a dead rail throughout the championship meet. And until about the quarter pole, Pentathlon was on it last time, and he's a horse that has hinted at so much ability in the past in little, snippets. Sometimes he doesn't run his race, and sometimes he doesn't show up. But at least, as Shug said, in these last 2 races, as a 5-year-old, he has been consistent. He's finally pairing these races back to back, and he's just physically, he's done incredibly well. I always have liked him as a physical, but he just has a good head on his shoulders now. He wasn't always this way. He would kind of get a little agitated and too revved up prior to his starts. That's not the case anymore. As I do think Antiquarian is moving incredibly well out there. A horse that I liked him last year. He does, I think, physically look much the same. And Sam, don't be hating on us who have spent the whole winter up here in the north, okay? I know you've got more of a tan than I do, and, you know, obviously that shows when you look at Quince Brew against the rest of this field.
And there is Quince Brew. Gate to wire win last start, going 7/8 in a stake at Maryland. It's the grade 3 Westchester. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Breaking beautifully was Bishop's Bay right to the front. Quince Brew is going to be a stalking second. These two hook up early. Pentathlon is comfortable enough right where he is. And then Antiquarian, center of the racetrack. It's a leisurely pace early as Quince Brew with a neck in front. No hurry for Bishop's Bay. Just easing in behind. Quince Brew, who's looking at Bishop's Bay, almost turning around, looking at Bishop's Bay. It's Quince Brew and Bishop's Bay 1-2. 24.19, a controlled opening quarter mile. Antiquarian is just to their outside in third, a stalking presence, the Gold Cup winner, and Pentathlon is the trailer. They work up the backstretch. Quince Brew makes it tight there for Bishop's Bay, who starts to work on through. And now Bishop's Bay is ready to challenge once again as they approach. A half mile left to go. Bishop's Bay, 47 seconds flat the half-mile time. Quince Brew now puts a nose back in front. Bishop's Bay controls the inside, and meanwhile looming up to the outside, John Velasquez and Antiquarian. And Antiquarian is now moving up to these leaders. Bishop's Bay is asked to do more. It's Bishop's Bay still tight at the rail. Quince Brew has been making it tough for Bishop's Bay, the defending champ, as they reach the top of the stretch. Pentathlon still the trailer. Antiquarian now makes the move, and Antiquarian starts the sprint for home. Bishop's Bay has taken second. Quince Brew has dropped out of it. Pentathlon trying to pick it up, but with a furlong left to go and extending his stride, it's Antiquarian who approaches the final 16th. Antiquarian is going to dominate here in the grade 3 Westchester. Wins beautifully. Bishop's Bay second, Pentathlon, and Quince Brew.
Welcome back, Antiquarian, and what a start to his 5-year-old campaign. This was a horse who put himself in the conversation as one of the better older horses in the country last year. If this is the start of his 5-year-old campaign, and we think he's better going longer, look out.
Yeah, this was a great prep coming into the rest of his 5-year-old career. I know that you look at the Jockey Club Gold Cup and what kind of happened with that, and maybe people think that he was not going to win the race if everything would have happened, but I think he's going to prove it. He might not get as respected as some other older horses in the division, but what a beautiful, beautiful comeback victory.
135.42. Antiquarian well clear of Bishop's Bay, who battles it out with Pentathlon to get second. 3-2-1-4, and a big victory in his return here for Todd Pletcher, Centennial Farms, with John Velasquez.
Great to see Centennial Farms Silks cross the wire first. Of course, they were on the Derby trail a little bit with a very nice Florida bred in Nearly, and this is a horse that they've always been very, very high on here, Antiquarian. So great to see these Silks back in the winner's circle.
Excited to see what the rest of his 2026 campaign looks like as well for this 5-year-old son of preservationist. 2-1 here on Antiquarian, grade 3 Westchester winner. First defeat here at Aqueduct for Bishop's Bay. Antiquarian just too good in this grade 3 from Belmont at the Big A. Good to be back with you on our Sunday coverage, Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. What a performance we just saw from Antiquarian, returning in his first start as a 5-year-old, and a Grade 3 victory convincingly here in the Westchester at 2-1. Let's go down to Maggie.
Here with Don Little Jr., as he's affectionately known as. But what a comeback to the races for Antiquarian. He had hinted that, though, in his preparations for Todd down in Florida.
Yeah, he looked great this winter, and we were pretty confident. But, it's his first time back in a little while. But he proved us right in what we saw, and, look forward to an exciting year.
As you should. The Centennial Way, you guys don't buy that many horses, but you really buy quality horses. How does he rank amongst some of the greats that you've had?
Well, he's right up there, one of the top 10s for sure now. And, credit to Steve Connor and Paula Parsons for the selection team, and they're just fabulous at what they do. And Team Pletcher, we're on a roll.
Speaking of a team, you got one heck of a team behind you.
Oh, they've been great. We actually brought a original brochure from 1988 that had Rubiano in it for good luck today. So it paid off because I think he won this race twice.
Well, hey, add another one to the mantle. Congratulations.
No, it was great. Thanks, Mike.
All right, Antiquarian with a big win today in the Westchester.
Now, good to get a little rehearsal here with this winner's circle photo. They might have a few more of those this year coming up with this performance.
Yeah, they really might. Watch out for them at Saratoga over the summertime, because I'm sure there's going to be a group that will double in size, Greg, come there.
The Antiquarian, first start back since the Breeders' Cup Classic, and a tremendous summer and spring for that matter prior to that led him to that big moment. Unfortunately did not fire in the Classic, but it looks like big things ahead here, beating Bishop's Bay at Pentathlon. They duke it out for second and third, but no doubt about your winner in this one. We have more stakes action coming up on the outer turf here for this Grade 3 Bogey. Mile and a 16th, fillies and mares 4 and up, and 2 for Chad Brown in here. Dynamic pricing to go back-to-back in this race. 4-5 favorite from the rail with a Rat Ortiz Jr.
A mare that it's great to see back. She was very game in defeat in the Ginny Wiley at Keeneland, and that was a race won by, dead heat, by 2 very, very nice fillies and mares there. So the class definitely speaks for itself. I think for a comeback race, that's a great spot to start off, and maybe we'll get a little bit of deja vu, Greg, because like you said, reigning champ of this last year.
All right, more on this race coming up. It's a race that Chad Brown has dominated. More on that in a moment. Journalism, last year's jaw-dropping Preakness winner, came back in the Oaklawn Handicap in that big rematch with the Horse of the Year Sovereignty. And, of course, your winner, White Barrio, under consideration now for one of the most prestigious races in our sport. Belmont at Saratoga Week, the Met Mile.
You have to imagine, Greg, that journalism is going to take another step forward from that race, especially just being a starting off point for him. But still, White Barrio is going to give him a lot of heck come race time.
Yeah, both sovereignty and journalism, starting point,
right.
First start. Journalism had that start, obviously, in the Breeders' Cup Classic, but you would think both these two could take a big step forward, start number 2 of their 4-year-old campaign.
Yeah, it kind of put a little bit of a bad taste in my mouth, the fact that journalism still just wouldn't pass sovereignty. He just won't get by him. I just want to see a little bit more fight from him down the lane, and he's going to face an even bigger, badder version of sovereignty the next time they face off.
Meanwhile, what a weekend. We talked at top of the show for the Ortiz brothers, particularly Jose Ortiz, 9th rider in the history of our sport to pull off an Oaks Derby double, and it began prime time under the lights in the Oaks with always a runner.
A very fun atmosphere it looked like under the lights. Seemed like a football game out there, and just such a great performance by this filly, lightly raced. Jose Ortiz guided her to a perfect victory, Greg. It was so cool to see, and of course you got to see her right here in your backyard.
Connections didn't think she was going to be here. Chad Brown always thought she had the talent to win this race. She had pneumonia, missed all of her 2-year-old campaign, came in with just 2 starts, and as a 2-year-old with her career kind of didn't know if she'd ever run, to achieve this in just her 3rd career start. Very exciting and got to be so gratifying for these connections. First, obviously, Kentucky Oaks win for trainer Chad Brown, and for Jose Ortiz pulling off that Oaks Derby double. What a weekend. Also winning the Modesty and the Ali Shiva.
To even ride a race on Kentucky Derby Day is such a feat for a jockey. To ride in the Oaks, to win the Oaks, crazy. I can't even imagine the type of adrenaline that was probably going through his veins come Saturday morning, waking up, and horses can't read the odds. You look at the form, Greg, and you think, okay, well, Golden Tempo, yeah, he was good his first 2 starts. What are we going to do coming back? And you got to be in it to win it. I would love to know what was going through his mind back there at the back of the pack. There's a point you couldn't even see him in the screen. It was crazy.
So far back.
Yeah.
What an incredible run from that horse. And of course, great job from Jose Ortiz to guide both these two to the wire. First, we look what's ahead for this 3-year-old filly division. DraftKings Acorn, June 5th, Belmont and Saratoga week, and then the 2 biggies. Coaching Club American Oaks, and then arguably the most prestigious race there is for 3-year-old fillies in our sport, the Alabama at 1.25 miles, presented by Keeneland Sales.
I'm excited to see, Greg, who's going to come out of the Kentucky Oaks onto this 3-year-old series, because it really runs deep here, the 3-year-old contention. And the Oaks was seemingly pre-draw, maybe one of the most wide open races that we thought for 3-year-olds. And then the Kentucky Derby ended up the same way. But I like that this group of fillies, they seem to have a lot of heart, a lot of class coming into this race. And I think we'll get to see a lot of them at Saratoga, hopefully.
That schedule you saw, by the way, you'll see all those on Big Fox. So we're going to have a fun summer coming up for you, Saratoga and beyond. We're going to take a timeout. More graded stakes action on the way, and tremendous weekend for that man right there. May continue in a race that he has dominated back-to-back in the Beaugay. Yeah, with dynamic pricing, he's also won 6 of the last 8 editions of this race. Got 2 chances coming up.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the 2nd leg of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga, June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com.
Join analysts Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro on the road to the Kentucky Derby and Kentucky Oaks. Get picks and analysis for all the prep races and gain insight into promising contenders on the trail to the Derby and Oaks. That and more on the Naira Bets YouTube channel.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut, and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
and it's Rushing Fall and Got Stormy, and they're 1-2 with 3/16 to the finish. Rushing Fall is prevailing here. Rushing Fall by 2.5 lengths. Then Got Stormy and Call Me Love on the outside. Rushing Fall put right on the lead by Javier Castellano, and she takes them wire to wire to win the Bogey.
One of those 6 Chad Brown victories in the Bogey over the last 8 years. Rushing Fall, what a performer she was. She ended her career as a champion back in 2020. Grade 1 winner at 2, 3, 4, and 5. Included in those wins over her incredible career, the Diana, the Jenny Wiley. Chad Brown believes she's a Hall of Famer.
I don't disagree. She was absolutely fantastic in her career. Just shy of 3 million. She was all heart, too. And you see, she just crosses the wire with her ears pricked like, yep, I did it. I'm the queen.
Tremendous career for E5 Racing. Bob Edwards. And here's yet another Chad Brown filly, the one who won it last year. We'll try and go back-to-back and keep that streak going for this barn. Klarovich Stables. Dynamic pricing coming out of a pretty tough group. Grade 1 Jenny Wiley, so essentially dropping a class here.
Yeah, there really is. And I think that was a great stepping stone to get her into this spot here today. Last year, she took a little bit of a different path. She was off until September and then came back to do this. It was a huge effort. It's interesting that Chad Brown gave her a race before this one.
She was not favored in this race last year, but I would say with the presence of Laura Lynn, maybe a tougher task this year.
It could be. It depends on if Laura Lynn can make that step up from 3 to 4, which you always worry about just as time goes on. And fillies can be a little bit fickle sometimes, but she's one that's never been worse than second. So you got to tip your hat to her, and you just hope that she's going to take another step forward. Hey, she doesn't have lush lips to deal with for sure anymore.
With more on this Chad Brown duo, including the odds-on favorite, let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, taking a look here at dynamic pricing, she is a mare that can get a little over the top in the preliminaries. She walked in and she was kind of scattered in her physical, just pushing her handlers all around. Now she actually has chilled out a little bit since they got the tack on her. Remember going back to the Saratoga race in the Grade 1 Diana, she was a little bit over the top, and Chad actually opted to keep her in the saddling stall and took her out to the track last because she can get a little edgy, and sometimes that can be her undoing. So hopefully she keeps a lid on it a bit more. And let's face it, the Aqueduct Paddock is far more quiet than the Saratoga one. So I'm a little concerned that she's doing this today because that necessarily hasn't happened physically. Now she looks tremendous, and I did think she just got a little too far back in that last race in the Jenny Wiley at Keeneland. There it was predominantly focused on the more forward runners that finished in the 1, 2, 3 positions, and she just couldn't close the gap on them. So incredibly fit here. She usually does look this way, but a little bit on her nerves, to say the least. Now, Chad's other horse, however, is number 2, City Girl, and we don't know how good she is, right? She's a little bit of an unproven commodity. Her French form isn't anything necessarily to write home about, and she just was able to dominate a field that she overmatched in her last race at Tampa. But she did look good doing it, at least, and she is a pretty type. I actually like her a lot more than I was expecting, because watching that replay, she's kind of one of those horses that runs with her tail straight out, and I always think maybe they're just a little bit weak behind, and that's not the case with her. Very nicely put together, incredibly athletic, and has a lovely presence too in her disposition. Very classy acting, as we'll turn our attention to another classy individual in number 6, Laurel Lynn. I got a lot of love for Laura Lynn. She just shows up every time she's led over here for Graham Motion. Now, last time she was defeated by Fionn, and I don't love the fact that a 75-1 shot finished third in there, but she was losing ground throughout, and she was able to kind of try to sprint home with Fionn, who just got her in the shadow of the wire. She's always a fairly laid-back type. She really doesn't look that much different to me from 3 to 4. She looks incredibly fit here for Graham too, so I would not discredit her chances, Greg.
Well, she has proven, and the resume shows it. She's incredibly talented. She's a fighter as well. And let's keep in mind, too, that was a mile and 3/8. We're at a mile and 16 today, and there's her pilot, Kendrick Carmouche, will be aboard. Left-hand side of your screen. Let's go back to that jockey clubhouse. So mile and 3/8 on this Aqueduct inner turf course, and wound up being beat by a pretty good one in Fionn.
Yeah, you could say that for sure. And maybe it was just pushing the envelope a little bit too far with her going that a mile and 3/8. She's really hit a nice, comfortable distance at a mile and 3/16. She, to me, has always been one that a mile and an eighth, I kind of prefer her a bit more. But she was game in defeat, and the rest of the field, as you could see, they were just kind of a little bit. You want the winner and the runner-up from that race is what I want to say.
Showed her quality really since the get-go. One of the first 5 starts of her career. We saw that victory this past summer in that Saratoga Oaks Invitational. And we'll see if she does take that jump from 3 to 4. You obviously have Dynamic Pricing, who already has, you know, the recency of a start under her belt, not to mention Grade 1 Company, where she gave a very good account of herself that you got to go up against.
Yeah, and you could argue that was a much tougher field than she's going to face today. I will say about Laurelyn, kind of echoing on the sentiment that we talked before, the last graded stakes race is training in Florida has some nice advantages sometimes, and there was a breeze on her on April 5th. She was working with a horse who won over in France and was third in a stakes on her comeback this year. At Laurel, I thought the work was decent. It was 105. The rails were out pretty far at Palm Meadows, the training center there in South Florida, where Graham Motion trains most of his horses, but got some home work advantage at Fair Hill, which Maggie could speak more to. That's her backyard.
There's Mo Fox Given, John Velasquez for Marcassi, and those familiar silks of Gary Barber. 5-year-old mare who's a 3-time winner in her career. She's making her 5-year-old return. And there again, Laurel Lynn for Graham Motion. Newstead Stables as we get set for our post parade coming up. Start of this final pick 5 here on the card. We'll begin with the odds-on favorite here. Dynamic Pricing, again, looking to go back-to-back. Former Grade 1 winner. Just missed a placing in the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley in her comeback as a 5-year-old.
Back to a familiar spot here at Belmont. A nice 4th place finish, looking to reign in her title of the Big Eye.
Stablemate, City Girl with Flavian Pratt.
The win at Tampa left a lot to be desired. She's going to take on a much tougher group here today, but you got to start somewhere.
Here's the biggest price on the board, Racing Colors.
Hard to imagine this one will pick up her feet very much on the lawn, as she is 0 for 6 across the grass.
Mo Fox Given, again, returning as a 5-year-old now for Marcassi.
Last win was at Kentucky Downs, and I don't hold a lot of stock in horses that do win there in their last start.
And just very excited to see what Laura Lynn does coming back now, and if she does take a move forward now as a 4-year-old filly.
You would hope that she will, never worse than second, and she's taking some money, Greg, so I feel like that's kind of encouraging. The betting public is projecting that she is going to take a step forward, but will it be a big enough step to face the one?
I don't think she has to improve that much,
That's
really,
fair.
to make an impact. She's been very good. We'll see here. Play with Naira Bets. Get a little extra money in your pocket. Hit the late pick 5. You'll split a $5,000 pot. Got to opt in to take advantage at NairaBets.com. So extra incentive to go after this pick 5 that begins here, where it seems like you potentially could narrow things down a little bit.
I think so. If you're going to play this pick 5, to me, I'm just going to single the one here. I think that short price horses sometimes you just have to take. I don't want to try to get cute. And she is the likeliest winner in this field. And it's interesting, Greg, sometimes these fillies and mares, as they get older, they'll sometimes could put on a little bit more weight, kind of get being a mama on their mind, and she's one that looks like she has not missed a step at all in her condition and just her build and her mentality as well.
Grade 1 winner in her own right, again coming out of a Grade 1, but this is a serious rival she is dealing with outside in here. Laurel Lynn, Grade 1 placed obviously, Grade 2 winner at Saratoga, and a little bit of a move forward. And she's right there with the odds-on favorite, even if she runs her best race.
I feel like the 3-year-old group of fillies we saw last year was one of the most competitive groups we've seen in a while. You had Nitrogen, you had Lush Lips, you just had so many nice horses. Fionn, yeah. Candy Quest, all of these horses were so good, and she was right there every single time. So I think it's going to be great to see her coming back and taking a step forward, hopefully.
Let's go back to Maggie and Laurel Lynn.
Yeah, like I said, you know, for me, there wasn't that much that separated her from Dynamic Pricing. Of course, Dynamic Pricing has that start under her belt, so I'm sure that sets her up a little bit more. But I've just always liked Laurel Lynn and her desire to get things done, and she looked fabulous in the warm-up here with Kendrick Ramuch aboard. As we'll check in with Dynamic Pricing, who, like I said, she's a bit of a handful in the paddock. She's stayed with the pony, and I get that, staying with the pony, because she might be a little too much to handle. Otherwise, it looks as though she's keeping a lid on it, in other words, and as she's really kind of bowled herself up and into a ball. She's very much on the bit. In fact, as one would say, she's behind the vertical a bit. So that just speaks to how strong she's behaving in this warm-up. So we'll see what she does. I just wish she was a little bit more relaxed, that's all. So that's pushed me to Laurel Lynn. Greg?
7-5, Laurel Lynn, even money, Dynamic Pricing. As we are 2 minutes to post here in this Grade 3 Bogey. Here's City Girl, the other Chad Brown mare. They're both 5-year-old mares here in this spot. 4-1 here. You get Pratt. She would need to take a big move forward. It is the third start off a lengthy layoff and third start here in the States, and she did put it all together last time.
She did. I don't feel like she put it together, Greg, against a field that was all that competitive. The second place finisher was a horse for Jimmy Toner, who's had a very spotty race record. She seems very even pace. She doesn't have that very quick, explosive turn of foot. And you can look at her form from France. She could run all day long. So I wonder if in the future for her, even further would be better.
Yeah, mile, 5/16, mile and a quarter. See those last 2 victories on the resume. As we look at Mo Fox Given. Mark Cassidy again, Gary Barber Silks, Johnny V.
This is an interesting mare. I can never catch her at the right time. Her earlier victories, I couldn't get a real grasp on her either. And her race last year around this time at Gulfstream was a really solid second place finish, moving on up, came back to win. She was facing a nice group of older fillies and mares all campaigning last year. But when you win at Kentucky Downs, when that's your most recent win, that's such an oddly configured racetrack. Some horses love it, some don't take to it too much, and that's where she got her last win. So I'm just a bit hesitant with her.
2 standouts. They're both at 6-5, and City Girl, now that price starting to float up a little. I feel like just the only reason she is taking some money at all because of it's Chad Brown and it's Flavien Prat.
Yeah, maybe the bettors are thinking, well, it's the other Chad, right? And how many times do they get you in the betting, Greg, with that move? I know I've encountered it more times than I'd like to admit.
Well, they get overbet for a reason because they win all the time.
Very true.
Inside, outside, attracting all the attention as they should in this Grade 3 Bogey. And, for Laurel Lynn, I know Graham Motion felt, longer distance for her, not a problem, even though we did see her get beat late in going a mile and 3/8 in the Jockey Club Oaks. She's been great, though, at a mile. Obviously started off her career, 2nd, 3rd, 4th starts of her career, all at a mile. So very capable with the shorter distance as well.
I think so too, and I would argue and say that this is probably the best suited distance for her moving forward.
Grade 3, Beaugay. Can Chad Brown continue his dominance, trying to win this race for the 7th time in the last 9 years? Dynamic pricing, looking to go back-to-back. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Laurel Lynn. All set. And they're off in the Beaugay. Mo Fox Given right to the front, and here comes City Girl and Flavienne Pratt. City Girl with a nose advantage. Mo Fox Given is going to be a stalking second. Dynamic pricing is at the rail for Irad Ortiz Jr. with Laurel Lynn to the outside. Now secures third. The trailer, the long shot. Racing Colors. They work around this turn, and on the lead, it's City Girl, who does have pressure from Mo Fox Given. They're up by 2.5 now, almost 3 from Laurel Lynn, who's alone in third. Racing Colors has relegated Dynamic Pricing to the trailing position as they work up the backstretch. 24.37 the opening quarter mile. Mo Fox Given is the leader. City Girl is going to let her press on, and Laurel Lynn wants to do more for Kendra Carmouche out in the center of the course. No cover for Laurel Lynn right now, is tugging in second. Dynamic Pricing now moves to the outside of City Girl, is a shared fourth, and at the back still, Racing Colors. 48-4 for the half-mile time, and it's Mo Fox Given trying to stretch out the lead. Laurel Lynn now clearly in pursuit, and Laurel Lynn is catching Mo Fox Given with the neck of the leader. Dynamic Pricing has clear running room now, is moving towards the outside. City Girl, patiently ridden down to the inside, is still third. Mo Fox Given turns them for home in the Beaugay. Laurel Lynn with every shot to run her down. City Girl moves to the inside here of Dynamic Pricing, who's trying to pick him up. Laurel Lynn is in front. City Girl, Dynamic Pricing calling on her class to the outside, but City Girl has found more in between horses. A 16th left to go. Chad Brown 1-2. City Girl, Dynamic Pricing. City Girl wins the Grade 3 Beaugay over Dynamic Pricing. Laurel Lynn and Mo Fox Given.
Never dismiss this barn. Chad Brown, it's his other runner. City Girl with Flavienne Pratt with the upset score in the Grade 3 Beaugay. Dynamic Pricing doesn't go back-to-back, but Chad Brown's streak continues.
Both of the Chad Brown trainees were a little late to switch their lead, but once City Girl did, she kicked on nicely. This was a surprising effort, to me at least. Greg, I don't know how surprised you are, but that was a beautiful victory, maybe one that's on the come up here.
She had not won a race that could contend with these two in the first 2 starts here in the States. This was a big move forward for her. 7-2 on this 5-year-old mare who is now a Grade 3 winner on the resume. Big performance here, and I think either one of these two, Pratt or Ortiz, if they had choice, and Ortiz was on the one that was taking all the money, they want to be on Dynamic Pricing.
Yeah.
She gets beat, though, today.
Yeah, you got to be in it to win it. It's never as easy as even money all the time, and City Girl just answered the bell in a big way. And Chad Brown has so much success, Greg, with getting these horses started off at Tampa across that turf course. It's a turf course he's been very vocal about how much he likes it and getting one fit, and she looked the part here today.
So Chad Brown 1-2. Laurel Lynn has to settle for third in her comeback effort. 2-1-6-5 finish at City Girl, Grade 3 Beaugay. Under Flavienne Pratt for Michael Dubb and Matacat Stables. Oh, what a glorious sight that is. You're not missing Florida, are you?
No, look
Okay,
at
good.
beautiful New York City. This is awesome.
Quite a sight.
This is how I appreciate New York City, from afar, just like this.
Nothing like. We have a great view actually from here. You need to check out. Just go to the end of the balcony out here. A beautiful view of Manhattan. Play all the action with Naira Bets. Look at this man, Flavien Prat. City Girl, 2-win afternoon, coming back from a very productive Saturday on Kentucky Derby Day at Churchill Downs. City Girl, big surprise here at 7-2. Chad Brown streak remains. Maddock Stables, Michael Dubb.
I wouldn't have bet that horse at 7-2, Greg. She needed to step up in a big way, but hey, she did it. It was probably a lot of Flavien Prat money, and he drug her home.
Big step up in this performance, beating two graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 stablemate Dynamic Pricing, as we go to Maggie.
Here with Flavien Prat. Well, it's Chad's 8th win in the Bogates, Flavien's 2nd. As this filly, Flavien, I know you rode her 2 starts ago to a 3rd place finish. It was her first start in the country. How much has she taken a step forward from your estimation?
Yeah, she really improved, I thought, from her first time here and her second time, and even today. So yeah, that was a good run today.
She had a really nice presence about her. It's not like her French form was really that impressive, but a really nice presence about her, really nice way of moving. And she kind of was forward and then she took back, and it felt like she was just waiting on your cues.
Yeah, she's very pretty filly and move very well. And yeah, no, since Chad has her, I mean, she keep improving, and she's been very straightforward.
You say straightforward. I feel like you have a particular insight when it comes to horses being imported from France. Do they train them differently there than what they do here? Because I feel like there is often a little bit of an acclimation period.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they do train differently. And even the races, it's usually bigger racetrack, and pace is usually a bit slower. But yeah, I think she adapted very well.
She looked it today, that's for sure. Congratulations.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Flavien Prat, aboard City Girl, gets her first stakes win here in the States. Greg?
Yeah, huge black type win here. Those obviously from the Westchester. Get you those Bogey prices in a moment. From City Girl. Pratt, Chad Brown, Maddock Stables. There it is, $9.02 for the win. Dynamic pricing at Chad Brown, exacta $9.27.
A prevailing City Girl over her stablemate. What a great performance. Jockey Flavien Prat has had to work for it in his last 2 starts. He's going to sleep good tonight, Greg.
Incredible what he has done since moving to the East Coast. And as in demand a rider there's probably been in the history of this sport, with good reason. 1 1/8 on the turf here in race 9. Allowance optional claiming group. And getting serious, Shug McGahee. Prat will look for number 3 on this filly making her 3-year-old debut.
This is one of the most competitive groups on the card, in my opinion, today, Greg. There's a lot of 3-year-olds facing some older horses, and it can be tough sometimes this time of year. I'm always one that kind of plays against that, and I feel like 8 to 9 times out of 10 I am correct, and hopefully I am here, but a very, very nice group that we're going to have ahead. I'm excited to see this race. I think it's going to be a wide open betting board, and we'll see.
Shug McGahee with a favor right now. I thought his other filly in the race, she's got the outside post on protective custody, I thought could be very tough. She's 5-1 right now. We'll look back to that Fort Marcy deterministic gate to wire in his 5-year-old return, and now eyeing a Grade 1 that he won last year. We'll have that story when we come back.
In racing, bloodlines are kingdoms, and every kingdom needs an heir. Sired by Uncle Mo, Kingsbarns was chosen for greatness. An $800,000 2-year-old built like an empire. He defeated champion Arcangelo on debut, dominated the Louisiana Derby in his 3rd start, and achieved a defining victory in the Grade 1 Stephen Foster. Kingsbarns, where the line of kings continues.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
And it's lights out. Locked. Pouring it on. Running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward. It is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Deterministic reaches the top of the lane here, and Deterministic now sprints for home. Battle of Normandy is giving game chase towards the outside. Redari is a clear third. Deterministic and Battle of Normandy, who is drifting out but is getting closer. Deterministic has a 16th left to go. Deterministic, Battle of Normandy. Deterministic, triumphant in the Ford Marcy.
Finalist for last year's Eclipse Award. Scratched out of the Maker's Mark Mile, rerouted here, and Deterministic, not quite as fast as last year when he won this race. Instead of track record, did what he needed to do, leading every step of the way in his comeback race now as a 5-year-old. Looked very good doing it, and now sounds like on to bigger and better things. Miguel Clement saying they're going to target the Manhattan again.
Very exciting, and yeah, maybe it wasn't as flashy as last year's, but it was still a great comeback. Great to see him back and in good form. He's going to be a very fun horse moving forward too. It's such a good looking one, and excited for the connections to see what they pull out for the rest of the summer at Saratoga.
Yeah, great starting point for that horse. And grade 1, yeah, Manhattan, it looks like at a mile and 3/16 is what he's going to look at next. Belmont at Saratoga week. Meanwhile, other stakes on our Saturday program for you, the Elusive Quality. And just about gate to wire, Waralo for Chris Engelhardt, Ricardo Santana Jr. off the bench to win this race to get the 10th win of his 7-year-old career.
He had 26 Black measured the runner-up here the whole way. Ricardo Santana said, you know what, we're going to go for it today. I've got a fresh horse. Let's break from the gate and just go and see if we'll hang on. It'll be fun to see these two match up again later. I wonder if the tables will turn a little bit, but a huge effort by the winner. Very excited for them.
7-year-old off the bench, first start since late October, when 26 Black had beat him to end his 6-year-old season. Now he returns the favor off the layoff.
I've decided to sign my divorce papers, Greg, with Clock Tower. If he couldn't get past there yesterday, I'm done with him.
463,000 plus in earnings for this son of War Dancer, owned by My Purple Haze Stables. And a nice win there off the bench in that Elusive Quality. It was a fun Saturday afternoon card that we had here with those stakes. We still have more graded stakes action coming up on this card. Grade 3 Vagrancy still ahead. We're going to take a timeout in the action. We're about 14 minutes away from this 9th coming up. Miguel Clement had that big win with Deterministic yesterday. Swiss Moon, State's debut. We'll have a Rad Ortiz Jr. aboard when we come back here in the 9th from Belmont at the Big A. Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on this Sunday afternoon. Race 9, Belmont of the Big A, mile and an eighth on the turf. This starts the late pick 4, and that'll be the mount of Flavien Prat as he looks for his third on this Sunday card. He'll team up with Shug McGahee, getting serious, getting set for her 3-year-old debut.
She's got her work cut out for her here after that race at Gulfstream Park across their turf course there. I felt like she left a lot to be desired. She's got to take a step forward here.
Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, I agree with Samantha when it comes to getting serious his last race. I mean, look, the second place finisher did come back and win, but that was on the dirt. So I don't really think that adds up for meaning that this horse is going to necessarily be successful at a short price. However, the last and only time I saw her was for a race that's not listed on your form because she was a late scratch back on November 6th of 2025 because she was very, very sharp and revved up for the prelims and actually acted up terribly at the gate. And so that resulted in a late scratch. Well, today, however, she is very relaxed, very quiet here in the paddock. But as a favorite, yeah, physically looking at her, I don't know. She's definitely not a standout by any means. And she looks fit enough, but also as if she needs to just kind of strengthen up a little bit. That top line is lacking a little bit overall. So at a short price, I'm willing to look elsewhere from her, as Shug will also send out the outside runner in number 9, Protective Custody. Obviously, we'll have to work out some sort of trip from there. But she does have the recency. And I think she kind of can be summed up more or less with the comment line 2 back, the short comment, 1 pace. She is a little bit of that. So that does concern me a bit as she was tracking 3 wide. She made a little bit of a mild bid last time out at Laurel. Looking at her, though, I really, physically at least, much prefer the looks of her. Big, strapping filly, and of course, that makes sense because she is a 4-year-old facing some 3-year-old competitors here. But I do like what I'm seeing from her. It's just, can she get a good enough position from that outside post to, just use her very short kick effectively? As we'll move on to one of 2 for Miguel Clement. Number 4, Swiss Moon. She is the import here from France. As looking at her, she has been only going a mile over there. She looks more like a miler. So as this is a mile and an eighth, I always wonder, it's at first, as we just heard Flavien Prat say, they run the races slower there, so it allows, horses to be a little bit closer than what they would in our shorter races. So that's why you automatically go a bit further when they make their stateside debut. But I don't know if that necessarily bodes well for her because she is quite small, quite petite. Obviously, again, another 3-year-old against some older company, and it shows. I prefer with these younger horses that they stacked up a bit more physically to their older competitors. However, she does look incredibly fit and well turned out for Miguel here. So we'll see what she brings to the table, making her U.S. debut, Greg.
Yeah, thank you, Maggie. She's 4-1 for this stateside debut coming up. Meanwhile, back to the favorite, getting serious, getting set for her 3-year-old return. Let's take a look at her in action. 2 starts back. This was in her maiden win, Belmont at Aqueduct.
This was a sharp effort here. Second place finisher came back to win. We didn't see her again after that for a couple of months, and then she resurfaced back at Gulfstream. She did not look like this at Gulfstream. I'll say that. She really kind of just has an interesting way about her. She's not very efficient in the way that she runs. She picks her knees up very high, of course, a stamped characteristic of a grass horse, Greg, but you still want to see him have a little bit more reach and a little bit more push. And as Maggie said, very petite in size.
See how she fares off the bench. She was 3rd her first try against Winners. Off that maiden win, that was early December. Play all the action, including the rest of the Triple Crown and beyond. At Naira Bets, Preak 25 to get that $25 free play in the Preakness and that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. Right there at NairaBets.com. There's Miguel Clement. Had deterministic come back successfully to lead Gate to Wire in that Grade 3 Fort Marcy. It looks like on to the Grade 1 Manhattan. And now talking things over with Arad Ortiz Jr. for Swiss Moon's States debut coming up.
Swiss Moon debuted in the race against Parfois, who was that absolute monster of a grass filly at Tampa for Chad Brown. She ran off the screen. Swiss Moon, second best to her. Of course, Parfois was disqualified there, but I just don't think she's the same caliber of filly. There was only one breeze on her to be able to see online, and it was back in February, so I don't really add too much stock in it, but she is a smaller sized filly, and I feel like the distances they run them on the grass course in Europe, Greg, they usually know what spot they're supposed to be in.
And that's the first time, yeah, she'll go beyond a mile, getting this mile and an 8 distance here, and it's going to try and do it off a layoff as well, and against older company. As we see riders up, there's Jose Lezcano on protective custody. Again, the other Shug McGahee runner, he's got the favorite. He has the 9 as well at 4-1. This one coming in from Laurel last time out, 3rd place finish. As we kick off our post parade with Huntress at 22-1.
Has tried the dirt in her last 2, gets back to the grass, but that Louisiana form not as strong.
Here is the favorite, Flavian Pratt, looking for his 3rd on Getting Serious.
Will face older fillies and mares for the first time, 3rd last out at Gulfstream.
Miguel Clement, turf debut, Hidden Rose.
4th last out on the dirt, makes her 3-year-old debut. Connect only 7% with first-time turfers play against for me.
The other Miguel Clement here, States debut, Swiss Moon.
Adds Lasix, making her first start in the U.S. Tries very hard, but will have to try even harder to get a victory here.
Here's Creative Stuff, making her 3-year-old debut.
She won on the grass at Meadowlands, but that is a completely different task than we are going to see here today.
Patty Cakes has some turf races, getting back on the turf for the first time in a while that fit with this group.
And she has some speed, and she's 7. She's a nice older, hard-knocking mare.
And she's 15-1 right now, too. Here's Soul Dance, Grand Motion.
I like this race more and more in hindsight that she's exiting a 6th place finish at Tampa.
Salt Princess, David Donk, John Velasquez.
Will add Lasix for the first time, making her 3-year-old debut. A convincing winner last time out, but tough group today.
And protective custody, the other Shug McGahee filly. Again, Jose Lezcano aboard.
Yeah, I agree with Maggie, what she said. Very, very one-paced filly. It seems like where you place her is where she's going to be. Got into a little bit of trouble in that first turn at Laurel, but it wasn't really that much. She just has nothing left towards the end of her races to make an impact.
3rd off the bench today, though. We'll see if she can take a step forward at 9-2. Let's go back to the one you like in here for Grand Motion. Soul Dance.
Yeah, I'm going to take a little bit of a shot. First off, I really just want a 4-year-old in this race. I 4 and up in this spot here, and I can be wrong. I just think that it's good to have an opinion, and in this spot, I'm going to take one with a horse that at least has had a start facing older horses, Greg. I didn't really like that allowance race too much at Tampa. Obviously, the Tampa form is really holding up here, as we just saw in the previous race, but the winner of that allowance race she's exiting out of, Portfolio Duration, ran 2nd yesterday at Churchill Downs in a grade 2 with an 87 buyer. I know she was very well beaten that day, but I do like the fact that we'll get Manny Franco aboard and a 4-year-old for the Grand Motion barn.
6-1 right now with more on Soul Dance, the 7. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, I saw that with Portfolio Duration, and I don't think she's facing any Portfolio Durations in here. So maybe that does draw Soul Dance a little bit more into this race, as she is 2nd off of a layoff and incredibly fit. I mean, I like her as an individual, judging her. Everything's where it needs to be. The problem is that she's a 4-year-old that looks like a 3-year-old. She's incredibly petite and tiny. So going the 1 1/8 here, well, I mean, she did get beaten a nose going 1.25 miles at Salisbury, back last summer in England. So I guess that bodes well for her, getting a little bit more ground to work with here. She just doesn't look like it per se, but that you know, the proof is in the pudding when you look at the form. I just wish there was a little bit more of her to begin with, as we'll look to her inside with number 6, Patty Cakes, as she is second off the claim here and ran in a very salty A, other than for Ilkay Cantermasi on the turf. Greosh and Being Betty. Matilda was highly regarded for Chad Brown. She had been the workmate of Jazora coming into that race. Patty Cakes, she went out to the lead that day, and obviously maybe she earned a better figure than one would expect her to, you know, based upon some of her previous turf races, because it's the nature of turf racing. It kind of brings the fields together. But I still think at a big price, she's worth a look in here, because there isn't, an apparent speed horse on paper, and Gokhan Kokakaya could be aggressive with her again. Maybe see how long and far she can take them, Greg.
Yeah, look, I said it before. I thought she had several races that she is a player in this race. You go back to some of those other turf efforts, and they fit with Getting Serious, with the other Sugar Runner on the outside. It's way too big a price.
I totally agree. Whatever figures you want to use, she is clearly fast coming into this race, and she's a 7-year-old who maybe her best days are a little bit more behind her, but I thought she showed a lot of improvement to take a chance with a horse like this. At least we know that she's tactical, where some of these others, you just kind of wonder, where are you going to go? And she's a 7-year-old that looks like a 7-year-old.
Back to Huntress, biggest price on the board. Favorite has actually moved to the X Factor in here. The first time States runner, Swiss Moon, the 4.
I always like horses making their first start in the United States when they get Lasix on for the first time. Now, I prefer it a little bit more with older horses. If you ever see that, an older horse making the first start and getting Lasix for the first time, it's a huge move up for me. The races in France, you wonder how that form is going to hold up, but as I said on her debut, Parfois was a runaway winner for Chad Brown. I can't wait to see what she's got as we move on to the Turf Series later in the spring, summer. So maybe they're looking at that, Greg? I mean, that's what I would be keying off of here.
Post time coming up shortly. Start of the Pick 4. Got a long Sunday for you this afternoon, the day after the Kentucky Derby. And we'll talk some Derby coming up in just a little bit. History made with Cherie DeVaux and Golden Tempo. What a story in the 152nd running of the Run for the Roses. This race here, Getting Serious. Both Shug McGahee runners, obviously very dangerous. The two's been taking all that money constantly. I thought just for protective custody, going back to the 9 in here, third off the bench, those last two efforts, I thought 2 of the best figures she's ever run, and pairing those together, I thought she's going to take a step forward today. And we have a late scratch, by the way. Creative Stuff, who potentially could have been our pace setter in this field coming out.
That will kind of leave things a little bit more open on the front end, it seems like, Greg, and maybe slide in nicely for Patty Cakes here, too, because she can take some initiative.
Yeah, maybe reason to even like that 6 at 15, well, 16 to 1 right now, even more. I guess the only other one now from a pace presence is potentially, I guess, the 8 Salt Princess.
Yeah, that's what I would say as well, especially when you're a fresh horse coming into this race. Hasn't been seen since early November of last year, so I think that having that layoff to deal with, you're going to be a little bit more headstrong getting into this. But I agree with you, Greg. I like the other Shug, the 9 Protective Custody. This horse here, she is just a bigger, kind of more solid version than her stablemate. And that race at Gulfstream that the number 2 Getting Serious is coming out of, Bert's Naughty Girl was a grinding winner, a daughter of Nixco for trainer Jeff Engler that day. Hot Diva, as Maggie mentioned a little bit earlier, won the cash run on the dirt next out for trainer Patrick Biancone. It just, to me, she had a little bit of trouble at the break, but it wasn't much. Tyler Gaffalione, her jockey, just kind of had things close up for him a little bit, but it didn't make enough effort to be a problem in the race at all. The problem is she's glued to the rail the whole time, and she runs in place.
Well, all the money coming in late here on this Miguel Clement, 3-year-old filly. Swiss Moon, 9-5. Take a look at the exotics here. Actually, yeah, second choice. Getting Serious, pretty heavy favorite in the pick 3. And in the double.
Wow.
But it's Swiss Moon who's favored on the board.
Find that
9-5.
I find that very, very interesting. Both of these two horses that are taking all the attention, Greg, they still have a lot to prove, for sure. It's got to be some Flavien Prat money on the two Getting Serious, would you think?
There always is.
Yeah.
We'll see if he can collect his third coming up. Swiss Moon, Arad Ortiz Jr. Got beat on the odds-on favorite in the Beaugay, and it was Pratt who beat him on the other horse for Chad Brown, the other mare, I should say, City Girl. That was a surprise, certainly in the Beaugay.
How fun is it that we get to see these jockeys who just put on an absolute show all week at Churchill Downs, and you see them on a Sunday, everybody's feeling a little bit groggy after Derby Day, and they come out here and they just ride so well. They ride like every day like it's Derby Day.
Can't imagine. I mean, all the travel they do, that kind of excitement, and just in that kind of atmosphere takes more out of you emotionally. Got to be running on fumes right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I asked jockey Flavien Prat how many cups of coffee he's had today, and he said not enough. I agree with him there. There's the crash after the races, I'm sure today is going to be epic for him. Well-deserved rest for all of the jockeys.
Here we go, about to load up. Again, late scratch. The 5 Creative Stuff comes out. 9-5 favorite, the 4 Swiss Moon. And it's the 2 Shug McGahee fillies, both at 3-1. Behind that one, the 2 Getting Serious, the 9 Protective Custody. There is Pratt looking for number 3. We send it upstairs. Chris Griffin with the 9th from Belmont at the Big A.
Soul Dance goes in. Swiss Moon. Salt Princess. Protective Custody. Goes in. All set. Patty Cakes. Fractious at the start. And they're off. Huntress broke sharply from the inside, and Soul Dance in the early mix, and from the far outside, Protective Custody joins them. That's the top trio coming out of the chute. It's Soul Dance and Manny Franco to show the way, up by a full length and slows things down immediately. Protective Custody is traveling in tandem with wanting to do more. Huntress towards the inside, they're second and third. Salt Princess is a well-settled fourth, while wide in the green cap. Towards their inside, it's Getting Serious. Swiss Moon towards the back end of the field with the 2 trailers, Hidden Rose and Patty Cakes. They work into that turn, and Soul Dance shows the way. Soul Dance right to the outside. Here is Protective Custody in second. Huntress tight hold in third. Out wider, Salt Princess moves forward, is taken fourth, is to the outside of Getting Serious. In between horses there in fifth. Now a gap of 3 back to Swiss Moon. Just to their inside is Hidden Rose. And still at the back, Patty Cakes. They work up the backstretch. 51.27 for the half-mile time. Slow Dance for Soul Dance, and Soul Dance is up by a length and a half. Protective Custody to the outside is a challenging second. At the rail, Huntress has to do more of the big long shot. Getting Serious, looking to split rivals, and here comes the run from Getting Serious to the inside of Salt Princess and John Velasquez. Soul Dance still the target. It's Soul Dance up by that half length. Protective Custody in pursuit is ready to challenge now at the top of the lane. Soul Dance trying to find more. Protective Custody, Getting Serious, getting a while here to get rolling. Swiss Moon far, far back. The top duo have sprinted away. It's Protective Custody now with a neck in front, now with a full length in front. Protective Custody is running away with this. Protective Custody up by 3. Protective Custody will win it. Soul Dance in a tight photo there with Getting Serious, and Salt Princess finished fourth.
Protective Custody in good position and just powers away from this group. Third off the layoff, gets the second win of her career.
A 4-year-old beating some 3-year-olds here. It was a great performance by Protective Custody. That form at Laurel held up nicely here for her today. She just had the 7 measured the whole time. Just, you go on, you do the dirty work. Jose Lezcano, when she kicked clear, it was nice.
Wins it 3-1. Co's second choice on the board. For Stuart Janney, homebred here. Go Sapper Philly. Trained again by Shook McGahee with Jose Lezcano. And picture time for Protective Custody. Here in this ninth, we have graded stakes action returning back in the Vagrancy, after this. So we'll get to that, set that up when we come back. Have these prices from the ninth when we continue along here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. We'll talk Derby as well. History-making performance for Cherie DeVoe. And Golden Tempo from last to first. Is it Preakness next? Stay with us.
This is a special place where champions from around the world aren't just celebrated. They're made into legends. With every turn, every wager, every photo finish, every garland of purple and gold.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
When the Breeders' Cup comes back to Keeneland, it doesn't just crown a champion. It calls us home. The Cup is calling.
The Classic Sire.
(16-2), a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
Gratefully and Saratoga Special, nose and nose for the wire. Gratefully Saratoga Special, gratefully would not be denied.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
First leg of the Triple Crown in the books. Will we have a Triple Crown on the line when we get to Belmont Week at Saratoga and the Belmont Stakes? Your final chance to see the Belmont Stakes at historic Saratoga. Tickets, of course, on sale now. Go to belmontstakes.com/tickets and be part of all the excitement before the new reimagined Belmont Park opens after that Saratoga summer meeting. Look back on what happened under the Twin Spires on Saturday. One many did not see coming. Golden Tempo. Victorious from last to first, and Renegade, that was rough out of the gate.
Yeah, it was. He was trying to get his position, and the inside horses said, no, this is my lane. You go where you want to be. And I thought that this was such a brilliant ride by jockey Jose Ortiz. At no point was there any panic. It was so cool to watch this. You couldn't even see him, and it was great to when you see the drone view too, Greg, just the way he kind of just followed his brother Irad just through the pack, and big, nice, wide sweeping move.
A lot of work to do, just kept mowing horses down, and then, yeah, has to swing outside of Renegade here. It just keeps on cruising for the victory. What a performance at 23-1 in here. Cherie DeVaux becomes, of course, the first female trainer to win a Kentucky Derby, the 19th female trainer to saddle a horse. She had actually started working around thoroughbreds back in 2004 as an exercise rider for Chuck Simon, and she said, I'm here because of Chuck Simon, who passed away, of course, a couple of years ago. So what a moment for her and her entire team. And now it remains to be seen. We'll wait and hear if Golden Tempo moves on to the Preakness. She said, as any good trainer would. We're going to let Golden Tempo tell us if he's ready to go.
Yeah, I think maybe the decision's going to come. They announced after he gets back to the track. It's been great to see him, though, and all the connections. They've been patient with him. They've let him really develop. He was one that really snuck under the radar, I feel like. But how about this from Jose Ortiz? To have even runners in either of these two races, Greg, is a feat all in itself. But to win both of these races in less than 24 hours of each other is incredible.
9th rider in the history of this sport to pull off an Oaks Derby double. Jose Ortiz, what a weekend. As we send it down to Maggie Wolfendale. It took Cherie DeVaux, Maggie, when she went out on her own, about 11 months to get the first win of her career. Now she's a Kentucky Derby winner.
Isn't it incredible? Echoing the sentiment of patience and it paying off. And you mentioned Cherie beginning her life at the racetrack with late trainer Chuck Simon. She posted a tweet saying that she took one of the Derby roses over to his old barn, Barn 14, now occupied by Wayne Catalano, and put one of those roses outside of the barn in memory of Chuck. And she has always said what an influence Chuck has had on her. But you know, I know Cherie always kind of downplays the being a woman in this industry because she is good and she's just as good as any other trainer. But I think we as women have to stand up and say, well done, Cherie, because like you said, Greg, they've only had 18 other tries to get it done, and she's going against a field of men. She's the only female trainer. So the odds of her being able to do it stacked against her. And so many women are a part of the backbone of so many stables. Cherie herself, such an instrumental part of the Chad Brown barn and bringing so many champions along. I mean, the work that she did with Lady Eli. So I felt like this was a definite win for womankind.
No question. I know she doesn't want it to be a big part of the storyline, but sorry, Cherie, it is a history-making moment, and so many young women watch this and now see a path forward to be able to do something like this in this sport. And for what it's worth, too, by Oselli, who made it into the race on Thursday from the also eligible list, ran third. She and Whit Beckman, they were actually assistants together coming up under Chad Brown. Pretty neat story that those two worked together and now hit the board together in the Kentucky Derby. But history-making moment, and now we'll wait and see what happens. We would love to see Golden Tempo obviously go to the Preakness, and was fairly lightly raced coming into this as well. Had 6 weeks up into the Kentucky Derby, so sort of reading between the lines from Cherie DeVaux, it sounded like this is a horse who is very capable of coming back in 2 weeks.
I think he is too, and it remains to be seen, but a horse that looks like he wasn't even really blowing that hard after the race. It was a total collapse on the front end, and I think that he just did it so well. And I had people reaching out to me after the Derby that have never even really paid attention to much of it, but little girls watching. It's such an inspirational story, and it's so great to see too, just people not even involved in racing. They see a woman trainer winning for the first time the Derby, and it's very inspiring. A good feel-good story, Greg, to end the weekend.
And I mean, we haven't even talked about two brothers running 1-2. Jose and Arad coming down in that stretch stool. What a finish in that Kentucky Derby. Enjoyed spending this weekend with you. Good work. That's it for Samantha today. I'm going to be joined by Acacia Clement here after a short timeout. We have more graded stakes action coming up here on this Sunday card. So we motor along here. Grade 3 Vagrancy is coming up next. When we return, right now it's With the Angels for Linda Rice, the 2-1 favorite. Stay with us.
It is La Verdad in front by 2.5 lengths. Room for Me is running in second, and on the outside of La Verdad digs down at the rail. Here's Room for Me on the outside. Now there's a 16th to the wire. La Verdad trying to hang in there for another 100 yards. Room for Me driving on the outside. La Verdad wins the Vagrancy by a half length.
2015 edition of the Vagrancy. That was Jose Ortiz. For Linda Rice, Lady Sheila Stable, and La Verdad. What a career she had. $1.5 million in earnings. We saw these Silks win earlier on the card, by the way, with Sacrosanct. Got the Vagrancy coming up next, but she was quite a performer as I welcome in Acacia Clement.
Nice to be back. I moved over to the other side of the desk. We're gonna re-rally.
Little cat nap.
And I know, I was like catching up on all of the notes that I'm so behind on from the last couple of weeks. But yeah, looking forward to the Vagrancy coming up, of course, with the Angels for Linda Rice, and for those connections has just been absolutely dominant lately.
That's a short price on With the. This is a tough group she's gonna be facing. She is coming off, though, a race last time out that for her was sort of next level. She went to a level we really haven't seen from her in the correction. Can she put that forward again, that kind of performance?
Yeah, trying to make it 3 wins in a row, and she was defeated in the Garland of Roses, and she had come back pretty quickly at that point, and it had shown. She had dropped off in her weight, her coat didn't look good, and it just, the heavy campaign and the quick turnaround was showing. They gave her a little bit of time. She came back in a soft allowance spot. She won that day and then went into the correction, and she looked like a different horse last time as a 4-year-old. Just, I think, given the time to mature, given the time to fill into herself, it made a difference. And that also showed. It was her fastest by her speed figure yet. It was a dominant performance. I know that it was a short field, but she met some nice horses that day, and she just looked to be the winner every step of the way. I do think the waters get deeper in here, given what she has been facing recently, but it seems the way that she's running, she's up to the task.
Trained by Linda Rice. Of course, Linda Rice trained La Verdad, and if that's who With the Angels is going forward, look out. She could have a huge 2026. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
I can't hear. Great time for one's IFB to go out when you're getting a throw. So sorry, Greg, did not hear anything you just said. As we'll take a look here at Praying as she comes in here for Robbie Medina. Now, she is one that does exit the same race as Mystic Lake, which is the Grade 1 Madison. And Eclatant, Grand Job, Our Disaster, obviously, they're all nice horses, to say the least. But they also were the horses that ran kind of 1, 2, 3 collectively around the racetrack. And Praying, she was chasing 3 wide, and she just couldn't close the gap on the top 3 finishers. And 2, it was her first start off a layoff. Now, she's one that I had seen going back to March at Oaklawn, and then saw her for the Prioress. And I had noted how much she had developed, how much growing and filling out she had done, and just more settled and more confident within herself. Now, she does wear a hood here in the paddock, and she's on the muscle, but again, she's keeping it under wraps. But physically, she's done even better. She looks better than what she did for that Prioress, in my estimation. And we'll see, maybe with a track that, I don't want to say, fairer than Keeneland, but with pace maybe coming back to her today, she could be sitting the right kind of trip, because she looks fantastic here in the paddock. As we'll move on to one of 2 Saffie Joseph runners, like I mentioned, Mystic Lake coming out of that Madison as well. And Saffie Joseph said, look, it sounded to me like just put a line in it, because she is one that needs to be forward. She just really wasn't in gear from the start either. I didn't really notice that there was anything going on at the gate or at the break. She just couldn't get in gear quick enough in that Grade 1 Madison. So maybe taking a step down the ladder slightly when it comes to class, it'll put her forward. And 2, she gets to be on the outside. She was last time too, to be fair, but just hopefully is a bit sharper from the stalls. Now, physically, as pretty much every single Saffie Joseph horse does, she looks spectacular here. Burly, carrying her weight in tremendous fashion, completely dappled, good energy here too. So we'll see. Can we see a form reversal, Greg?
Thank you, Maggie. We'll get to the post parade shortly. Here, 4 minutes away. Grade 3 Vagrancy. Want to remind everyone, get signed up, started if you've not already with Naira Bets, and get a $25 free play in the middle jewel of the Triple Crown of the Preakness with the code PREAK25 at sign up. Get that $200 deposit match sign up bonus as well. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime, right there at NairaBets.com. There is Jose Lezcano in those fluorescent orange silks. He'll be on board with the Angels. 2-1 favorite right now. 7 for 9 lifetime. The only 2 defeats, 2 runner-up finishes. She just brings it every single time.
Yeah, she really does. And she's won at the 6.5 furlongs before, too. So we know distance not going to be a problem with her. She's trying to make it 3 in a row. She won the correction last time. And New York bred as well. Started out in New York bred company. And she's been able to effectively kind of make a lot of people forget that she's a New York bred, too, which is always a good sign, keeping up with this open company.
Cracked $500,000 in earnings with that win last time out. Here's Wondrous from the inside, trained by Brendan Walsh.
She beat a short field last time out in the Permanetta at Laurel, but she did get a good trip, and she was much the best, always traveling well in there.
There's a New York bred as well, My Magic Wand for Gregory Sacco.
She ran at Tampa behind Mystic Lake last time out. A horse that's always right there knocking on the door.
Open Company Stakes win and that brilliant correction performance last start with the Angels.
It was a huge effort for her. She ran a very fast race too, and came back with that 93 Beyer speed figure. We'll try to make it 3 wins in a row.
As Maggie mentioned, 2 in here for Saffie Joseph Jr. Here's the first, Grammy Girl.
She won the distaff last time out, coming from off of it. She is a filly that runs with her tail straight out in the way that she travels. You can even see it in the warm-up.
Graded Stakes winner. She went to the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint last year, Praying.
And that was off of a back-to-back graded stakes win. She did come back with a 4th place finish last time in the Grade 1 Madison. I thought she looked a little bit keen early in the running of that race, but she did settle.
And the win machine, Mystic Lake, she'd won 6 of 7 starts before she got beat pretty badly in the Grade 1 Madison.
And I'm with Maggie. She just never really looked comfortable or into stride. I saw her 2 and 3 back down at Tampa in the winter in Florida, and she was thriving at that point. And I think that she was taken out of her comfort zone. It looked to me like Luis Saez was just protecting her. She was wide as well, and he kind of seemed to feel that she never was traveling, and so never really asked her to even get into the race. I do think it's fair to expect that we'll see a better performance from her today.
Back to Praying, and there she is, the 6. She's at 5-1 here for Robert Medina. Quite a summer she had last year. Grade 3 victory in the Prioress, wins a Grade 2 at Keeneland, and that launched her into the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, she was in very good form. I remember reading quotes from Robbie Medina about that May race at Churchill, where he said she just totally lost the plot prior to the race in the paddock and got really wound up. And she did well before that prior. She was very settled. As Maggie said, she's a very nervous type, and they're opting to run her with a full hood, so her ears covered. And that does really help, too, for very nervous fillies in particular, especially ones that are very sound reactive. Oftentimes there can even be cotton in their ears under that hood, and it just kind of helps to settle them in theory a little bit more.
Those 2 performances, those back-to-back graded stakes last, summer and fall, they came out of nowhere. But obviously she's not a one number and one hit wonder. She backed it up. How good do you think she can be?
I think she's very good. I think she's her own worst enemy with her antics and the fact that she can be really tough prior to a race. So good to hear from Maggie that she's acting well today, that she's keeping it under wraps. I actually thought she ran okay in the Madison last time, all things considered. She was chasing. She kind of had her head turned. She just couldn't reach the top group there late. We did see Our Disaster come back to win a Grade 1 at Churchill yesterday with a 103 Beyer speed figure. So she was chasing good horses in there, and maybe she just sometimes is her own worst enemy prior to the race.
5-1 right now on a multiple graded stakes winner in this Grade 3 Vagrancy. Meanwhile, money just continuing to come in on Mystic Lake in here. Obviously, Pratt, some of that in here, the win streak, some of it, and her prior races until that Madison, they were pretty good as we go back to Maggie.
Yeah, you see Eric Cancel with his feet out of the irons there on Praying. I wish he wasn't messing around with his saddle so much. Looked like it was annoying her because I'm going to pick her here. I just really like what I'm seeing from her physically. As we'll check in with the horse who is taking the early money, and that is number 4, with the Angels. Getting her confused with another Linda Rice horse. You know, she stayed with the pony. She kind of got a fairly quiet warm-up overall with Jose Lezcano. She's actually a little bit more quiet than I've seen her in the past. Sometimes she's that very intense type of demeanor. So she's coming off the back of what was her best effort from a figure standpoint, but it was only a 4-horse field in that correction. She looks fit enough off a little bit of a freshening. I don't have any problems with her. She just didn't wow me, as she does, I think, step up to the toughest field she's met yet. Then you have the ultra consistent number 5, Grammy Girl in here. She came off of a layoff and handled another 4-horse field in the Grade 3 distaff last time out. She kind of sat back, circled up at the quarter pole, and had all the momentum going forward for Javier Castellano. If anything, I think she might even look a little bit more fit heading into this second start off the bench. I would not discredit her whatsoever, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Public settling, though, on Mystic Lake as your 9-5 favorite, the New York bred filly with the Angels, the 4 for Linda Rice. Jose Lezcano coming off a career best performance. Second choice, well, she's at 9-5 as well. Slight second choice here. Good addition of the Grade 3 Vagrancy on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. We send it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Mystic Lake. all set for the Grade 3 Vagrancy. And they're off. Good beginning from Praying. Has that early speed with the Angels in the early mix and My Magic Wand at the rail. Also joining them is Mystic Lake on the far outside. My Magic Wand with a head in front. Mystic Lake is going to stalk from second with the Angels. In tight in between horses. They're with Praying. They're third and fourth. Out wider, the Red Silks. Grammy Girls on the move for the back end of the field. And Wondrous is the trailer. They're chasing My Magic Wand through a 22.33 opening quarter mile. Mystic Lake in pursuit right there in second with the Angels at the rail in third. It's a wide run for Grammy Girl. Javier Castellano, they start to pass rivals. Now a challenging third with the Angels back to fourth. Praying is in fifth and Wondrous still trails. My Magic Wand and Manny Franco front running. Mystic Lake 45.64 for the half-mile time, and Mystic Lake is ready to challenge My Magic Wand at the top of the stretch. My Magic Wand, Mystic Lake with the Angels in behind horses. Nowhere to go is tipping to the far outside. Grammy Girl starts to rally on. Meanwhile, My Magic Wand still there, gutting it out. Here's down the center of the racetrack. It's Grammy Girl. Grammy Girl, Mystic Lake, they're 1-2 with the Angels trying to run on. Late run here from Praying. But Grammy Girl was wide, but best in the Vagrancy. Grammy Girl over Mystic Lake, then a photo for third.
Saffie Joseph Jr. 1-2 in the Grade 3 Vagrancy. It's Grammy Girl who picks up the 7th win of her career.
Yeah, she makes it 3 in a row, and a good event for the barn. And we did see Mystic Lake run a better performance and run her race, but her stablemate was just better in here with Grammy Girl. She tipped out, she was on the outside, she was closing, and she just had the best momentum late, able to run down Mystic Lake in the final stretch.
Quite a start to her 5-year-old campaign here. Back-to-back graded stakes victories for Grammy Girl. Now 7 for 20 lifetime. You know, for the New York bred with the Angels, she had to wait on horses a little bit and swing out. I'm not sure it would have made a difference.
I don't think so. I thought that she looked like she was traveling a little bit flat the entire way, to be honest. She didn't really kind of kick on with any sort of punch. We'll give some credit to the two My Magic Wand. She stuck around longer than I thought. When being forward down on the inside, she ended up fading late in a late rally from Praying for third, but all about Saffie Joseph Jr. in the top 2.
Wow, yeah, runs 1-2 here, 1:16 and 3 final time. Grammy Girl, 2 graded stakes wins both here at Aqueduct to kick off her 5-year-old campaign. And Javier Castellano aboard for both. Now 5 for 11 on the surface.
She's been very good, and she's the horse that I think has gotten better as she's gotten older too. She's always shown some ability, but now back-to-back graded stakes wins and her 3rd stakes win in a row altogether, and seems like she's really just trending in the right direction.
7-2, Grammy Girl. Javier Castellano, Saffie Joseph Jr., Red Storm Stable. We'll have the prices when we come back. 5-7, 6-4 finish in the Vagrancy.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
First again and again and again.
Mission to win it.
First Mission. 4 graded stakes. He made finishing first his mission, and all with big buyers. Now he's a Darley stallion, and breeders are falling in love with him. Here's fabled horseman John Williams.
First Mission is an eyeful. He's beautifully balanced, and I love the way he uses himself as he moves.
Come to see First Mission and tell us your first impression. Consider it your mission.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com.
Untimed workouts, limited crop use, and the only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt racetrack. No other 2-year-old sale showcases each horse's natural athleticism like Mid-Atlantic May. Recent grads include graded stakes winners Explora, A Fine Chardonnay, Charlene's Dream, Ground Support, and Mendelssohn Bay. New year, new format, same quality. Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training. May 18th and 19th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
It's Grammy Girl, Grade 3 Vagrancy, Saffie Joseph Jr., Javier Castellano, Red Storm Stable, and the 7th career win for this 5-year-old mare who kicks off her 5-year-old campaign with back-to-back Grade 3 victories. Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale May 18th and 19th after the Preakness in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be? So one more look down the stretch for Grammy Girl. Goes wide around this turn. She had plenty left in the tank.
She really did. She was finishing best there, able to run down her stablemate who was forwardly placed and ran her more characteristic good race, but she just kind of sat back, let the race unfold, Grammy Girl, and Javier Castellano tipped her out, and she was finishing best in those final strides. Now makes it 3 wins in a row and back-to-back graded stakes.
Beats two very good ones, including her stablemate Mystic Lake and Praying, who of course we mentioned, multiple graded stakes winner. $9.48 for the win for Grammy Girl. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Anthony Carino and family. As you just joked, I'm getting used to this. She's getting so good.
She's getting good. I mean, we came in with a lot more confidence this time than last time. I mean, she went over a 4-month layoff, 7/8, Grade 3, beat a champion. So today I thought we were the horse to beat. And she proved me emphatically right. I mean, I didn't think, I don't want to say it was easy, but she was well within herself.
She really was. And she gets these kind of wide trips, but she almost thrives in it. It's like she's out in the open and she just builds up her momentum throughout the race.
You know what? I said that all winter because last year she ran a couple of really hard races inside. Yeah. I said, if she ever runs outside, she's going to be that much stronger. And man, look at her outside. We're a little too wide, but it doesn't matter, I don't think.
It really doesn't matter. And having Javier Castellano, who has so much confidence in her. Mariella, you guys, you brought the fam once again. This is truly just like a family experience.
Racing, my wife now. It took me a while to get her here, but she's starting to like it.
I sure am. I love the champagne part of it. That's what it is.
My girl, I love it. Well, congratulations, guys. They're so good.
Thank you so much. We're looking forward now. Hopefully, she'll bring us to the better roses in good form.
That's right. A big summer ahead for Grammy Girl, Greg.
Yeah, you would think. What a kickoff to her 5-year-old campaign. And I have 2 little ones, so I know injuries, they can happen anyway, anyhow. Jumped up into the microphone. That is not Maggie's fault.
No, when you would least expect it. Hopefully she's okay there. And we'll learn about the microphone moving forward because we've seen this family in the winner's circle quite a bit. As Maggie said,
yeah.
Grammy Girl's gotten so good.
Indeed. We saw the big guns, obviously, in this division the other day, including Ways and Means at Churchill Downs. We'll see, though. Grammy Girl starting to put herself into the conversation.
Yeah, she is. I mean, look, when you have a horse that's just winning and continues winning like she is, that's all you can really ask for. And the Better Roses makes perfect sense. And we'll see if she can hang with some of the top ones, including her stablemate, Our Disaster, who beat Ways and Means at Churchill this weekend. And you have some very talented horses in the division. But you never know with a horse that gets hot at the right time.
We're going to move on to more stakes action next. Take a look at the late pick 5 follow along. Nice pool over $420,000. City Girl, Protective Custody, Grammy Girl,
the biggest numbers so far, but haven't had that bust-out long shot just yet. We got 2 legs remaining. Stakes action continues with a license fee here, 6 furlongs over the outer turf. Jody's Pride, graded stakes winner on dirt, but has shown ability on the grass, even though she's yet to win on the lawn.
Yeah, it's funny. She is currently the favorite, even though she has not actually won a race on grass before. But she's only sprinted on the turf once, and that was at Kentucky Downs. And she ran very well behind eventual Grade 1 winner, Simply in Front, and top quality horse in AG Bullet, both of whom are Grade 1 caliber runners. And she finished 3rd that day, coming from off of it. She actually really didn't run too badly in the First Lady, going a mile on the turf as well. I know that they've tried multiple surfaces with her, but she is actually bred for turf, and I'm very interested to see what happens if she gets back to sprinting on the grass.
2-1 right now for Jorge Abreu. Arad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard Jody's Pride. Right now, the one to beat in this license fee. There's Jorge. Jody's Pride looking for the 5th win of her career, already a millionaire, but looking for that first win on the lawn. And the license fee coming up next on our Fox Sports 2 coverage.
And Curlin has taken the lead. It is Curlin now in front. Wandering Boy fights on. He's a half length behind in second. And then farther back, it's Merchant Marine third. And here he is, Curlin, under the wire, beyond Cigar, and into the records books.
2008 Jockey Club Gold Cup on that sloppy track, and he became the first horse in North America to top $10 million in earnings.
He was just amazing. And the sire of Kentucky Derby winner, Golden Tempo, Curlin getting his first Kentucky Derby winner. He's done just about everything else as a sire.
And a shout out to Hillendale. Proud to have them as a sponsor of our program. What a star they have. And continuing with that theme, the dam of Golden Tempo. Go back to 2016, grade 3 top flight, and Jose Ortiz aboard Carumba long before she was a mom. In a victory for Phipps Stable, and this one very emotional. It came just 5 days after Ogden Mills Denny Phipps, owner and breeder of Carumba, had passed away. This was our first time back at the racetrack.
Yeah, just a pretty full circle moment to see that Jose Ortiz rode the dam and then rides her son to a Kentucky Derby win, and those iconic Phipps colors. Golden Tempo co-owned and co-bred by St. Elias Stables as well, but the family and the pedigree goes way back, and it is fun to look back and see the jockey and the impact that he had on that as well.
I haven't had a chance to talk to you about it at all. Was Golden Tempo on your radar at all going into the Derby?
No, he really wasn't. I was looking for a closer, and turns out I had to go to the deepest of deep closers in there with Golden Tempo. But the race came back with a 95 buyer speed figure, I believe. So maybe not one of the fastest races, especially compared to the prep races that we have seen. The race did fall apart as far as the pace was concerned. But that being said, he was finishing strong, and he was best. Renegade was just second best in there in that Kentucky Derby, and I look forward to seeing what both of them do moving forward out of it.
Hopefully, Golden Tempo's going to have to tell Cherie DeVoe and company if he's ready, but would love to see him in the Preakness in 2 weeks' time. We'll wait to hear on that decision and who's going to line up to face him. It sounds like it's going to be a bunch of new faces if Golden Tempo does go that he'd be meeting as we get back to the license fee here on our Sunday program. And there is Jody's Pride. And yes, not a winner yet on grass, but graded stakes placed on the turf in this race.
Yeah, she finished third in the ladies turf sprint at Kentucky Downs. This was also going 6.5 furlongs as well. So she's going to go the 6 furlongs today. This will be the shortest trip that she's ever navigated. And again, she was facing top class company that day behind AG Bullet and Simply in front. So I think that that really kind of elevates her as well. She's done very good work on the main track. Like I said, she's actually bred for turf. And I know that her trainer, Jorge Abreu, was talked right from the beginning about trying her on the grass. So we'll see if she can pick up her first turf win here.
2-1 favorite right now. Rad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. Post-parade for the license fee when we come back on our FS2 action. Among those Jody's Pride going to be dealing with Love Cervere, grade 3 winner on the grass back in October here at Belmont at Aqueduct for the barn of Miguel Clements. Stay with us. Post-parade next.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life, and Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
.44 and 4 for that hot half-mile time, and now Solitude Dude is down to business.
And another terrific display from Queen Maxima, and a very special performance indeed out of El Potente.
But it's too late. Bear River, the bird had flown, and Bear River beats an unlucky Howard Wolowitz.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
This is a special place where champions from around the world aren't just celebrated. They're made into legends. With every turn, every wager, every photo finish, every garland of purple and gold.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
When the Breeders' Cup comes back to Keeneland, it doesn't just crown a champion. It calls us home. The Cup is calling.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 9th with a 12:50 first post. Watch and wager on world-class racing from the iconic Jersey Shore each weekend all summer long. Check out the country's best handicapping contest schedule at monmouthpark.com with a wide variety of tournaments taking place monthly. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Good to have you with us on our Sunday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. Stakes action continues. License fee, 6 furlongs on the outer turf coming up. Fillies, mares, 4 and up, $150,000 purse. You can play it with Naira Bets. Pre-25, that code to use at sign up. Get a $25 free play in the middle jewel of the Triple Crown. And that $200 deposit match sign up bonus right there. Get to the post parade here in a moment. Still Jody's Pride, the favorite, the one we showed you going to break. Love Cervera at 3-1. Buttercream Babe taking significant support as well at 5-2 the 5. But there's Jody's Pride. And we'll see if she can break through this afternoon and get that first victory on the grass as we go down to Maggie.
Well, Greg, it feels like a lifetime ago that Jody's Pride was debuting in Saratoga in an off-the-turf maiden special weight, which she would go on to dominate by 10-plus lengths. But, of course, I still got my notes from that day, and I said she does look more like a turf sprinter, as her pedigree would suggest. I actually loved her Damn Jody song. She didn't run that much, but she was good at sprinting on the turf when she was around. Or maybe she wasn't a sprinter. She was good on the turf, we'll say that. My memory's playing tricks on me now. But looking at Jody's Pride, I do like her in this spot. She does have that proverbial turf hoof, and I know I don't want to, go all in on a Kentucky Downs turf sprint. It's hard to judge, but the horses who beat her, AG Bullet was a leader of the division last year, and obviously Simply in Front would come back and win with the 97, going back to that ladies turf sprint. So I think she stacks up pretty nicely in this field. She looks fantastic, as she always continuously does so. She's got a little bit of the Michael Jordan thing going on with the tongue out. I love horses who run with their tongue out. It's like something that I think just looks so great. But I think she's going to be pretty tough in this spot here, as we'll move on to the one that Greg was mentioning. Taking some support is number 5, Buttercream Babe. She'll make her second start for Rusty Arnold. And she has done so well coming in here as a 5-year-old. As we often talk about, horses reach their peak physical form as 5-year-olds, and she has done that and then some. She's really strong behind the saddle. And I will say a bit of a caveat towards her last win, which was an allowance company. Shoot It True was a heavy favorite who broke through the gate prior to the start, was rank running in that race. So Buttercream Babe did have a better trip than her, but still, I think she could move forward from that effort here. And then we'll check in with the horse trying the turf for the first time. That's number 9, Mega Mill, coming in for John Service. I like Honor AP's on the turf. She looks just like many of his progeny, kind of a bigger type, that white face on her as well. And she does have a bit of a turf hoof to her. She was on a mission to get to the lead in that Queen Stakes at Turfway Park. She does have speed from the outside. We'll see if she can use it here in this 6 furlongs. Guys?
All right, thank you, Maggie. Post parade coming up. Jody's Pride. Still your 2-1 favorite. And we kick things off. Tyler Gaffleone for Brendan Walsh on Savetta, who's a stakes winner in the past.
Yeah, it's been a while, though. She's trying to get back on form. Disappointed on Topita last time out.
Over $1 million in earnings, most of it on dirt. Here's Jody's Pride.
Looking for the first turf win of her career, but she's already shown she can handle it.
It's the biggest number on the board, so Sophia.
Coming back pretty quickly as she was on the lead last time out, got run down in an allowance.
Multiple graded stakes placed and coming off a win to kick off her 5-year-old campaign. Here's Buttercream Babe.
She did seem to find her home sprinting last time out, and she was one that had to wait for room a little bit and split horses nicely.
Grade 3 winner on the lawn, Love Cervera.
Very wide trip last time out and trying to come from off of it, but she is a horse that does typically have a good closing kick.
Back to the lawn for Kanane, Brad Cox.
She did very well on synthetic at Turfway throughout the winter. Did not do much running in that Queen Stake last time out.
Jenna Antonucci Barnes, speaking of those who broke through in Triple Crown history, do-gooder with Ricardo Santana Jr.
This one's lone win sprinting on the turf did come at Kentucky Downs. She ran okay in the autumn days back in October, her last time sprinting on turf.
And here is Mega Mill, John Service Barn, getting on turf for the first time.
She's fast. She blasted right to the front end last time out. She does have a couple of siblings that won on the grass. Interestingly enough, the second dam is Silver Bullet Day, multiple Grade 1 winner, so very good dirt horse. But there actually is a little bit of turf pedigree as you look through.
And it was a good effort on synthetic.
She ran very well.
See if that translates to turf coming up. She's 7-1 from that outside post as we get back to the 5. And a successful comeback to the races. And Maggie mentioned the problems with Shoot at True End. Very good at Churchill Downs, by the way, over the weekend. Gets the win at Keeneland, going 5.5 furlongs in her return.
Yeah, she did. She was off the pace and kind of in that compact field. And yes, Shoot It True had a bit of a troubled trip in there. Like I said, had to wait for room a bit, but then was able to split horses. Pretty good trip, all things considered, for Buttercream Babe. It was off of a layoff. It was also a first time for Rusty Arnold, and she'll now try to make it 2 in a row. That was going 5.5 furlongs, so the shortest race she'd ever navigated, and showed that she could handle sprinting. Remember seeing her in Saratoga 2 years ago now, in 2024, where she actually faced the boys in the Grade 2 Hall of Fame, and she ran very well that day, just being beaten by half a length.
We don't have a lot to go off of for Jody's Pride in terms of where she's going to be sprinting on the lawn. That one start, she was very far back. Obviously, that was top-level competition. She's shown very good tactical ability on dirt, even sprinting, being forward. Hasn't really been the case on turf.
No, it hasn't, but her 3 turf starts, the first one was the Pebbles, which was off of a layoff, and she actually was keen early. I'd written down in my notes from that day. So she was kind of pulling and not really settled throughout the running of that race, which sometimes can happen, especially with fillies when they switch onto the turf for the first time. And then her next time on turf was sprinting at Kentucky Downs, where she came from far off of it, and that's not an uncommon type of trip to have. And then in the First Lady, she was actually pressing up close on top of the pace, going a mile and 2-3 wide throughout the entire running of that race, and she had an outside post, so not really an ideal scenario either. So I think it's a little bit of a tough read as to where she'll be, but I don't think it's fair to make an assumption that she hasn't any speed when on the turf.
2-1 favorite still, Jody's Pride. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, as far as that pace, Sarah, I totally get what Acacia's saying. It's hard to read given her form, but I do feel like we just, for whatever reason, run a bit slower going any distance here in New York early on. So I think that might draw her into the race a bit more. I landed on her, but there are a lot of ways I felt as though you could go in here. As we'll take a look at number 6. I feel like it's been a long day already. Love Cervere, as she is one that physically looks tremendous, but I feel as though finding the right distance for her can be a little tricky. Albeit she is 3 for 3 over this Aqueduct turf course and does like the 6 furlongs. I just feel like 5.5, and I know she's run okay at it and posted some decent numbers. It's just a little short for her. I feel like she gets a little outpace going, anything less than 6. So back to the distance she likes, back to the course she likes. She's another one that you'd have to use in here, Greg.
No question. 3 for 3 on this turf course. What are your thoughts with her?
Well, she's one of those fillies, and Maggie's absolutely right. She will love when we have a chance to go back to the new Belmont and you have those 6, 7 furlong turf races, which I just love, and find that just horses like her really take to so effectively as well. And it's hard without that. Your options at some tracks are just kind of limited as far as sprinting is concerned, and going 5.5 sometimes is just a little bit sharp. She did get outfooted last time out in the Giants Causeway and then tipped out incredibly wide and made a little bit of a late run, but it was also off of a layoff for her too, and I think that this is a spot that's more suited to her running style.
Look, we don't know with Mega Mill. It's her first time on the grass, obviously, this 9. We'll see if that speed translates to grass. It seemed to translate to synthetic, but is she a danger to go gate to wire here?
She just has so much gate speed, and that's on any surface. If you watch her last race on synthetic at Turfway last time, she was so quick, accelerating right out to the front when she broke and was opening up pretty quickly there. It will be interesting to see how the pace does play out, and I think that she is probably the one that's quickest early.
Kendra Carmouche on that speedster from the outside. Her first time on the lawn. Favorite still Jody's Pride, the 3. Orad Ortiz Jr., runner-up at yesterday's Kentucky Derby to his brother. Teaming up here with Jorge Abreu in this license fee, race 11 on this Sunday card from Belmont at the Big A on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Mega Mill. Kendra Carmouche to the outside. And in. All set for the license fee. And they're off. Buttercream Babe off a step slow is the early trailer. Jody's Pride speeds right to the front, but Mega Mill is quickest from the far outside draw. Mega Mill gets to the lead, is up by 3/4 of a length. Tight hold, Jody's Pride is going to let her press on. At the rail, that's Chivetta. Moving on through is a challenging 4th without wider. Do Gooder now takes the 2nd spot away. Just in behind them, Kinane. Buttercream Babe is at the rail, has made up a lot of ground here towards the back end of the field. Love Cervera with Sophia. 22-4. Easy opening quarter here for Mega Mill, who takes him into the far turn. Jody's Pride is trying to muscle in between horses tightly at the rail. That's Chivetta. Do Gooder is out wide, is 3 wide in that second grouping. Nowhere to go. Buttercream Babe just having to steady is to the inside of Kinane. Love Cervera is rallying out wider, is going to tip 5 wide here towards the outside as they reach the top of the lane in the license fee, and it's still Mega Mill in front. Unleashed. Love Cervera is trying to sprint after that leader. Had those easy fractions, Mega Mill, but Love Cervera with every single stride is now sprinting on by. Love Cervera is trying to open up inside the final 16th. Now cut loose to the inside, Buttercream Babe and Kinane, but Love Cervera will win the license fee. Kinane up for 2nd, Buttercream Babe, and Mega Mill held 4th.
Love Cervera taking the overland route. It's been a fairly productive weekend for Miguel Clement.
Yes, he'll be in a good mood as we have to drive north to Saratoga.
I would hope so.
Spend a lot of time in the car together, so that's good for me. But great for Love Cervera too, just for her to be able to show she's so much better than what she was able to do last time out. And just as Maggie hit on, this is just so much better suited to her running style, and a very confident ride too from Manny Franco, who swung her out, and she was finishing strong for him. She's now 4 for 4 over this turf course.
How about that? Yeah, loves it on this lawn. Winds up second choice at 5-2. And now another stakes win on the resume. Let's go down to Maggie.
Acacia, he told me you're out. He's got to watch the races with me. I'm kidding.
No, I'm not. I'm actually meaning it. We've been very lucky together, Maggie. I'm not changing anything.
You make it very easy to get these ambush interviews. Thank you. But let's talk about Love Cervera. I thought this was a great performance by her into the 6 furlongs. I know you were lamenting that you wish it was a little bit further. When we get to Belmont, it'd be great. But the slower pace kind of allowed her to sit closer.
Yeah, without a doubt. She has an affinity here. She's 4 for 4 here at Aqueduct on this turf course. We tried a few times going 5, 5.5. It's a bit short for her. That's the way the races are written. But I think she's a top class. She needs to go probably 6, 6.5, and she's very good.
Well done, you, and I'm gladly handing you back to Acacia.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'd much rather you.
I'm sorry, Acacia.
Miguel feeling himself after a pretty big weekend, deterministic in the Ford Marcy onto the Manhattan, and now this victory with Love Cervera.
He's very superstitious. You know, I mean, he says that he's not superstitious, but he has to watch every race in the exact same spot. So if Maggie's been in the vicinity, then that's it. She's done for. She's locked in now because he will not differ when it comes to
You're going to make him
watching
drive
races.
Saratoga, right?
Well, he just had eye surgery, so I'm stuck driving. I know. But at least he'll be happy.
Well, he should be. Manny Franco should be happy, too. 3 wins today from Manny. This one now 4 for 4 at this distance, 4 for 4 on this turf course. It's Love Cervera in the license fee on the Sunday card from Belmont at the Big A. Be part of history. Final chance to catch the third and final leg of the Triple Crown at historic Saratoga. Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, June 3rd through 7th. Tickets on sale now right there at belmontstakes.com/tickets. It has been an incredible experience the first 2 years of it, and your final chance to be part of that action this summer.
It'd be so much fun, of course, before the Belmont Stakes heads back to its rightful home at the brand new Belmont Park. And of course, we're really excited about that, but it'll be a lot of fun to be up in Saratoga for one more year of Belmont Stakes Racing Festival.
How about this win machine at Aqueduct here? Love Cervera now 4 for 4 on this turf course. Miguel Clement, Manny Franco with a 3-win day, and the 5th win in 11 starts in her career.
And just goes to show how important a trip is for her. She's had some tough luck trips throughout her career, and really confident ride by Manny Franco. He's piloted her to victory before. They teamed up to win the Glen Cove back here in October as well, and I think he has a lot of confidence in her. He knows her very well, and she finished for him. She really gave a nice closing kick there in getting to be on a turf course that clearly she loves.
Kanane winds up second. Buttercream Babe settles for third. Love Cervera at 5-2. Winner of the license fee with our finale to come. Let's take a look at how this late pick 5 has played out to this point. Fairly formful so far. See what happens here in this nightcap coming up at a mile and a 16th on the grass. $55,000 claiming race. Non-winners of 2 life. And we got a short price on, you don't see this a lot. A filly dropping out of a stakes race into claiming non-winners of 2.
Yeah, it's a big drop in class, that's for sure, and off of a layoff as well. She broke her maiden at Delaware with a pretty slow figure. They tried her in the Salima at Laurel. She was 38-1 that day, so a big price taking a shot. She didn't run well, and now maybe just going into a logical spot, but it is a big drop in class.
About 19 minutes to post here in this 12th to close things out on our Sunday action. Let's head down to Maggie.
No rest for a jockey, that's for sure, is Gerard Ortiz Jr. here at Aqueduct after a huge performance in yesterday's Kentucky Derby. I swear, you are going to get one. It's going to happen. But as you're coming down the lane, and Jose, did you know that he was behind you like he was?
Not really, honestly. I was pretty far back and start moving really nice. Start navigate a little bit and find the horse to follow in the turn, follow Tyler. And turn up for home, I hit clear, and my horse give me a good kick. Going by the apple, I hit a left-handed, and my horse responded really well. I said, I look the wire. I said, I'm going to go by him. I feel like a winner, you know, for a second. And then one jump after that crossed my mind. I just feel somebody outside of me. I can't believe it. When I look to my side, it was Jose. So I just call his name. I know what he's gonna do. I mean, he gonna get the win, and probably, you know, his dream. He's been dreaming on that race for a long time, for his whole life.
Just got chills. Seriously. Both of you, though. I mean, are you able to enjoy it for him, though, when it comes down so close to the wire like that?
Yeah, I mean, I was happy for him right away. I was happy, sad at the same moment, you know. Just lost the biggest race in my career, but at the same time, if I get beat on that race, on the Kentucky Derby with somebody, definitely will be with my brother, so I'm happy for him.
Well said. Now, you actually have another athlete of a cousin in the family, Elmer Rodriguez, rookie pitcher for the Yankees. He had said and posted to social media that he was so happy for you guys, and you know, to have somebody in major league sports like he is rooting for you. Also, I heard he said that he was more nervous watching the race than he was making his debut.
That's what he said. We growing up together. We see Elmer at a very young age, and we get along very good. Edwin Diaz too is close with us. We all together. We are so close, all four, and you know, they was happy to see us right there, finish 1-2. They was so exciting, and Emily is a guy who very humble, and he just made his debut the other day, so I wish him the best.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, all right, like I said, you are going to get that Derby. I have to guarantee it to you, but well done on the runner-up effort with Renegade.
Thank you, Maggie.
What a huge performance in defeat. And yeah, again, if you're going to lose, pretty good to lose to your brother if it's going to be someone. He was aggressive as he always is out of the gate. From post one, he had to be and as a result, got bounced around a lot. I mean, Renegade had a trip.
Yeah, he did, and you could see Renegade from the rail draw kind of coming out when breaking from the rail, and then kind of that wave of horses being squished back over to the rail. So he did, and then he was able to save ground and be patiently ridden from there. But I think you could see just the disappointment for sure from Irad Ortiz, but I know that family is so important to them as well, and the brothers, you can see it every time. If you ever have any doubts about Irad and Jose, look at the competition between the two of them. How much not only they each want to win, but how much they want to beat each other. And that's just the most evident in the biggest race of all, in the Kentucky Derby. And the celebration, the way they kind of reached out to one another, I thought was really special following the race. But I know still, Irad very disappointed that it wasn't his day.
It's got to sting, because we say it so much with Irad Ortiz Jr. He's brilliant. He's one of the great riders, really, look, in the history of this sport, but that competitive fire burns, I think, stronger with him almost than anyone we've seen in such a long time.
Yeah.
And the shock to see it's your brother rolling by you on a 23-1 shot, that must have been something.
Absolutely, and especially you're on a horse that's one of the favorites, one of the logical ones, and you thought you were going to get it there with a horse like Renegade, who ran very, very well too, and I'm sure will be a major player, I believe, pointing onto the Belmont Stakes, and we look forward to seeing him there.
It's going to be fun. We're going to take a timeout. We still have our nightcap to come on this Sunday card, 15 minutes to post in race 12 to close out our opening weekend of Belmont at the Big A. We'll look back at an incredible meet that wrapped up Saturday in Hot Springs at Laurel Park. Stay with us for that when we come back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage.
Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 two-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 4, 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why NYRA is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The NYRA Foundation, supporting our community.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Steve Asmussen with 1,000 Oaklawn victories.
Oaklawn's been unbelievable to the stable.
Mom trained, my dad rode. Cash, we got old enough rode. They even gave me a shot at it. The tradition continues, and I couldn't be more proud of it.
Strategic risk, just pounced on the early leader and kicks away. He won for fun.
Silent tactic, Christian Torres drawing away.
We're not leaving Oakland. That's the only thing I can tell you for sure.
Nitrogen hitting the 16th pole, swaps the wrong lead, but she's got too much class. The Eclipse Award winner. It's a 2026 debut victory for Magnitude. It's off to Dubai. Head and head, nose and nose, coming to the line. Here it is, class president.
You do not age. You found the fountain of youth.
Horses. Horses keep you young and competitive, so this is what we live for.
Explorer, counting stars outside, lunging after her. Explorer, a picture of consistency.
She has put away Nitrogen. Majestic Hoops, Francisco Arrieta for the Dan Ward barn.
Tejano Twist is rolling down the center of the track, just breezing by his company for an easy win. Hall and Ice, one of the best Arkansas-bred racers ever. Counting Stars has left the others in the dust in the fantasy Counting Stars in the West Point Gold. Knew What's New, grinding away on the lead, and he's going to get it done. Knew What's New in the Oaklawn Mile. And Renegade is drawing away in the Arkansas Derby. It's off to the Run for the Roses for Renegade.
I'm just so happy for them. They bred the horse, they raised the horse, and I bought it half in as a yearling, and I'm so happy to be partners with them.
After what I just witnessed, I think Renegade is hands down your Kentucky Derby favorite. And it's going to be about who the racing gods smile upon with racing luck in a big field.
Claret Beret has punched her ticket to the Breeders' Cup Distaff. It's Claret Beret in the Apple Blossom. Ding Dong Battle, Madhouse, Roll on Big Joe. Madhouse repelling Roll on Big Joe. Sovereignty on the inside, journalism. White Abario confidently handled by Irad Ortiz, and he goes to the lead now. And White Abario, an awesome champion, a veteran of the game. How cool is he?
Proud of the horse. There's not much more you can say, but it just shows you when you have a special horse to do it from 2 to 7. Thank God.
Quite a meet at Oaklawn. Some huge upsets as well. None bigger than Sovereignty, Horse of the Year, coming back, and White Abario with that victory. But Nitrogen, a champion, beat a couple of times at the meet. It was great to bring you all that action, and we wait to see him again next year, or at the end of the year.
Absolutely. Yeah, at the end of this year. And that Oaklawn handicap, it's hard when there's a race that's so hyped up like it was for it to actually live up to the hype. And I would say that it did. It was a lot of fun, and to see some of the best younger horses meet one of the top older horses this early in the year was a lot of fun.
Steve Asmussen, Ramon Vasquez, congratulations to both of them for wrapping up meet titles. Maggie, you spent quite a bit of time there. What do you remember best about it?
So obviously, the obvious answer would be the Oaklawn handicap and journalism and Sovereignty coming back, but White Abario proving best and that he's still got it. But a special moment that I was able to just be a very tiny part of was watching Micah Husbands get his first Grade 1 victory with Claret Beret in the Apple Blossom. And he is the nephew of multiple champion winning Canadian jockey Patrick Husbands, and he just started riding in America a year and a half ago, and so to kind of shoot to winning his Grade 1 here this spring for longtime supporter Safi Joseph Jr. I think really meant the world to him, and two, with a mare that he had worked with, and I had said it, she got really kind of revved up prior to hitting the track for that Apple Blossom, and he just knew exactly what to do. He remained so cool and calm on the biggest stage of his career thus far. Took her away from the pony, got her to settle, and she responded so well to him. So it's really fun watching these young people, whether they're jockeys, trainers, really kind of develop, hone their skills, and get those real big wins like we saw Micah do in the Apple Blossom.
That was a great story. We've seen, obviously, Steve Asmussen's sons come up and evolve right in front of our eyes as well. Eric and Keith. And Eric, tremendous meet. What a fun meet it was. And we're going to shift gears. We have New Jersey in the house coming up next weekend. Monmouth, they open up next Saturday, and we will have live coverage on America's Day at the Races.
Yeah, I always look forward to that. A lot of really fun days at Monmouth, and it's such a fun track to go to. I think of it as such a family-friendly atmosphere as well. Down the shore in the summer, nothing better.
Looking forward to it. That's coming up starting next weekend. We hope you join us. We're not done with today's card yet. We got race 12 to close things out. Put this opening weekend to bed here. Mile and a 16th on the turf in this non-winners of 2 Life claiming race. Start our post parade with Smiling Rosie.
Yeah, this horse taking a drop in class and getting back to the turf as well. A little bit of an oddly run race onto PETA at Gulfstream last time out, but did run on a little bit to be best of rest.
Bossy Dish broke her maiden in a maiden claimer at Laurel.
Has some speed, is better on turf, and gets back to her preferred surface.
Saucy 6. Can you make any kind of case?
She's a bit tough to make. She does come back in just 7 days after an off-the-turf try last time out and gets back onto the grass today.
Effort at the Meadowlands. That was quite a while ago. Autonome, too good to be true?
Maybe. She's taking a big drop in class, and it is off of a layoff. I think it's just that she's so unexposed compared to so many of the others in here. That's why the betting public leaning on her.
Here's luck for you, Jose Lezcano.
The last time she was on the turf, she was running against far better horses and going 1 mile and 3/16. So maybe an outside try.
Ray Handel, Jorge Vargas, Doppio Espresso.
Blinkers coming off this one. It'll actually be her first time on the turf, first time at all without blinkers, but first time on the turf since the fall, and we'll see if that will help.
Y'all ready for this one? The debut on grass sprinting. It's been a struggle since.
I saw her at Tampa last time and wrote down that she looks more like a turf horse. So I like that she's getting back to the grass. It's just how good is she actually?
Max is sure to sprint, stretches out, but those were both on dirt.
There is a sibling that was a 5-time synthetic winner. Not a ton to sink your teeth into as far as turf is concerned in the pedigree.
Widdershins, big price. Actually has a big effort, a couple of them to go back to on the turf at Aqueduct.
Yeah, she does. Unfortunately, she runs so frequently that her form kind of gets a little bit muddied up. Let's see, maybe this will just be the right spot.
And major player right now, second choice on the board on the outside here, Lotus Petal.
Yeah, going back to the grass. She tried to PETA last time out, was chasing outside, never really looked to be in a comfortable position.
So as we go down to Maggie, 3-2 favorite, Autonome. Her maiden win doesn't make her a huge standout. The race she's coming out of, though, does. What do you make of the favorite?
Yeah, you know, I think she's the default favorite because of what Acacia said. She's the lesser exposed of these horses, so you automatically assume there's more upside, especially as this is her first start as a 3-year-old, but also the 2 favorites scratched out of here. So, you know, she's gonna be favored just because of that. And, you know, looking at her, she's kind of still a little bit awkward in the fact that it still feels like there's some growing to be done by her. She's kind of all legs, you know, the top line needs to fill out a little bit. There's stuff to work with, but she's just in that awkward phase. You know, we all went through it. But she comes in here fit. She gets Lasix. As Acacia said, Ultimate Love was in that race. She was, I believe, favored, a very tepid favorite for Mike Trombetta in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. And Autonome, she got shuffled back to last going into the second turn. She did get over to the inside, cut the corner, made a mild rally. We'll see what she does here. She probably fits pretty nicely with this crew, but again, wondering if there's just maybe needing a race to get things going again. I'm gonna land on number 6 here, Luck for You. Obviously that last turf race makes her a major, major player. She looks tremendous too. I mean, blindly picking horses in the paddock, it'd be her. That is usually par for the course for Jesus Romero, but I like the fact that she's coming off of a pretty decent effort on the dirt, and I think this is a better surface for her and does get Jose Lezcano back in the irons. Moving on to, as the horse that is second choice right now. Number 11, Lotus Petal. The last time I saw her, while having liked her a lot throughout the summer, she just did not look particularly good in her coat. It just had gone, the wrong way. Her muscle mass didn't look as good either. And 2, she just pulled a very wide trip. Now she's in the far outside post again. So it's up to Edgar Zayas to orchestrate something a little better than what she had back here on November 6th. Doesn't still look quite as good as what she did throughout the summer of last year, but she does look incredibly fit, and her coat has improved, obviously spending the winter in South Florida, Greg.
Thank you, Maggie. Minute to post coming up here in this finale on the Sunday card. So 2-1 on that outside runner as we go back to, y'all ready for this here at 11-1, Christopher Elliott for Antonio Arriaga. What'd you like here?
Like is a strong word, but I think that Maggie and I were a little bit of the same opinion in this race, that the favorite is almost kind of a default favorite. And if you sift through a little bit with some others in here, you might be able to find somebody. Now, with y'all ready for this, I think she's a better turf horse. She is taking a needed drop in class. I do wonder if she might just be a better sprinter altogether. She's not the biggest horse, and she did win sprinting and at Colonial first time out, so maybe that's a little bit of the question, but she was running, first of all, in the Suncoast behind Zany last time out on the dirt, which was just a bit crazy. And then against much better turf horses prior to that, even facing some stakes at the end of her 2-year-old season. So felt that at a big price, she was just worth one taking.
I'm a little surprised. Yeah, she's not, especially as Maggie mentioned, 2 of the key players taken out in here. She's really not taking any attention on the board.
It's tough to have a very strong opinion, I think, about anybody in this field, and even the favorite. She's likely dropping for a reason.
There's question marks with this for. No, I mean, you look at what she actually produced in that maiden win. That was off that she needs to improve. I'm wondering if that stakes race just got inflated because it was a stakes race. Yeah,
sometimes horses that are stakes faced, I think, just automatically take some more attention and maybe look a little bit better, a little bit dressed up. And that could be the case with her. Her 2 races on the turf, at least going long prior to that she has buyer speed figures for, were both very slow. And yet she is also dropping in class for the first time. She broke her maiden. They thought enough of her to give a little bit of a try in the stake. And so that does look good, at least on the form. So thus the 8-5 as kind of a logical type of horse. But I guess it's also a combination of what she's facing in here, and that there's no real kind of strong opinions or strong cases to be made for some of the others.
Look, luck for you, the 6th. The last time she was on the turf, she ran a 71 buyer.
And against far better horses.
Yeah. Better than anything Autonome's produced figures-wise. Yep. We'll see what happens here in this nightcap coming up. 5-2 on the outside with the 11. Lotus Petal for Jenna Antonucci, 8-5 favorite though. Autonome here, 3-year-old debut, last seen in a stake in Maryland, back as a 2-year-old. Let's go to Chris Griffin to close things out here in our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 2.
Autonome going in, Wittershins. Luck for you, Lotus Petal. To the outside. 12th and final on this Sunday. All set. And they're off. Good beginning, luck for you. In between horses, Doppio Espresso's in the early mix, and Max Assure is going to join them. Lotus Petal out wider. They quickly come out of the chute, and luck for you is in between horses, does have the advantage. Here's Max Assure to the outside. Very keen is Bossy Dish, now in third. Finding the rail is Lotus Petal is a well-traveling 4th. Just behind them, Doppio Espresso's in 5th, pretty strung out here early on. Smiling Rosie is towards the back end of the field with Autonome is in between horses. Out wider there comes Wittershins. Saucy 6, second to last, and the trailer. Y'all ready for this? The leader, it's Luck For You. Jose Lezcano on the engine. Front running is up by 2. To the outside, Max Assure is a challenging second. Still a tight hold, Bossy Dish. And Raylu Gutierrez doesn't want to go yet, as they're in third, is now 3 lengths in front of Lotus Petal and Edgard Zayas. Out wider, Smiling Rosie as mid-pack starts to move from 5th, 23.33, the opening quarter mile. Autonome and Manny Franco looking for 4 on the day, as in behind horses now in 6 is to the inside of Wittershins, 48.14, the half-mile time. From the back, Saucy 6 tries to run on to the outside there of Doppio Espresso. Y'all ready for this is the trailer. They work into the far turn, and Max Assure took an awkward step, is tailing off now, dropping back through the field. Luck For You in front is up by a neck. Bossy Dish, been traveling very strongly throughout, is ready to be cut loose. Smiling Rosie towards the outside at the rail, Lotus Petal. Autonome trying to get rolling there from 5th, but they've got to catch Luck For You, who's been there throughout. Luck For You trying to sprint away. Luck For You still with the advantage. Bossy Dish to the outside, Lotus Petal in between horses, looking for room. Autonome late. It's still Luck For You trying to find this final 16th. Here comes Lotus Petal now sprinting towards the front. Autonome with a late rally on the grandstand side. Going to be tight at the finish. Oh, it's a photo. Maybe Lotus Petal by ahead over the fast closing Autonome. Luck For You and Bossy Dish.
Lotus Petal just beats Autonome to the wire. Really started to kick into gear late, but a little too late.
Yeah, very late in the stretch there. And Lotus Petal, I think actually she's trying so hard. She even flips back to her left inside lead. She's digging in. Autonome trying to close on the outside there, but Lotus Petal just holding on. And 2, Lotus Petal also had the benefit of having had a race under her belt, and I think that fitness coming in the final jumps.
Appropriate. History made in the Kentucky Derby. First ever female winning that race, and the first female to ever win a Triple Crown race. Closes out action here in New York. Of course, that was the Belmont Stakes with Arcangelo.
Yeah, it was a pretty special moment for Jenna Antonucci, and had Lotus Petal back onto her preferred surface. She was in a stalking spot. I thought the 6, Luck For You, who Maggie liked, was going to take them every step of the way, but knifing between horses was Lotus Petal and Edgard Zayas. And Edgard, we've seen this weekend kind of picking up some steam as well. Had a couple wins yesterday and getting a victory here.
11-4-6-2. Favorite has to settle for second here at 8-5. It's Lotus Petal, second choice at 2-1 to close things out and get her second victory on the lawn in 13 total tries overall. Pretty formful afternoon here in terms of the pick 6 and the late pick 5. We're going to look back at the stakes action. We have 4 stakes on today's card. Westchester, compact field, but it was a loaded field. And for Antiquarian, connections have to be extremely excited with what they saw from him here in his 5-year-old return.
This was really impressive. He's obviously a horse with quality, and I always liked him. You know, he won the Peter Pan, he won the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup, and I know that he won that Jockey Club Gold Cup when there was some chaos going on behind him, but he still won it, and he put forth a big effort that day, and he'd been coming into good form with that as well. But this was a really impressive performance, and he probably wants to go a little bit further, so I'm excited to see what the rest of the year holds for him.
Yeah, that's a good point you brought up. The fact that he was this impressive doing this, first of all, off the bench, but at a distance where he, as you said, he probably wants more ground. So we can see a lot better from him going forward.
Yeah, which could make things really fun. You know, we just talked about the Oakland Handicap and the older horses and how that division is so strong this year. And he's kind of throwing his name into the ring as well as one to watch out for.
Came under our radar sort of late last summer with a couple of huge performances. Even that Suburban, that was a massive performance in a runner-up effort. Bogey from earlier today, Grade 3, a race that Chad Brown has dominated. Dynamic pricing, gets beat, but Chad Brown still wins.
Yes, with his stablemate, City Girl, the European import, making her 3rd start in the U.S. And she does have that funny way of carrying her tail, which she did in all of her races over in Europe, too. Did that down at Tampa. And, you know, we talk about it sometimes how those Tampa races are not that fast on figures. You've seen, especially Chad Brown and a lot of other top trainers, use Tampa, particularly on the turf course, to get their horses' seasons started, and those horses often go on to do really big things.
I was really surprised by this. I thought this was a big upset. Her 2 state starts had shown nothing close to dynamic pricing or Laurel Lynn.
Yeah, no, I thought that she was facing some good company in here, but I do still think that sometimes you have to look a little bit deeper with those Tampa races and kind of elevate them a little bit more than sometimes the figure might suggest.
So Chad Brown, 7 of the last 9 Beaugays have gone his way. Not too bad. Vagrancy, Safi Joseph Jr. runs 1-2. It's Grammy Girl, who's now kicked off her 5-year-old campaign with back-to-back grade 3 wins.
She's been very good lately and has really found herself a home and found herself a style as well. She runs down her stablemate in Mystic Lake, and she's been in excellent form, maybe getting better now at this age too. Looks like Bed of Roses will be next for her, and looking forward to seeing how she fares as some of the water in this filly and mare sprint division gets deeper.
What a weekend it was. We'll wait and see the decision with Golden Tempo if they do indeed go on to the Preakness. If Golden Tempo does, again, it looks like it's going to be a completely new cast that one will have to face. But I think, yes, Golden Tempo won the Derby. This horse who stole the show the entire weekend. We have maybe the best 3-year-old in the land right now is no one who was in that race. It's a horse named Crude Velocity.
Yeah, the horse that won the Pate Mile, who was incredibly impressive for Bob Baffert. And I think even if, I'm going to go out on a limb, even if Golden Tempo goes to the Preakness, I think Crude Velocity might be the Preakness favorite.
If he goes,
yeah,
there's no question. Bob Baffert said he would have been in the Derby.
Dazzling.
He just got too late of a start. We'll see. I mean, it'll be a quick comeback for him, too. 2 weeks off a huge effort. Do they want to be that aggressive with him? He is a superstar. That was incredible. If you get a chance, go back, watch that Pate Mile. He's been something to watch. We'll see who lines up in that second leg of the Triple Crown in the days to come. We're back with you on Thursday, 1 Eastern start time on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Hope you join us then. In the meantime, enjoy the rest of your weekend. As we showed you, Antiquarian, so impressive coming back as a 5-year-old. His return, wins at a mile and does it with class. What a performance in his comeback win in the Westchester and the Beaugay. Chad Brown again continues his dominance. City Girl. Now 7 of the last 9 runnings of this race have gone to Chad Brown, and it was Grammy Girl 1-2 finish for Safi Joseph Jr. In the Vagrancy, Golden Tempo, Willie Aroni. See you next week.